she wants to move to Florida because her family's in Florida. Her daughter and her sisters and stuff like that. So, anyways, the point is, I'm gonna be stuck in California for the next at least 8 years, in my opinion. And right now they're doing a recall of Newsom, and to be honest, like the only person, like I don't believe in the whole voting thing, but dude, I'm actually gonna go out and vote and try to see if Larry Elder gets in, man.
Larry.
Yeah,
Yeah, Larry's good. He's well-meaning. I think he's still a little naive. He's incredibly intelligent, but I think he's politically naive, which is probably a good thing.
Jose, we gonna chill when I'm in Cali, bro?
Hey, what's it?
Yeah, you still coming out or what?
Yeah.
When are you gonna come to California? Do you have any plans?
I don't really know. To be honest, I'll have to let you know. Like we're going.
You're gonna hate it, bro. You're gonna hate it.
Yeah, I already know.
It's like going to New York, man. It's like going to New York.
Oh my gosh. Careful in California. There's people under bridges who give themselves vaccinations.
Hey, if you go to California, dude, I think it'd be hilarious if you went to Flat Smack, the homeless encampment area.
Oh man.
Oh man, I'm just so happy. Like we really got the old crew here, but well, not me, but like 2020 crew. Sorry, it feels so nostalgic. I'm so happy. I have
a question for Witsit real quick. Hey, Witsit, out of all the locations you've been to flat smacking, which area was the most red pill? Where you got the best feedback?
I don't know. That's a tough question, man. Maybe Florida. Like just the state of Florida overall. I really don't know how to think about it. Everywhere's kind of the same. 80% of the public at least thinks it's crazy when they hear it, because it's flat Earth, So, like when it comes to me talking about like anti-curfew lockdown mask mandate thing, just all the Republican states literally will cheer. But when it comes to flat Earth, I don't know. It's kind of the same across the board. But Florida wasn't bad until you get real south, then it sucks. Florida is surprisingly cucked in lots of areas, honestly. But like North Central Florida is really based. And in East Tennessee wasn't bad. Like I didn't see like one mask. Okay, I maybe saw literally like 5 masks out of like 10,000 people in Gatlinburg, East Tennessee. So East Tennessee was pretty based.
Gatlinburg's great.
That's a tough question, man. I thought you were gonna ask the other way, like which one was the worst. Like definitely New York City.
New York City? Well, I bet you California might top it. But to be honest, I don't know. I've never been to New York, but I think it's pretty close.
Probably. And New Orleans is really bad too. New Orleans was terrible.
I watched your Ohio live stream, and that was pretty bad too. Like they're trying to kick you out like immediately in the Ohio.
Yeah, Cleveland.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen me in your YouTube chat sometimes, but sometimes like I suggested Ohio a while ago because I wanted to see how people would react there, and I'm happy you went to Cleveland because it really shows you like the people, like what I have to deal with, because like they are so stubborn. Like they don't care about the Constitution. They don't want to hear you. They only want speech they agree with. It's so sad. It's so gamma.
Yeah, Cleveland was pretty bad, bro. Like, but also when you're standing outside of like a professional sports venue, you know what I'm saying? Like you're dealing with the most brainwashed people ever. So it's kind of hard to get a litmus test. But Cleveland was really bad. Those people were super aggressive. So I don't know. They're zombies.
Can I play a? I'm sorry. What's it? May I play a 10-second clip?
I don't know, do you?
The Earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, that was super funny, bro.
Man, that never gets old.
You got a sense of humor, at least. It's funny.
Well, like for her, she saw that like Okay, she saw that I was like a white dude that was talking to like mostly black people. I was chilling. I even spit a couple bars over the Post Malone congratulations song. I was talking about like overarching themes like 9/11 and how the government's trying to take over. So that's all she heard, right? Up to that point.
Right.
So she was like,
Yep.
this guy is on point. He knows what he's talking about. So she just came up there with that. And then I said that. So she took it like the gospel. She had already like,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? She had already
Makes sense
been
though,
broken
right? Because
through.
the thing that we can all agree on is the government is fucking us all. So as long as you can start the conversation there and then walk it up to, and yeah, you know what? You count on the government for all this space bullshit and round shit, and then maybe they can see.
That was probably the craziest experience so far for me. I don't know, getting arrested for speaking in front of like the quote unquote founding father heads and stuff is pretty crazy, but the NBA championship was wild, bro. It was crazy, man. And then afterwards, there's literally like just a whole group of people just standing outside worshiping, like idolizing the basketball players as they leave in tinted window vehicles, getting super triggered that I'm like ruining their idolatry. So that was probably the craziest thing. For real, it was nuts.
You ever watched a cat while it's eating? What's it?
Yeah, I'm sitting beside one.
Yeah, you know how like creeped out they start getting if you stare at them while they eat?
Yes.
It's
just like
hilarious. And that's exactly what I thought of when you were talking about them waiting for their idols to come out. And you're ruining their moment. It's the same thing as watching a cat eat. It's just really funny.
Yeah, that's hilarious, bro. Like a bunch of grown men just showing their feelings because I wouldn't stop talking on the mic. You know, I'm like, bro, get over it. Like as the cars pass, I'm like, tell them that the Earth is flat. They'll listen to you guys. Like every vehicle, they were getting really mad.
I'm really glad you put those guys in their place when they start cheering as they're carting you off and stuff, and you're like, yeah, way to clap for tyranny.
Right.
Like that's going to stick with those people, Lord willing. That's going to stick with them, and though they disagree, if they have anything left to rub together upstairs, then that'll bug them. They'll be like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have been clapping, regardless of whether or not I agree with that guy. Like that was really weird and pathetic.
Yeah, and then you notice like the people that clapped, they really didn't do it again after that. So it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to deny the logic of that. You know,
Yep.
like you're just wrong, bro. You're a slave right now. Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, man, that was rough.
Yeah, man. And then they put out a bolo for us. Then we got pulled over in Yellowstone. I got to go to court for that in a few days. It's just a whole ordeal. It's pretty crazy, but you know, it's all good. I don't even talk about it.
I'm sorry, I won't bring it up.
No, it's
this,
okay. It's
but
okay. It's okay. I don't want to talk about it too much. You know?
Yeah, I understand because like a lawyer and stuff.
No, I'm just over it, bro. It's like a real negative. It's like I don't know. You know, it's all good. Go
Draining.
ahead.
So
Yeah.
So they're taking you to court for using your First Amendment rights.
Yes.
What a clown show. I'm so sorry you have to put up with that bullshit.
It's all good. It's supposed to be, in my opinion.
That's rough. That sucks.
Well, like I just think that maybe it was supposed to happen because like I'm actually one of those people, and there's probably not many that can honestly say this, that once they may drop the case or whatever, but I'm gonna file a suit, right? And so like if they tried to settle out and they're like, here's 50 grand or whatever, I would literally laugh. I'd say, I don't want it. I don't want it. Nope, we're going all the way up. I'm not settling. Like I would actually turn down any if they said here's $2 million, I'd say nope. We're
They
going
hit
all
2
the way.
million, dude. The next offer is just to distract you while they shoot you. Be advised.
Well, you know what India always says: flat Earth has always won in court. So
yeah,
you got this.
Yeah, that's why they don't want you getting to court, and they'll either use the carrot or the stick if it comes to it. I'd be careful. That's all I'm saying.
I'm fine. I get a crown.
Honestly,
yeah, somebody's got to fight the battle. You just hope and you do sound like you know what you get into. So I'll just shut up.
Yeah, it's all good. I get a crown.
Honestly, Witsit, you're very brave. I don't know if anyone's told you that or if you hear that all the time, but you're one of the bravest people in this community.
Thanks, man.
That's why I'm a fan of you and your content, because you're not afraid to do what it takes. There was a Lori Greener quote from she's someone from Shark Tank, but it's a quote I really like. If you're interested, you'll do what's convenient. If you're committed, you'll do whatever it takes. And I think that describes you.
Nice. I like that quote.
I can DM it to you if you want.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone just gotta do their part, you know. Like that's how I feel, and I feel like the worst thing that you can do is kind of be like a special boy with the truth, where it's like, I know that you're flat, that makes me special. Like I actually, as sad as it is to say, I feel like there are some flat earthers that actually wouldn't like it getting out, because then they don't have this, you know what I'm saying, like I'm the one that knows the truth thing, and it's like, I don't know, I think that's the worst thing ever. I know that not everyone maybe is built for is what extreme is what I do, where I'm like out in cities with a microphone. Like I get it, but everyone should do their part. And if your intention is not to actually like break the system with the truth, then you don't have pure intentions, right? Like everyone needs to actually just look inside themselves and ask that, like, would you actually be happy if flat Earth got out? Would you? And if your motivation for yes is because then you could be like, I told you so, then that's just as bad. And then I think that's what's kind of crippling flat Earth, and I think that's why, you know, I think that's why we have these like real dogmatic approaches sometime, and we shut down certain conversations, and it's like it's not about like, oh, I'm the special boy, I figured out the truth. It's like we need to get the truth out there so that we can try to fight back. It's way deeper than that. It's like there are children that are going to, grow up in the world that we leave them. That's as cliche as that sounds. That's actually what the motivation should be, right? So like, that's why
Kids
I'm
not
so
getting a
passionate
chance to
about it.
grow up. That's the problem.
Yeah, they're not even going to know what like real life is, and it's going to be our fault. I think the millennials, I'll say, just for intents and purposes, like quote unquote whatever, they have like the biggest challenge or most pivotal moment in modern history in their laps, and they don't like what we do is going to determine everything. So it's like it's a pretty big deal. It's like it's an overarching theme. It's a long-term thing. So they've got us with like goldfish attention spans, which is actually a misnomer, but so we're just like, oh, TikTok, Discord, whatever. We don't really think like this is going to impact future generations for here on out. We actually have to stand up. I mean, if we don't stand up, it will be our fault. It doesn't matter what we inherited. It's beyond that. It's like we have a responsibility to stand up for children. That's literally why I do it. It's like to stand up for children, because that's not fair. We got to grow up free. We got to, like, I grew up free, bro. You know what I'm saying? And so it's really not fair to be selfish with the truth and to hand over like totalitarianism to our children. That's so sad.
I get where you're coming from with it. Like my point of views are like the same. I would really is on the same page as you, and like I feel like these kids need to be told the truth, and they need to be taught differently. They need to be taught the truth instead of all these lies. You know what I mean? Like they need to be educated in a better way. What? Instead of
To be
just
honest,
being,
Conflicting
man,
information isn't enough, though. You got to break the spell, right? You can tell them until you're blue in the face that you're being lied to. You got to show them the contradiction, right? And
right.
for most people, you can't even do that to somebody else. They have to be fucked over and realize it themselves. That's what I think. A lot of people are incapable. The cognitive dissonance is so fucking unbelievable when you see people that are supposed to have, you know, science degrees, and they hear the argument and then they immediately go to babble fucking, well, double speak, talk out the back of my ass. They default automatically even with truth in their face. So I think it's an individual thing that you can't really force on other people. You can show them the way, right? You can lead a horse to water, that whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. But you can just plant the seed. But like, I think 10% of passionate people would win. Like, if I just think everyone needs to kind of find the passion. Like for
I
me, I'm
agree.
about to go super hard right? So like I know one of the ways to break through the cog dis is comedic relief. Some of these truth bombs are really heavy. Most people haven't heard them, so to get them all at once, just too much, they shut down. So that's why Owen Benjamin's so good, like comedic relief. So I'm going to integrate that into the way that I deliver it here soon. And I'm going to do like short, edited skits with people that are funny to try to glitch it out. You know what I'm saying? But so from my perspective, I'm looking at it like, how hard can I go to make an impact as much as I can from one person to try to glitch the matrix out? And I think if we can all just kind of tap into being that passionate about it, then just literally just 10% wins, because the 90% are brain dead with no passion, don't care, apathetic, nihilistic, right? So like, we really don't need everyone. We just need the people that are here to really unify and passionate. I don't know another word to say it.
Hey,
I
Witsa,
think-
hear me out. Hear me out real quick. We've already won, and I'll tell you why. I'm not going to say the word because of the V. The flat earthers are going to be the only ones with good sperm. So we're going to reproduce at rates that are going to outgrow the Globers at some point. So we're good. We won, dude.
Maybe
That's some
so.
big picture thinking right there.
That's what I'm talking about.
Good.
Yeah, but I think they thought of that too, and they got something else waiting for it.
Well, I think they have another deception waiting. I think for whoever doesn't fall for this
Transhumanism.
psyop, yeah, they're going to bring out, like, they're going to tease you with immortality or something.
ODD talked about that a while ago, back in like 2017 and again in 2020. He was really on top of it. Like, he basically predicted the future because he pointed out predictive programming. It's right in our faces. Like, even as Black Goose stuff, I mean, that's already happening. If you look at McDonald's chicken nuggets, you can actually get a microscope and there's like nanobots inside of it. Like, it's some disgusting things in your food. People do not know what they're putting inside.
I'm gonna
of their
have to
body.
see evidence for that claim, man. That's rough.
Hey,
Yeah, that is.
See,
Oh,
have you heard
bro.
about the Pentagon? What the Pentagon is working on right now?
Lay it on me.
The Pentagon is working on making. They didn't call it a microchip. They called it a sensor that goes under the skin and will determine whether you're going to have symptoms, or it's pretty much to determine if you're ever going to be sick. And it's meant for COVID-19, but they wanted to expand it to all viruses so that we can determine if we're going to have a certain virus, or if we caught a virus and it's going to give a signal. And yeah, what do you call that?
Yeah, that's
Not
where I'm
getting
actually
it.
at with the mark thing, right? Like, everyone's like, this is the mark, this is the mark, this is the mark. And I actually don't know that it is, because I think this is to desensitize you to a major technological advancement, right? Where there's this brand new type of medical intervention, and it's been desensitized, where now it's the norm to just everyone as a group take something brand new. And so I think that's just to set up whatever they roll out next, which will be potentially the mark.
I'll post
they
the
got
video
them all
of
lined up to line back up for the next shot already. Oh, Delta's coming. You're going to need another vaccination. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not a vaccine then, right? I mean, well, booster shots, listen. I am 45 years old. I have never gotten a flu booster in my life. I get the flu maybe every year. Sometimes the symptoms are so low I don't know if I get it or not. But I haven't had a fever since I'm a little kid that wasn't like, 100 degrees or less. That only happens when you're a kid usually, unless your immune system's compromised. These people have us fucking ignoring our own bodies. That's how good they are at what they do.
I hate to interrupt. We should be careful about the language we use on Livestream, because YouTube, Google, Alphabet, whatever you want to call them, has automatic captioning software, and they actually document it into like a giant text file. And if the caption file has any blacklisted words, Helio's Livestream could be stuck.
Got you. I apologize.
It's okay.
I realize what I said. I apologize.
Genetic modification. But so I think that the genetic modification they're rolling out right now is nothing compared to what they're going to roll out. That's just what I'm saying. Like, I think that it's more population control. Whoever's dumb enough to fall for it, they think is a self-fulfilling litmus test of who should be allowed to reproduce, coming from the psychopathic eugenist perspective, right? And that's all this is, in my opinion. And then whether it's sterility or actual death, and then they're going to roll out something new. That's my opinion. This is it's calculated, but they're bumbling around in depravity at the same time. So, like, it's just my opinion. It's like the overarching thing is, this is the first time ever they've come out with some brand new thing that no one's ever taken, and everyone just is like, oh, it's normal. That's the whole thing. Now it's normal that they can come out with something brand new. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You don't need
Yeah,
to
I
have
agree.
any evidence or science. It's more just trust me. You can trust me, right? Didn't you trust me last time? What's the problem? That's all that is.
It's just normal now. It's normal.
Yeah, I
Hey,
had a
Winston,
YouTube.
I
Oh, sorry,
posted
go
that
ahead.
video of or just real quick, sorry, Gospel. I posted the video of the Pentagon thing. It's only about a minute and a half. Take a look at it when you get a chance.
For
It's a
sure.
live stream.
You had a YouTube video that I made on kombucha, which is like the fermented drink, and I got a age restriction warning that they made the video age restricted and for violating community guidelines. And I was like, guys, there's not a conceivable way that this could ever be adult content. And they reviewed it and backed it off. But I reviewed all the CC um, and all the visual content of the entire video. It feels like very arbitrary and not even algorithmic at that point, because there wasn't any trigger words that I would be aware of, at least nothing obvious. It was just the most benign video. Also, it had 2 views and it was unlisted, and it and it's like 3 years old.
Well, it's probably one of those viewers then, right? Fucking with you, I would assume.
No, unlisted, as in I know the 2 views. One was me and one was like
Oh, got you.
one of my Patreon guys from a couple of years ago, and yeah, it was
Then how could it possibly be?
yeah. Well, I know it's
flagged?
algorithmic. I know it's a machine doing it, but I don't know what the trigger was. It's illogical. It didn't make any sense.
Just because it's an algorithm, maybe it's it's decided that every 10th video that you put out is going to get flagged for some reason. Who knows what these goddamn things are up to?
Yeah.
Seriously,
My
nobody
channel
knows.
has had some provocative stuff, but I've always been very careful in the way that I communicate, because
Somebody had me look up their. Sorry, go ahead, Gospel.
that's fine. I just appreciate the challenge of getting around people's sensitivities, people and or organizations, algorithms, whatever have you. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say the other day, I forget who it was, but they had me look for their YouTube channel. I put their name specifically spelled directly out, and it didn't come up. I had to scroll. No, I had to use the link to get to his video. I had to scroll to find his channel, like, I don't know, 500 videos or something. It was ridiculous, the amount that I had to find it. There should be no reason for that, unless this is a publishing company. Is this a publishing company that we're using?
No, of course not. They don't adhere to publishing laws where you're personally liable for what's on the platform, but they just still act as a publisher because it's like Section 230 or whatever. So they get the best of both worlds. Public
It's crazy
platform,
because
public rights.
I remember in 2016, this is when they started messing with the algorithm. Because I remember back in the days, we didn't have the bot, so we would actually have to go to YouTube and go type in the video that we wanted a Globee to see or whatever. And it got to a point where like we can't find any flat Earth videos. I remember that's when they changed the algorithm. So I remember I thought of this genius way to go around it, and this worked for like another couple months. I'm like, just type Dome Earth. And if you type Dome Earth, all these flat Earth videos would pop up, all the ones that were not popping up when you type flat Earth. That worked for a couple months, and then that got eventually taken out too. But yeah, now we're at the point where like, unless you have the link, it's gonna be really hard to find some things,
Well, that's why
Another-
Dave Weiss's app is so good, because it literally is like an algorithm against the algorithm, where you just have the app and then it has all the videos. You go to the question mark, you click any topic, and it'll take you to the shadow ban video straight to it. But it still sucks because it requires you to go off platform then back.
Jose, I don't know if it was you or Indio who uploaded the video, but I can no longer find it. Was it you or Indio who uploaded the congressman talking about censoring flat Earth?
I have that video on my YouTube.
I can't find it. It's like I don't know if it was removed or something, but I can't find it. Maybe it's shadow banned. But
Are you talking about the interview with the YouTube representative or something else?
There's them openly talking about it in Congress. Also, back to the censor thing you talked about, Jose. I typed this in chat, but Obama's DARPA planned the censor in 2011. They patented it. I read that as a 13-year-old in 2014. Even I saw this coming. They all called me crazy. I tried to tell my classmates at the cafeteria about this. They laughed at me, but yet they called me smart. They believed me on everything except for that. And then I realized it's because they knew the evidence was there because I presented it. I showed them YouTube videos on my phone at the cafeteria. They just didn't want to believe it because it's scary. All of this is scary.
That's what it all comes down to. That's why people don't hear it. That's why people can't even accept flat Earth, the implications.
Depends on who you're trusting.
Because it's only the door. This is not the end. This is the beginning.
Yeah. Flat Earth isn't scary for people that are 100% confident of a creator. Like, it's just like,
yeah.
oh gosh, I had no idea. That's really crazy. What crazy liars. Gee. It's not life changing that much. I don't know. Everybody's different. It wasn't for me. It was more like, gee.
Well,
Lo
you're
and
hitting
behold.
it on the head, though. That's what it is, bro. It's like I've actually tested this out in like Game of Panda server and stuff. It is actually the fear of, let's say, a linear code of ethics, objective morality, what comes with a creator. The actual that alone is the fear, right? It's like I can't accept the implications of linear code of ethics. So because maybe they're ashamed of what
You mean
they've
I'm going to
done.
be held responsible for my bullshit? That's what's
Exactly. So I will literally ignore it because I cannot accept that.
Yep.
That's intense, bro. It's a spiritual thing.
Yeah.
Like I've tested it. The way I test it is I just, within their own heliocentric paradigm, I point out all their pseudoscientific claims of just how crazy the odds are that we live on this earth with these anomalies compounding but non-related. And I'm like, so you would have to admit this does kind of lean towards orchestration, right? And they can't even address it like hypothetically. It within the heliocentric paradigm. So it isn't about the earth itself. It's about the implications of not having that like ambiguous grasp at straws, pretend effort to say there is no creator within the heliocentric paradigm. If they don't have that, then it literally necessitates a linear code of ethics, right? So it's like, that's what it is. That's how you can test it. If you can lay out all that and be like, this is clearly orchestrated even within the heliocentric paradigm, and they can't even acknowledge that honestly, you're really fighting a battle that probably can't be won, honestly.
As the saying goes, only God can help you now.
It's sad, but it's very true. As a former atheist, I figured out, because this is what convinced me of creation personally. Now I'll keep this quick because I know it's a controversial subject. Me and my family were in a very bad snowstorm, like really bad. And like a week before that, my sister got into a car accident with ice. So like I actually prayed in the car for safety, for protection. And I feel very selfish, but whenever I do pray, it's always asking for protection for me or individuals. I feel vulnerable revealing that, but to my surprise, it actually worked, and I was very grateful. And I thanked our creator, and every time I've prayed, it worked. That's enough to convince me of creation.
Well, see, you know what the biggest proof or evidence there is? It's how did you know instinctively to do that? How do we instinctively know that in the most crucial moments we turn to a higher power? Right? There's something that made you know that.
Even an atheist goes, "Oh, please, God!" They make deals with God the most when the shit hits the fan. The atheist.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. That's proof of a creator. I mean, that's heavy, but like, say you're about to go to jail, an atheist about to go to jail, an atheist just got shot, an atheist is in a car wreck, an atheist's friend or mother is in a car wreck or has cancer. All of a sudden they're talking to something they said they didn't believe in, right?
It was enough to convince me personally. Because I was like a staunch atheist, Green Party socialist early in high school, and that changed pretty quickly. I don't understand divinity, but that's what makes me so interested in it.
Hey, I'm gonna jump back on here in a second, bro. Love you guys.
See you. It's it.
All right, take it easy, bro.
We shouldn't fear the things we don't understand. We should be curious about them and learn more. I wish the world had that mindset. I realize that's one of the things that makes me feel like an outcast, and it's really sad. But I've learned to embrace the fact that I'm different from other people instead of letting anti-conformity get me down.
I still have this to this day where I haven't met someone in real life, like person to person, that I could have these conversations with.
Me
Like,
too.
besides my wife, but to be honest, my wife's like recently she's been like so absent because she's like so stressed out about work and moving, and like I really haven't bugged her. But like usually me and her used to have these conversations about these things, but we haven't had that in a while. But yeah, like the point is, it's just hard to find people that kind of even want to question anything in their life, you know, like
My
anything at all, even if it's politics, even if it's flat earth or anything. Just most people are just so complicit with their lifestyle and going to work and making a paycheck and buying the things they need to survive. They're just so complicit with that, and they don't try to go out of that and see what's wrong with just doing that. Like, not saying that there's something wrong with it, but you know what I mean, right? Like, I feel like being complicit in this system is you're kind of contributing to all the malice that happens, even though you might not be thinking that you're doing malice or anything like that. I just feel like it's a big contributor that you're not even like you're absent, of the whole situation.
so I'm in the same boat with you. The only person I can really talk to about these things, and this may be surprising, is actually my mom. She knows everything in terms of the truth except for what this server is about. That's the only thing. But she agrees on everything else. And like and even the jab as well. Like everything except
Is
for what
she
this server is about.
is she atheist or is she?
No. I
So
live in a Judeo-Christian family.
so what is it about the Bible that they suddenly don't want to trust the flat Earth parts?
So this is just what she said. But she said that, and I'm obviously this isn't my belief. I already know the counter to this, and I've tried countering her before, but she said, "Well, you haven't read the book before, so what do you know?" But which is kind of fair, but basically what she said was that science has superseded that part and that she understands it's an old book and that but I disagree, but that's the reasoning. That's the rationale. Same with my dad.
Gotcha.
But I haven't actually read the source materials, so I'm not considered credible about that. I've read Genesis, but that's about it. I've also read Revelations, but
Science has superseded God according to them as well. So that's
it's not a matter of it's more ignorance than actually wanting to have faith in it, if that makes sense.
I think it was purposely placed there. That whole psyop that you just described was, I believe it was purposely put there, propagandized.
I mean, I talk with my mom about deep subjects. Like we can talk about like September, the year I was born. We can talk about FMs in our area. We can talk about ZJs. We can talk about the jab. And my mom's like super red pilled when it comes to that subject. Like she knows more than I do, which surprised me. Like she's read the patents. And she's like, oh my goodness. F literally owned ouchie ouchie, like ow, that hurts. He owns the patents. And
Surprise, surprise. Is anybody surprised at all? I bet you he's got a huge stake in AZT too.
Yeah,
my mom
yeah,
was.
absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he literally owns the patents, and he gave the money to that facility. Got to be careful.
That foreign place.
Yeah, that foreign place that kind of with people that rhyme with persuasion. I'm being really creative here. I'm sorry if I'm like confusing people. Hopefully people understand what I'm saying. I always come up with words on how to phrase things. Aw, Jose left. Aw. Okay. Apparently I have the mic, so I'm actually going to give up the mic. I just want to say I've only had 2 hours of sleep today, so I really appreciate everyone. Livestream has been super fun today. We talked about a lot of diverse subjects. It was amazing to see old faces again, like Jose and Dandelion and Gospel Bear. And also familiar faces like Enoch. Oh, speaking of familiar faces, older faces, breaking down the wall of lies. It has been such a long time. I enjoyed seeing Bong and my friend Offfates who joined, but I'm gonna dip because I've been hogging the mic, so I'm really sorry about that, but I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thanks, CI.
Yeah, take care, CI. Catch you later.
Bye, C.
Bye. I also drank like a ton of coffee and I haven't used the bathroom, so okay, TMI.
TMI. Yeah, I could agree on the coffee part, but I'll leave the other part out.
Buy my cover. Sorry.
So I don't know what the discussion was about, but any of you guys catch that video of the guy trying to breastfeed a baby last night?
Oh my God, some things I don't need to know about, but
Yeah,
thanks for the tip.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah.
can milk anything.
Did you not see it? So you
No,
got two,
I
two
won't
like
watch it.
transgenders, and you got a guy trying to feed a baby. With how can a guy feed a baby? You know what
With
I mean?
imagination, with the power of imagination.
Yeah. Did you? I'll put the clip up in case some of you missed it last night, but I was just absolutely dumbfounded. I was like,
I had
what the
seen it
hell is going
prior.
on?
Yeah, they had aired it somewhere else prior in the U.S. It's disturbing to say the least. That poor child
Exactly.
has zero chance for success and a very minimal chance of survival.
Yeah. I mean, it's getting to the ridiculous stage. Yeah. How's it going, Gospel Bear? A long time no see, bro.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, how you doing? Did you see that video last night that was posted? I don't think you was in, but there's a guy trying to breastfeed a baby. A guy. We're not talking a woman here. We're talking a guy.
Yeah. Actually, I've looked into that, and that I can't falsify. I can't falsify that men have historically been capable of lactating. I've
I
been
have
trying
nipples,
to.
Greg. Can you milk me?
I know, right? I've been trying to falsify that claim for a couple of years now, and I can't find any evidence that it's false.
Well, they didn't show any evidence that it was possible either because the baby was unsuccessful at getting any milk.
Yes, exactly. However, especially in India, there are many stories of male lactation, and I can't find any. I
Well,
can't
they've
find
had a
any
cultural
evidence.
they've had transitional people in their culture much longer, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I can't find any. Usually what you can find is like a medical, quote unquote, medical authority going, well, you see, the thing is, this is not possible. Um, uh, and I can't find it. If anybody
No, it
finds
makes
it,
sense. I mean, if why have the nipples at all if you're not going to have the glands they attach to? I get it. I'm sure that in some crazy possibility there has been a person born that was biologically male that lactated in a
and
normal way.
maybe
I'm
those
sure
instances are miraculous. I don't know,
yeah,
but
it
what I
could be.
can't find is I've never found anything that medically says this is not even possible. It's just a far-fetched old wives' tale or urban legend. It doesn't actually exist. I can't find any of that. If anybody does, please send it my way. I'm interested. But for now, it's just a gross.
That kind of dashes the hopes of any man trying to become a woman. So I think it would be hard to find, right? Because I
No,
want to
because
be a real woman.
you can find a lot of shoot yourself in the foot stuff out there, and especially in the realm of the medical world, not pharmaceutical, but in the realm of medical. um, like for instance, I respect surgeons, but I don't respect your standard PA, or not PA, but just physician, or your regular MD doctor. But surgeons are like mechanics; they're doing work in the physical realm, and their work is evident, whereas everything else is kind of up in the air. Um, so whatever, debatable topic, I suppose. But um, again, I don't know. I think it's unnatural, but maybe not impossible.
To me, it's very self-evident that all this is just going to, like you said, shoot itself in the foot. Yeah, there might be possible. These people, though, all believe that if they think it hard enough, it's true, and that's the big trap, right?
Sure. Yeah.
If my 5-year-old comes home one day and says, "Daddy, I want to be a unicorn," is the government going to say, "Well, you better make that happen, or we're going to staple a horn to his head against your will"? That's where we're leaded, right? I mean, the logical conclusion of where we're at right now. I want to be a mermaid. All right, well, I'm going to sew your legs together and give you gills. I mean, why would a child's desires about something that they have no concept of become some kind of a child can't give consent? I think that's what this is about. You give a child consent to
Yes.
change their sex, then what?
This is a precursor to pedophilia being normalized and legalized for sure. But as I've mentioned before, I'm a believer that there's a wide spectrum of behavior on that continuum, and beyond. Like it doesn't stop at pedophilia; it continues on to bestiality. It continues on to robot and inanimate, uh, whatever you want to call that stuff,
Mud,
relationships.
chickens, anything. Yeah.
And then beyond that, I think this is already adjacent to everything else, but what I call autosexuality, I believe, is also part of the agenda, which is love of self, um, which it refers to this in the Bible as well. Lovers of self is a biblical thing, but you know, self love, not good.
Now for something completely different, as everybody knew on here.
Yeah, it gets dark fast. I'm looking through the list.
How about Barely Level? We talked to them, Gospel.
See, they're VC verified. It's an interesting username. And Barely Level might be an Owen Benjamin fan.
Yeah,
Every
it looks
time
like yeah.
Anybody with bear in the name, you gotta wonder, such as myself. Yeah, Barely Level. Okay, I see Barely Level is typing. Not an Owen Benjamin fan. Okay. Well, Bear has very few colloquial positive meanings outside of the Owen Benjamin spectrum. Usually it's associated with big hairy men.
He might have just misspelled barely.
I guess possible, except
his profile picture has a bear, so I don't think so.
See, I'm too lazy to even check that.
Thanks, Jose. Every time I'm forced into a position of being Mr. Obvious or Captain Obvious, I'm always hesitant because of how often I play that role.
Yeah, what time is ladies' night?
I think it starts in about 2.5 hours, or 1.5 hours actually.
Okay.
1.5 hours.
Welcome back, Jose.
Gracias.
Hey, what if I played this video? It's only 4 minutes long by Space Busters. Anybody have an objection? Just an idea. No objections? Okay. You asked for it. Just kidding. Yeah, it should be good. Where'd you go?
Welcome back to another edition of the NASA Fanboy Question Series. Today we're going to look at why NASA's scientists don't seem to agree with some parts of Einstein's theories. He postulated that if one is moving at a constant speed, let's say in a car, then you wouldn't be able to detect any motion unless the car speeds up, slows down, or changes direction. So if you're traveling at, say, 50 miles an hour, and then slow down to 45, you and your passengers would easily feel the difference. The same goes if the driver deviated slightly from his course. You would feel the effect, commonly quantified as G-force. NASA tells us that the Earth is rotating around the Sun at 66,600 miles an hour. That's motoring. If we could slow the Earth down by 5%, like a car, to 63,270 miles an hour, then I'm pretty sure we'd feel it. Not only would we feel it, but everything on the Earth would be instantly vaporized due to the massive G-force. So Earth is traveling at a constant speed, right? If it wasn't, then we simply couldn't live on it. But wait, they tell us Earth's orbit around the Sun is an ellipse. If an object has an elliptical orbit, then it has to speed up and slow down twice before it returns to its original position. To save all the nitpicking fanboys the time and trouble of pointing out that the eccentricity of the elliptical orbit with its aphelion at 147 million kilometers and its perihelion at 152 million kilometers is totally irrelevant to this argument. But I'm pretty sure some dipshit will try and use it as an argument in the comments section. The common thinking on this seemingly problematic observation is that the speeding up and slowing down of the Earth is so small throughout the year that we don't even feel it. That's not what Einstein said, but hey, let's roll with this explanation. Let's find out how small that change in speed is and try to ascertain whether we could indeed feel the difference when speeding up and slowing down. Okay class, out with your abacuses. Average orbital speed, 18.5 miles per second. Speed at aphelion, 18.2 miles per second. Speed at perihelion, 18.8 miles per second. From the slowest speed to the fastest speed, there is only a difference of 0.62 miles per second. Taken over a 3-month period, that's nothing. Or is it? The fastest speed is 67,752 miles an hour. The slowest speed is 65,520 miles an hour, giving a difference of 2,232 miles an hour. So, over a time period of 3 months, we have either sped up or slowed down over 2,000 miles an hour. Now divide that into the amount of days from top speed to slowest speed, and we come up with the result that we are either accelerating or decelerating at 74.4 miles an hour every day. I'm pretty sure that Adam over at the Level Earth Observer channel would not like to be operating his 250-foot high tower crane whilst the Earth below him slows down by 70 odd miles an hour per day. By the way, head over to his channel if you want to experience some real truth bombs. That's just the speed aspect of this conundrum. We're also allegedly tilting, spinning, following the sun, rotating around the galaxy, whizzing towards the Great Attractor and expanding outwards intact with the universe. That is one hell of a lot of motion going on. Go outside, sit on the grass and try and feel any movement. You can't. Neither can I, and I've never met anybody that can. If you still think we're hurtling through space at breakneck speeds in 5 different directions, I don't think I can help you. Spacebusters, the channel that makes you think for yourselves.
Oh, that's cool. Finally, someone that broke it down in where we can understand the speeds, because I've been using that argument since 2015, but I never actually broke down the speeds. It just made sense to me that,
Yeah,
even if it's insignificant in a span of time, if something speeds up, you should feel some type of motion in anything, like some way. That always made sense to me.
That's 3 miles an hour, taking that one vector into consideration. But we have to also know that there's, according to their narrative, that there's other vectors to take into consideration as well. And being that each one of those additional vectors beyond the revolutionary one, that each one of those is exponentially faster. So if that vector is only 3 miles per hour every single hour of every day, then how much more so are the other ones?
Right? Like going down the Great Attractor, that one must be more significantly.
Like you wouldn't feel that walking around? Of course you would. Are you kidding me? Or on a bicycle or anything like that? Think about it.
Allow me to give the official Glover response to that video. Gravity takes care of all that. Y'all continue.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Exactly. I like that though. We're all gonna die.
It's more about the other vectors, in my opinion, because I love to scrutinize numbers and stuff. So that original number that he said, 76 miles per day, 76 miles per hour per day. Is that what it was? I'm just double checking here.
74, 76, yeah, close to that.
Yeah, I think it says 74, 76.
74.
Okay, so 74. So 74 miles divided by 24 hours, that's 3.08 miles
08,
per
right.
hour divided by 60 minutes. In that hour, that's 1/20th of a mile per hour per minute. And then divide,
Yeah.
and then per second, what you have is 0.0000085648 miles per hour per second. So that starts to sound really tiny on a per second level, because how do we perceive time from moment to moment? Whatever. However, it's really discouraging. Well, no, it isn't.
Well, what's 1,000 miles an hour? If you break that down that way, it looks tiny too. But 1,000 miles an hour is fast.
Correct.
Yeah,
but
because
my point
it has to get to distance. At some point you have to get to, okay, but that's a distance in in miles. So think about having to go against something where the distance in miles is increasing more difficult for you to overcome.
I didn't mean for that to happen, Gospel. I was confused and trying to get.
I'm not trying to complicate matters here. I'm not trying to debunk anything. What I'm actually trying to do is to clarify that when you take into account the other vectors that they claim, such as the motion of the solar system at 1.7 million miles an hour, for instance, is in a different vector.
Yeah.
And then you have the galactical trajectory that's in its own vector. And so it's solar system, and then quadrant has its vector, and then galactical has its quadrant, and then the cluster has its quadrant, and then the supercluster has its vector. That's up to 5 additional vectors besides the one. This is after the revolutionary vector of the ellipsis, right? That's 5 additional vectors after that. And each one of those is exponentially faster than the what was 67,000, 66, 666, whatever it is, 67,000 mile, but it only gets faster and faster and faster exponentially. So as you increase higher up in the order of vectors, according to the heliocentric models fairy tale that they have contrived. And once you start adding those up, you're getting into multiple thousands of miles per hour per second, right? I know that I'm blending order of time by saying miles per hour per second. That's a stupid way to put it.
But you're right. Why don't we feel the galactic movements that are way faster? The expansion of the universe is supposed to be in one direction, right?
I think
but
that
we're
what I just
whipping
did,
around that pathway in all funky directions. There's no way to not be affected by those forces, right?
So I made a slight mistake in regards to these numbers. 3 miles per hour is all you need to know, because we're referring to an hour. And when you break it down to the minute and the second, that's actually not numbers that people are aware of, because that's a different time scale. We're aware of miles per hour and not. So I overcomplicated. I apologize to anybody that just listened for the last 5 minutes. All of the other stuff I said about the higher orders and vectors and stuff is relevant, in that it only gets worse according to their fairy tale. All that's accurate, but you can stop at 3 miles per hour because that's a constant that they're claiming. So I apologize for any of the other per minute per second stuff. That was unnecessary.
Sorry, just to clarify, what's moving at 3 miles an hour?
So the revolutionary speed, according to the heliocentric model, 3 miles per hour is the constant increase and or decrease of speed according to the perihelion or aphelion movements of the ellipsis. Is that clear enough or no?
It comes up to 274 feet per second. And that's just one trajectory. Yeah.
You're talking about 3 miles an hour?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still breaking that
I'm
down.
certain.
Definitely. Think of, you're not going to feel 270 feet of distance actually that you have to overcome.
Suddenly,
or
over a second, you have to overcome that in 1 second.
Yeah. Think of that. That's
Yeah.
outrageous.
And here's the important thing, just to re-clarify here, we're not talking about constant speed. We are referring to acceleration according to their model.
To the difference in speed. Yeah.
Difference in speed. That's a difference in speed change. Therefore, acceleration and deceleration. So that is
let's
why
say,
it's relevant.
Yeah. So let's say I'm riding my bicycle along at 5 miles an hour, you know. All of a sudden, I'm going to have to negotiate a difference in 270 some odd feet of distance in a matter of a second.
Correct.
That puts it into perspective.
Yeah, and that means that going with the direction versus going against the direction of the vector should be noticeably different.
Oh my God. Insurmountably different.
I mean, imagine the Olympics when you factor that stuff in. The Olympics on the globe would be pretty special. They'd have to really think about which way they were going to orient the track.
Or when they're going to start events because they don't want to be going against the motion of the earth. They want to be going with it. It just becomes impossible.
This information would be everywhere. I mean, every single human being would probably have a reference where all of this would be clearly stated as to exactly what you need to do to overcome these things. Because if it was real, it would literally, be everywhere. It would be.
Oh, it's real.
It would be all your engineering specs, your technical specs for mechanical devices rolling over said spherical.
Some people believe it's always Israel.
It's always is.
It always is real. Yes.
You're funny. It always is real.
Some people believe that. I didn't say all people.
The real always is.
I believe it is real for sure.
Gospel, did you just say that?
I say stuff. You know this.
You didn't get me. Israel, did you just say that, Jew?
Oh my God.
Easy. Whoa, easy now. Come on.
That concrete that guy is falling on is real.
Whoa.
Speaking of concrete, has anybody ever had a conversation with a glober that proclaims that water is harder than concrete?
Oh
that
my
exists.
gosh.
It exists.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, they invoke speed to say it makes the water harder than concrete.
They say that because water is non-compressible, therefore it is harder than concrete. And the reason I bring this up is I want you to take a walk in somebody else's shoes for a moment and wrap your mind about what that means for that person, how they perceive the world, and how they reshape reality in their own imagination by basically a form of word magic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They talk about a fact. Yeah, you can't compress water, but then they forget about water displacement in the same thought. So
Hashtag fallacy of misplaced concreteness, also known as the reification fallacy. It's where you take the words water is non-compressible and you equivocate non-compressible with, well, this is compressible, therefore, okay, so you're equating non-compressible with hardness, and there's your fallacy.
And different states of matter with each other. You're convoluting the two.
Sure.
I'm telling you, Western education systems are by design to confuse us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, just look at the legal system.
Totally agreed.
They have a different language, bro. It's a different language.
True. Different definition of words, more accurately.
You just had to say, huh, Gospel?
I'm that guy.
That GIF
I'm
in the
just
live
playing, man.
chat would be you every time you tried to take a step on that moving Earth. That's what you would be doing to yourself because the forces would be going everywhere. It would be.
That's how Michael Jackson did the moonwalk.
There you go.
Oh, gee, he was
You'd
harnessing
feel
that.
earthquakes or something.
Yeah, but you don't
they
feel
just-
earthquakes moving 270 feet a second. Think about how that could affect one single step you take.
Yeah. Yeah. 100 yards. Boom. You're gone.
Yeah, you're gone. Like broken legs.
What's the G-force there? I'm not a fucking physicist, so I'm not going to look up the equation, but I'm sure it's measurable.
Yeah, they've done the equations in this whole aphelion parhelion equation and figuring out what the difference of acceleration would be. They've done that in G's, and the fact is we have instrumentation that's easily capable of perceiving or reading
enough.
that change, and it's
Let me guess.
never been
No detection.
detected.
Yeah.
No
Amazingly.
detection.
Yeah. Story sounds good though, everybody.
Yeah, and especially at the moment in time that you're adjusting from acceleration to deceleration, that would be the most noticeable moment of all. Because you're going from 3 miles an hour to negative 3 miles an hour.
Yeah, so think of standing
speak.
on a field 270 feet, and it being jerked forward or backward in a second.
What would it feel like if the ground suddenly rose beneath you at that speed? You wouldn't feel that?
Oh my
Or if
God.
it dropped away from underneath your feet? Why aren't
You're
we just like
crushed? Yeah. And then you add in all those other vectors, which was, I think, you were trying to get to, Gospel. So and it's much, much more than that. So isn't it true if we add up all the vectors and speeds, don't they just all add up together? Is that how that works?
No, they cancel each other out, so we can't feel it.
They can't cancel each other out, and they don't because if you try to draw it out, you're talking about you have to think three-dimensionally. You got one pointed at, gosh, I bet you if you knew Star Trek better, you'd be able to. You remember how in Star Trek they always gave headings? With two separate, they gave it two different ways, like this number and this number, and I forget the two words they used, but you can't, because you're not on a plane in that system, you're in a three-dimensional, not just 360 degrees, but 360 to the power of 2, I guess. Is that, I don't know. That's a geometry question when you're going from a circle to a sphere, but whatever the case, those arrows go in so many different directions, not just oppositional directions, but one's going up, one's going to the left, one's going diagonally over there and over the other side, and counter, there's no way.
So where would you? So listen. Where would you measure the velocity of that system? How would you measure the velocity?
Just one last thought on that. The reason they can't cancel each other out is because they're not equal. It's not just because of the directions. It's because each vector is exponentially faster than the next. So that's how it couldn't possibly cancel each other out, because they're exponentially faster according to their story. So there's no equality to the. Even if one was going forward and the other was going backward, the one going forward is going 10 trillion miles an hour and the other one's going 1 trillion. Well, it would only cancel out by 1/10. That's what I mean when I'm saying it could never possibly cancel. They couldn't make that claim because of the other claim.
They don't overlap perfectly. How can they? Right.
So just use the highest speed then and just take that one and break that down.
You could, which would be at the very least the galactical. But there's other ones. Like I said, there's the cluster and the supercluster.
Yeah, we'll leave the cluster and supercluster out for now. But so what would you say? Go with 1.5 million miles?
Well,
per
see,
hour?
that's only the solar system level.
I know.
Oh yeah, 1.7, I believe.
Okay, so
Somebody
that-
asked how they measure it. They don't.
Just
That's
break
the
that
whole
down.
trick, right? They don't ever measure it. They just assume it from the speed of the sun going over our heads, and then assume a distance. You know,
What's 1.3 million miles?
The speed of the sun, right? According to their story.
yeah. They never measure any of these speeds. The only thing they measure is how long it takes for the sun to traverse a distance over the plane, and then everything is derived from that by morphing it into a ball, and then you know, it's endless. But there is no measurements of the speed, right?
Well, not actual ones. That's what I mean by story. I was meme. So they just played a clip of this guy that broke down the speed of aphelion parhelion, and that it would wind up being around 3 miles per hour in acceleration or deceleration, and how absurd the claim is, because we would be able to perceive of that, and that it was that breakdown. And I was explaining that it gets more absurd when you go into the higher vectors, according to their claim. And that's about where we are.
Well, seems logical. Well, I mean, all of their claims are derivatives of previous claims. They're not claims based on evidence.
Well, I think that those are just fabrications. I don't think that they're derivative of anything.
Oh no, I don't either, because what's the first? The first claim is just a fabrication, right? What is it? Venus, right? It's the first claim.
Yes.
It's Venus.
And to a
first
glober,
claim would be Paul, then Venus.
True.
So
to a glober, I would instantly be able to helpfully invalidate that claim for them by simply pointing out that the scientist, in quotes, make the claim that they came to these conclusions based on the apparent position of Venus, right, with certain presuppositions, and they invalidate that claim by saying that things aren't where they appear to be. Thus, it's impossible for their claim to be accurate, because they invalidate it by saying
what is the
things
rubber
aren't where they
ruler?
appear to be.
What is the rubber ruler? In fallacious terms, what is the rubber ruler called? I don't want to just call it the rubber ruler fallacy.
Not moving the goalpost, not that.
Not that. It's where you can't eliminate the variables, but still claim that you have a baseline. It's like having a rubber ruler. So it's like
it's called
nothing is in its
retrograde
definition.
mongoloid.
Retrograde mongoloid. I'm going to go with troglodyte at this point, although troglodytes are probably more intelligent.
Can you think of any other synonyms? Because I have a list, a master list of logical fallacies up on speed dial here.
Tell you what, if you just, can you do a search on your list for rubber ruler fallacy? Maybe I can just Google it. Let's see what the keeper of all information tells me. Rubber ruler fallacy. Oddly enough, it sends me to the historian's fallacy.
Huh.
Let's see what that says.
I see that too. Hearts and minds fallacy.
Oh, I guess.
My YouTube pushed that Howard Stern thing today too. Did anybody else have that pop up on their screen for no reason?
Correlational fallacy, possibly. Let me double check though.
I'm almost going to have to go with Ludic, because it's not quite the it's somewhere between Ludic and what is it, the what do you call it? I just woke up from a nap, and so did she. You can hear her crying. So let me think. Reification, somewhere between Ludic and reification, where you have a bunch of variables.
Ooh.
And you're using moving variables to measure other moving variables, if you get what I mean. So in a ludic fallacy, that's part of the ludic fallacy, is that you're using unknown variables to measure unknown variables, and so you have nothing.
Post hoc argument.
It could be post hoc. It could be post hoc.
The classic paranoid fallacy of attributing an imaginary causality to random coincidences, concluding that just because something happens close to, maybe not, at the same time as, or just after something else, the first thing is caused by the second.
Okay, that might be close to it, but
Not
I don't
quite.
think we're dealing with logic so much as we're dealing with material conclusions. As literally, if I had a rubber ruler.
Yeah.
Like we're dealing with things, right? That we think are things, but we don't have a way to measure them. And so we've guessed, and we've used the guess to create a framework. Oh, it's a reification.
Yeah.
Rubber ruler is a reification fallacy, isn't it? Because it's a guess through a framework. Sounds right? Anyone else disagree? Does that sound right to you, Go?
It makes sense.
It does fit. Oh, it's getting mad today.
Well, it's clearly a logical fallacy to try to use an unknown variable to quantify another unknown variable, but I don't know what its name is.
It's reification, because you've created a framework based on an assumption that you can't validate, and then you're measuring things through the assumed framework, which is the model. See, all their measurements are based on a model of measurements, right? A model of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
That's the rubber ruler. So the rubber ruler fallacy is really a reification fallacy, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say so.
They're very close. Kind of like how some people, sometimes a red herring and a straw man can be fairly close.
Could be similar, yeah. They're very similar. Whereas one is just trying to throw you off the trail, the other one is trying to make you adopt a bad argument or present your argument in a bad way. A bad faith representation of your argument. Because to be fallacious, I think it has to be intentional, because sometimes someone can just misunderstand your argument and present it wrongly. And in that case, it's just incorrect, not necessarily fallacious, right? I think fallacious means there's an intent behind it to be fallacious. I would.
Hey, Mean. Since
Hey,
you
what's
guys
up?
are talking about logical fallacies, is it okay if I ask a question?
No.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Well, technically 2 questions, because that was my first one.
Technically 3, because you just asked another one. Go ahead.
See, now we're on 4th.
Love you guys. But so I was debating someone, and obviously, like, this is something that they say a lot, but they'll say like cherry picking or whatever. So my question is, what's the difference between a Texas sharpshooter and cherry picking? Because when I look them up, they seem very similar.
They're similar, but they're not. It's not quite. Because cherry picking. Oh no, I haven't gone over this in so long.
Sorry.
Well,
I posted
cherry
that link.
picking is when you exclude the main, like, the thing that proves your point. That proves against your point. Like, let's say I'm arguing like I don't know, like I can't even think of an example, but like what cherry picking is like when you exclude the point that disproves your point out of that whatever it is you're debating. That's
And I can
cherry
finish your sentence, Jose. The sharpshooter is when you include the only point that does support you.
Oh.
Yeah. But cherry picking is collecting all the best things from a source material to support your claim, while neglecting any of the rotten fruit, quote unquote, that it would potentially disqualify your claim.
So,
thus, the main technique that people usually use when arguing things in historic text, especially the Bible.
So they're both omission, just in a different way.
They're both very much part of the same plant, the same tree of fallacy.
Another thing, and it's just because like you guys are experts and I don't really get too much of a chance to really talk to you guys in voice, so I'm sorry. But is post hoc always is like post hoc and non sequitur? They're also kind of similar.
Post hoc means after the fact. So,
yeah.
and which means but non sequitur actually means it does not follow. So if I said, non sequitur could be you've made a correlation that makes no sense or that has no relationship to the thing you've correlated it with. Like Hitler drank water. Everyone who drinks water is a Nazi.
Got it.
That's a non sequitur. Yeah.
That's a non sequitur. Yes. But what was the other one? Post hoc. You would be like Gospel. Can you think of a good post hoc?
I posted the example earlier. So it says post hoc ergo proper or propter hoc. Hold on. Here it is. AIDS first emerged as an epidemic back in the very same era when disco music was becoming popular. That's too much of a coincidence. It proves that disco caused AIDS. So that is a post hoc argument.
You know what's scary about that is that is
did cause
closer
AIDS.
to the truth than what they tell you,
know, right?
because it was the parties at those discos that caused what they call it.
Well, so I guess this is where my confusion lies. Notice how both examples talked about like causation. Is there some cases where, sorry about my dog, is there cases where a post hoc can also be a non sequitur? Because I feel like the line gets kind of fuzzy there.
Yes. Yeah,
Well,
they can overlap.
Yeah, but the difference is non sequiturs means unrelated, right? Does not follow means unrelated. I mean, so can post hoc, but more often post hoc would be related to the final sentence there. Correlation does not equal causation, where, yeah, all post hocs are probably also non sequiturs, but it's more so that it can be related. See, non sequitur means it's not related at all. Post hocs can be related, but that doesn't mean they're the cause. And that's the distinction, as far as I see it.
So would a post hoc be like people who eat ice cream, or when people eat ice cream they get aggressive, or would that be a non sequitur when in reality people get aggressive with the heat, or would it be neither?
That could be correlation does not equal causation. Yeah.
I thought
Could
that's
be.
what post
That
hoc
would be a
was.
non sequitur. That would be a non sequitur. You could say
Both and.
Everyone who eats ice cream is going to get fat.
Yeah, but that's not a logical fallacy.
Well,
is it?
It actually is, because I eat tons of ice cream.
When you use the word everyone, that's when it becomes a logical fallacy.
It's a logical fallacy.
Okay.
So
I could say some people who eat ice cream may become fat. None of that's logical fallacy, because there's no certainty in any of it. When I certainly say everyone who eats ice cream becomes fat because some people who eat ice cream become fat, I think that would be loosely an ad hoc that is also a non sequitur. Maybe. I could be wrong. But that's kind of like that gray area there. Because I know lots of bodybuilders who eat ice cream, tons of it.
Yeah.
But I know lots of fat people who eat ice cream.
What's really interesting about logical fallacies, see, is you have to understand this. Sometimes someone could be spouting the biggest bullshit and it's a lie, but if they formally say something where it's formal, even though it's wrong, it doesn't mean it's a logical fallacy, if you know what I mean. Like, it's the way they phrase the words that makes it a logical fallacy.
Politicians are experts at attempting to not do logical fallacies by going down the middle ground and being vague and stuff.
Yeah, there's no absolutism in their speech usually.
Yeah.
That reminds me of a political comic I saw when I was in high school government class that the teacher showed us. And I don't know if anyone will be able to find it or know what I'm talking about, but basically what it was like there was like a guy with two heads, and the necks were twisted around each other, and he was pointing to both sides with completely different protest signs, and it said "Vote for me" on a podium. Does it?
That's a good representation of what you're doing now, though, right? Because you when you vote left or right, it's just two heads of the same twisted fucking monster.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not about left or right. Do you choose the secular world or the spiritual world?
I meant specifically in that
No,
the
I know.
voting text, but
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, because ultimately, in the secular world, you've got to choose between either the monarch or the secular world, and neither of them represent God. So, in my opinion, it's a false choice, no matter who. Like beyond the whole left and right thing. Like beyond the entire like third party, beyond all of it. Like on a very basic spiritual level, participation in the political spectrum to me is selling your soul. Because you're not made to change the world, and you can't. That's just my take, though. That's my opinion. You can do what you want. I'm not telling you what to do. Did I kill the chat?
No.
I'm here.
That wasn't profound at all. I didn't think. Good.
I was reading the chat.
Yeah, me too. Trying to do more study on logical fallacies.
Me three. I see you guys as an expert when it comes to this. Obviously, debate's not my forte. I'm more of like a organizer. But I want to be, because even though I'm an organizer, I guess I wouldn't really call it a talent, but I think it's important to know debate stuff, especially because I sort of manage precious metals, and that happens a lot. So I'm trying to learn more about it.
If you really want to brush up on it in a way that is structured and like formal, get every William Lane Craig video and watch them.
Every what video? I'm sorry.
William Lane Craig. Now, I'm not an evangelical. I don't agree with a lot of what William Lane Craig says. And he even says your argument isn't necessarily right or wrong based on the argument. It's how you use logic, right? And so he knows how to use logic and logical fallacies and all this thing. Very good at it. I would recommend all of his videos. He's very, very, very good at it.
I can also send him the Star Trek playlist I have of logical fallacies. Have you seen those?
I don't believe I have.
Oh my god, dude.
Are you talking about Spock?
Yeah, yes.
They're awesome.
They're literally a playlist of logical fallacies. All the logical fallacies, they're all under like 2 minutes. And he gives you an example. It's hilarious, and it's pretty funny to watch.
God, Indio told me about those like 4 years ago.
Me too. That's when I downloaded them.
Yeah, they're awesome. I'm sorry, that is incorrect.
I would absolutely appreciate that resource. I will definitely look into it. I know the black and white definitions of logical fallacies. I've seen examples, but I think it's different to know something by definition and also like by practice, and it gets kind of confusing when comparing the logical fallacies to each other, if that makes sense.
I posted the playlist. 31 videos.
Logic lessons with Mr. Spock. Okay, I'll definitely bookmark this. Thank you so much, by the way.
Right. I took it on too.
We can always play those Dr. Spock logic lessons. They're pretty great. If anybody ever wants one, just
Hey,
Dr. Spock or Mr. Spock?
Go ahead and play the first one. Go ahead and play the first one and start a conversation on it.
let me find the first one here.
Mr.
Dr.
Spock,
Spock
not
was,
Dr.
yeah,
Spock.
yeah.
Mr. Spock. Dr. Spock's the guy who said everything I said in the 60s is wrong about kids.
Okay, I'm finding the first one. Here it is. Okay. Up to the groovy.
I'm pretty sure the first one is out of populum fallacy, if I recall. Or yeah.
I was just gonna say I've been looking for something to listen to, so thank you for this.
Here we go. I'll play the first one.
Is that populum aim appeal to majority?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Understood.
Where do you think the captain is going to put in for shore leave? It'll be Wrigley's Pleasure Planet. What makes you think that? I don't think. I know. Because everyone on deck 6 and 7 thinks so. They can't all be wrong, can they? Well, I don't know. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad populum, also known as appeal to the majority. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Your argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion on the grounds that all or most people think or believe it is true. The main problem with arguments using this fallacy is the fact that many people agreeing on something does not prove what they all agree on is true. Belief is not proof, even if many people believe. You use this fallacy with your statement that we are going to spend shore leave on Wrigley's Pleasure Planet because everyone on deck 6 and 7 believed that we were. Thank you, Mr. Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad populum, the appeal to the majority. It's only logical.
Another good example for this one, I'm sure you guys have all heard it, right? 97% of scientists believe in climate change, right? Is real.
Yeah.
And you hear people saying 97% of climate change is real because 97% of scientists agree on it. There you go.
Mongoloids all.
Mongoloids.
All the limp-wristed science lovers who come in here, I always just ask them, well, 99% of Germans thought that the Jews should have put in camps. So what do you think about that? Well, that's invalid, though. Why? A lot of people thought it, huh? But they're dum-dums. That's why I think people are just inherently dishonest. I think people actually intuitively understand like how on an instinctive level that logical fallacies are a real thing. And they use them when they're being dishonest. I
agree with you.
And I'll tell you why.
I'll tell you why. I used to do that. So I know you're speaking from truth because I used to knew that even though I didn't know what the fallacy was, or I just know what I was saying. The way it said it was gonna be bullshit, but it sounded believable. So I used to say a lot of shit like that when I was yeah. So I know.
That's the thing. You know you were about to bully somebody. That's the thing. You were gonna try and bully someone with a bad argument.
Well, they taught us to do that when they taught us to debate when we were in first or second grade, when we did our first debates. They told us that it doesn't matter. This isn't a matter of right or wrong. This is about persuading people. And that's how we do our arguing now. It's through persuasion, not through the secret.
Well, good persuasion, you can tell somebody the truth no matter how bad it is and still get a job, which I've done.
How about this? How about people that purposefully will go to a logical fallacy just to not agree with a flat earther?
Yeah, that's
That's
what I
what I'm
mean.
speaking on. Yeah.
Yeah.
They just will. They're willing to use logical fallacies as long they know that they're doing it as long as it's so that they can win, because it doesn't matter if it's truth or not. They need to win the
Yeah.
argument.
It's because people are inherently wicked, not because people are inherently good. And I'm not misanthropic, and I don't hate humanity. I accept humanity for what it is. And it is inherently bad. It's not inherently good. I don't know what fantasy world people live on when they think humanity's good, man. Deep inside, it's good. Those people are living in a
Well, I've
in a
looked at
simulated
newborn
reality.
babies. I've looked at newborn babies and said that, so that's where it comes from in me. Is
But you know
that
what?
not that baby is not inherently evil. It becomes evil over time due to the
But you
influence
know
of
what? But you know what? No one teaches anybody's kids how to lie, how to steal, but they all do it.
No, that's not true. They absolutely do. They see their parents doing it. They see the people around them doing it. You don't have to give them a formal lesson to teach them something.
I don't know, man. My parents didn't do anything like that. And I stole a little car out of a store because I was like, I can take this.
Did you go to did you only interact with your parents your entire childhood? No, you had other
Yeah, pretty
influences,
much.
right?
No, I was like 5 years old.
So you had no friends, you
No,
had
what
no
I'm saying is,
television.
children are not perfect. Children have a human spirit, and the human spirit gravitates towards bad. They don't know what is bad at first, but it gravitates towards bad. They're not born bad, but they are born. And like when the Bible says you're born in sin, sin actually is a physical condition. It means to deviate from true, right?
Sin
So you
doesn't
have
mean
no
evil, though.
intent.
That's what I'm talking.
No, I mean wicked. Wicked actually isn't evil either. Wicked means sinful. Wicked means twisted. It means perverse. It means changed. It means deviated from true. Deviant, degenerate. So you have evil, which is like devilish, right? But wickedness is kind of like just modern degeneracy. It's not necessarily malevolent, right? I'm just talking about the human condition. The human condition gravitates towards bad.
I think I would agree that the human condition, quote unquote, when you say the human condition, you're talking about society as a whole, not an individual. I don't think that there is no test for the individual because it doesn't exist in nature by itself. So we have to do it in aggregate, right?
I don't know about that. I think that would be a good conversation to have one day. But I would just say
You're not. I don't think you're immune to any influence. That's what I'm saying. I think
I don't think
influence is
you're immune to any
everywhere.
influence either. I definitely agree with that. And I'm not saying that children are born evil, but they're born with like the Indians say, with the two wolves inside of them. You know, human duality. It's there. It's in everybody. But it was like the perfect human spirit that had control over all those things.
Did you ever believe in Santa Claus?
No, never. Not in my entire life.
Tooth Fairy, Easter Bunny, any of that?
No, all of those things were pagan to me growing up.
Well, that's because your parents did a good job of allowing you to not be fooled by a lie like that as a kid, just to later be told, by the way, I lied to you for all those years.
Yeah, see, that's another problem too, is there's a lot of that going on. You know, the entire Western world conspired to lie to their children. And like collectively.
But it's just good fun.
Yeah. Well, that's what everyone tells themselves. Because it was done to them, and they suffer with the trauma, and so they justify it when they do it to their kids. So it's generational child abuse. Oh, my parents did it to me, and it helped me grow up and leave behind a lot of childish things. Like what? Like belief in anything higher than me, good job. So, because it
I
damages children.
specifically remember the day that I lost all trust in my parents, and that was the day I found out Santa Claus wasn't real. When I caught him putting the presents under the tree, I was like, "Holy shit!
What do
My
you-
parents have lied to me."
I'll be honest with you. I have like a really rebellious streak in me. I'm almost jealous of kids that got to go through that, because I never got to go through that. They never lied to me about anything ever.
You're better
There's
off,
always-
trust me.
Oh, I know I am. But like waking up to like the flat Earth and stuff. I think maybe that's why people hold on to like their beliefs so hard. Is for things like that, is being lied to growing up, and they're just holding on as tight as they can to the things they know aren't true. Everybody knows it's not true, or at least at the very least, everyone knows the belief. Everybody. It's good fun. And to be fair, the people telling them the story aren't exactly lying to them. They're just inviting them to partake. NASA doesn't lie. They put it right on their website that this isn't real. They put it right on the website that it's not real. That these are images, that these are CGI. Right on the website, they put it there. Still believe it. Because they want to believe it. I think once you reach a certain age, you make a heart choice. Or maybe you were fated to make that choice. I don't know at this point. But there's just a lot of people are just empty vessels that were only ever going to be deceived, and that's all they're good for. And that's just how life is. And the ones who do wake up, nothing woke them up. It's like they were already awake their whole lives. It's just the switch turned at some point, and the inevitable eventually happened. It's like they realized they were awake. That's how it was for me anyway. That's how it was for a lot of people I know. They always knew. Looking back as far as they could, something was wrong. And they always knew something was wrong. And it wasn't any particular thing. It was just they knew something was up. Couldn't put their finger on it. Know exactly what it was. But there's people who are never going to wake up and who are just going to accept what's told because that's what they are. But the people who are going to wake up, they're already awake. It's like, it's inevitable. Nothing will stop them from waking up. A bad flat earther will not stop someone from waking up. It won't.
What's amazing about that meme is that how we don't lose people. We just gain people.
Yeah.
We're in that state where like we're not. It's not like we're losing people. We're just gaining people. It's close, but
How many people do you know that have quote unquote gone back? 4?
Only fake flat earthers, the ones that were like when they came in here, they never really talked about flat Earth. They just took the kind of title, yeah, like 4.
Or grifters. Grifters who were looking for money either way. They were looking for money from either side. I remember this one time, there was this atheist I was arguing with, and he had claimed he was an ex-pastor. I was a pastor for 20 years. And he was mad. So I asked him a very basic theological question. I said, just a quick question, don't Google it. What did the curtain represent in the temple? Dude couldn't answer me. He's lying. You're an atheist and you were a pastor for 20 years? Okay, so you're a liar. And everybody now sees that you're a liar.
It's really funny. I mean, I just had a conversation with these people a while back. I was saying how flat earthers are going to outbreed globe earthers.
Yeah. Oh, that's have you met a globe earther? I'm sorry, have you met an anti-flat earther? Because that's who we're talking about. Because everyone's a globe earther, but they're not really strong in it. They don't have a strong faith, let's just say. Jesus. Somebody's mad.
I'm just sitting and relaxing and enjoying this admin party we have.
Well, I know me, Jose, and India want to have an admin night one night.
Oh no, it's
where we get all the old school trolls back on.
It's the
You want me to
reverse.
ping You want me to ping Goldfish or what's his name? Negator?
Jesus.
Do you remember? Hey, remember that argument he said that why if perspective is a
The
thing,
balloon?
why is
The balloon?
a balloon? Yes, the balloon.
I
Why
have
when
to
I let go of a balloon,
I
it
have to
doesn't get
admit,
cut off from the bottom up.
he shut both of us up, I have to admit. If the balloon is going out of sight, why is it disappearing from the bottom up? Okay, Negator, I admit, you got me. Your argument is so stupid, I don't have a rebuttal. It was the dumbest argument I've ever heard, I think, for anything in my life.
And what's really funny is that he owned it. He never denied that he said that. Like, remember how we would confront him a bunch of times on the live stream, like other people would confront him?
Yeah. QE
He never
confronted him
disowned
about
it.
Because I detailed the whole thing to QE. QE then brought it out like on one of his clips, and he's like confronted Negator about it and everything.
Honestly, I think you guys should really do it. It's if you did it on Sunday, we would have a back-to-back weekend of programs.
No one would come on.
Oh, maybe
I'm gonna be honest with you, yeah, no one would come on.
Maybe Saturday after Precious Metals then?
No, I'm saying if me, Jose, and Indio are in the chat, no one's gonna come on.
I would listen.
No, yeah, Flat Earthers will come on.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Am I right, Jose? Am I wrong?
No, you're pretty much right.
It's not these
maybe
guys.
newbie.
Make covert accounts then.
I have a covert account and I spy all the
Hide
time.
in the weed.
Folks don't know it. I'm doing my admin job from another account.
It's a really good program idea though. It's unfortunate because you have a good point. Like I never thought of that. Because like I would listen to that program all the time.
Sometimes you'll see someone arguing in chat, and me, Indio, or Jose will pop in, and 3 Globers will leave the chat immediately. So.
Hey, Meme, does your covert account, is it under a Globe Earther, on the fence? What is it under?
It's on the fence. It's an on the fence account.
Mine's a VC verified.
VC verified. It's a good way to get banned, though. Someone did. I was about a year ago. I was sitting in the voice, just listening in, and somebody called, said, "So who are you?" I'm like, "I'm just listening in." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Dude, I trolled a bunch of people with my fake account when I first made it. I was like pretending to be a Globe Earther, and I was debating all the Flat Earthers. They're so pissed, and I think this was back when Human Sheeple was around. He banned me like 3 times. I wasn't even talking to him, but he was the one that was like observing, I guess.
You shall now be banned. Goodbye. I will take over the server. Oh, back in the day, back when Globers were more brave, like the IRA, I just loved going out to get slaughtered.
That sounds more like Panto to me.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, the early days were we're totally different. They're totally different than what everyone experiences today. Just,
Yeah, you guys are lucky. You guys don't
Man.
have to wake up to 50 pictures of a black dick in Bernie's mouth.
or furry porn. Massive amounts of furry porn DMs to you, or spammed in the chat.
Back when ODD, because like I was never in the server, but I was like a huge ODD fan. Wasn't it like they have like you would have like YouTube live streams and it'd be like a podcast and like you'd have to like try, it would be really difficult to like get on there because there's like a lot of vetting and like troll protection. Like was
on rare occasion he would have his podcast. I don't know why he didn't do that. He should have done that more often.
I remember watching one of them and it was like really good. I think I was back in high school.
No, you know what was really fun was his chat parties. They're literally, he called them chat parties, but they were chat raids. He did like 3 of them. And what we would do is he would pick like a random live streamer. Like sometimes they were gamers, sometimes they were like kind of sell something, a little like advertising or whatever. And we'd go on their live stream and imagine ODD's channel back then had 120,000 subscribers when we were doing this. Imagine like that much people just jumping on someone's live stream, spamming the earth is flat. Like those shit were so fun. And in some cases, there was this gamer that actually said, dude, I want to find out who this guy is. Like who caused this raid? Like he's like, send me a link. I want to talk to you. And we actually had a conversation. ODD actually had a conversation with the guy he was raiding, and he brought flat earth to the guy, and he thought it was so interesting. And I don't know, I thought it was a pretty fun experience, you know, back in 2016.
Should have seen when Asmongold did his poll in the chat room. That's it. I'm doing a poll. Did a poll. Is the Earth flat? And like over 50% said yes.
Yeah, his face was priceless.
2016
Yeah, his
was
face was priceless.
2016 was honestly like the golden age. Like I obviously I wasn't in the Discords. I was really shy back then. But like,
I can't believe how long it's been.
there was no YouTube censorship and we got a new president. Like it was crazy. That was 5 years ago.
Man.
That's 25% of my life.
It's been so long that I'm 2015, January 2015. But it's so funny, dude, because I've been saying I've been at Flag for 5 years for like the last year. I'm like, I just realized it's like 6 years now.
Years for us, yeah. Like you, me, and India, we're in the 6 years now, aren't we?
Yeah, roughly 6 years.
Lord. Yeah, it's not roughly. That's 6 years. January, February, March or April of this year would have been 6 for me.
The only reason I know how to keep track of mine is because I remember when I woke up to like the first thing that even brought me close to Flat Earth was The Principle, and I remember watching that in around November close to December 2014. That's when it had just came out, and it was all over YouTube. That's why I got it as a, you know how YouTube says you might want to watch this or whatever, like I'll post like a video that thinks you might be interested. And I used to watch a bunch of space shit. Yeah, I used to watch a bunch of space shit, so I guess it sent me that one, and I saw The Principle. And in December, like the beginning of December, I remember I was
Give
like,
us more deets. Give us more deets on that. Like, so okay, you're Jose, not the flat earther. You're watching all your space shit, and then you come across The Principle. Like, what in The Principle? Because I've never watched it. So what about that video?
oh, dude, The Principle changed me into, The Principle turned me into a globe Earth geocentrist right out the bat. Because I always felt like as soon as like, here's the thing. In my heart, I always felt like I was a geocentrist, but I never thought of it like that. But like once I heard what a geocentrist was, I'm like, dude, that's how I feel. Like I feel like I've never felt the Earth spin. I feel like everything is revolving around me. So I became a geocentrist globe Earther in December. And then when I was looking up more geocentric models on YouTube, Flat Earth kept popping up, and I was like, oh, I might as well look into this because this would probably be funny or interesting. And the first video I fucking watched was a history of Flat Earth by Eric Dubay. That shit made me fucking go nuts, bro. I was like, oh, what the fuck?
Jose, do you remember how long I've been a geocentrist?
How long what?
Do you remember how long I've been a geocentrist?
Since 2012, I think you said, if I recall.
For geocentrism, 2004.
Oh, there you go. I knew it was something very far off. I remember you told me that a long time. I just couldn't remember the date.
And then 2012, there was some other shift I had. It was 2004 was actually my first major shift. 2003,
Let me catch up, meme. I remember now. I remember you got into Electric Universe model in 2012, I think, right?
Yeah, like
Is that it?
really adopted it in 2012 and started getting into like the mechanics of it. Yeah, because I got a lot of interest in it in 2004, and it made sense in the geocentric side because it wasn't the principle, but it was some like prior stuff that would lead up to the principle that had been published in like the late 90s that I was reading in 2004. And some of the Thunderbolts guys were involved in looking at that material that involved like ancient mythology and stuff. And that's actually like where all my geocentrism came from. So I went from geocentric to electric, then to flat in 2015, late 2015.
Yeah, for me it was December by around Christmas time. I was already like, I didn't consider myself a flat earther, but I was like into the point where I was like, I couldn't get enough research of flat earth because I was like so infatuated by it. I remember like the first video I saw was Eric Dubé, History of Flat Earth, and then back in those days the algorithm would send you to more flat earth videos, right? So I saw that one. I saw all of Jeranism. I saw all of who else was on Tomix? I don't know if you guys remember Tomix.
I remember.
What is that?
It's more.
Marvis. Mute your mic.
Morvis. Mute your mic, Morvis.
Bam! He got battle modded.
My first video was I had Rob Skiba in a playlist for something else, and it was the Joshua Nowicki Rob Skiba video. That was the one, and that was I want to say October, November 2015. That was the one that was like that I saw it. I was like, that's it. 2 minutes. I say a good 2 hours is like a 2-minute paradigm shift for me, where I realized the math doesn't work. This is it. The math doesn't work. That's what it is. It doesn't matter what I think if the math doesn't work. That was it. Just that 2-minute revelation. The moment I saw the picture, I'm like, okay, where's he going with this? I'm like, oh boy. Because I got exposed to it probably 10 months before that. And I was like, I'm not going to watch any of these videos on the off chance that they could be true. That's actually what I told myself. I'm like, look, I'm already out there with my geocentrism and my electricity. So I'm not going to watch these flat earth videos because on the off chance that they're true, that's just a little too much for me right now. So I avoided it. And then I just watched one and that was it. Like, well, the math doesn't work. That's it.
I avoided it for a really long time.
I think we needed that catalyst. I mean, like, but there's a bunch of us that like it didn't take too much to kind of convince us. Even though, like, for me, I didn't have cognitive dissonance or I was mad at it or anything. I was more like I don't want to be wrong, so I want to look into this and make sure before I start like feeling like this is right. I want this from every angle. But to be honest, man, all I needed was the catalyst, which just to me was that freaking video by Eric Dubé. That was like my catalyst. Once I got that, I was just going crazy, going through all the information, you know?
Well, that was the second video I saw because I think in that video, Rob Skiba recommends it. So I immediately had to look it up, found it, bam, that was it. Go ahead.
I was moderating Celebrate Truth when I found you guys. That should say it all, where I came from.
Yeah, there you go.
Creation versus scientism.
I think it didn't make me angry. I was just shocked and also very curious, but it was shocking. It was like a very big thing to me. I was only a sophomore when I figured this stuff out. And I don't know how many people know this about me, but I found it off of a Roblox game called Group Recruiting Plaza. I talked about water fluoridation. And this guy was like, yo, you're a smart kid. You want to hear some crazy shit? And I'm like, okay. And then he started sending me like ODD videos and I just laughed at him. And then he's like, no, you better watch this. And then he started saying racial slurs to me. And I'm like, whoa, okay, I'll watch like 15 minutes of it. And that's all it took. Then I started watching every
I don't
ODD
play Roblox.
video.
What are you talking about?
I watched every ODD video like sophomore year, like on the bus, the documentaries, everything. Then it turns out that guy was disgusting and probably an FM or a ZJ because he started doing some stuff I can't talk about on live stream. But anyway, yeah, that's my miniature story.
Well, he did play Roblox.
Yeah.
Hey guys, we're only 12 minutes to ladies' night, just to let everybody know.
All right, let me get all this out before I got to leave then. Before all the empowered females get on here.
It's just shocking though. Like 15 minutes is all it took, and that was the ODD documentary that like went through like the photos, changing the levels, talking about the history of how the agency was founded. Like it was really comprehensive for the first 15 minutes, and I didn't really care about the mathematics at the time. I didn't really care about religion at the time. I just wanted to know the history because I'm a history person, and that's what clicked with me.
Well, since it is almost ladies' night, do we have a bunch of ladies' jokes we can get out of the way? Like really good offensive stuff?
Oh, I got a good quote actually.
How offensive do you want to go?
I don't care.
What do you say to a chick with two black eyes?
You already told her one.
Nah, I told that bitch twice already. What do you mean?
Nothing. You told her twice already.
Yep.
Well, if you guys want to know what Meme actually thinks, he thinks we should ban all the ladies on Discord. So.
Why does a man get on his knees when he proposes to a woman?
Why?
Because he's not proposing to the woman.
What?
You're right up into who you're really making that deal with.
He's made the lady pops joke.
So this one is going to get me grilled by feminists, but it's not even really a joke. It's just kind of true and sad. So this is an old English proverb. How do you upset a man?
How?
Tell him a lie. How do you upset a woman?
Tell her the truth.
Tell her the truth.
Yeah. That's not just an English proverb.
It is about to be ladies' night, just saying.
Yeah,
That should be a Glober joke.
What do old women have between their cleavage that young women do not?
Their chin. I don't know.
Their belly button.
Damn it.
The ones with money.
I have a blonde joke.
Oh yeah, they can put a lift kit on that, right?
Yeah. What's your blonde joke?
Why was the blonde on top of the roof?
Why?
Someone said drinks were on the house.
Oh, Lord. Lord, I've even heard that one.
So does the live stream become the kitchen when we leave and it becomes ladies' night? Is that the type?
What's the first thing a blonde does when she wakes up in the morning?
Rub her eyes.
She gets in her car and goes home.
That's fucked up.
See? Jokes! I got so many of them. They're all so good and wholesome.
Hey, can I get a quick mic check real quick?
Mike's fine.
Mike,
Check
you all right?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Mike,
I'm
are
good.
you okay? Mike sounds good. Thanks for asking.
Got all my weed rolled. Got all the joints rolled for ladies' night. We're good to go.
Roll one for me while the ladies are talking. Lord. Just breathe it into the microphone. Try and get it down here to Georgia.
Another ladies' night. Man, does time ever fly?
No. Seems like it was too soon since the last one. Don't worry, I've got the ban button ready. And one night we're going to have the flower purge.
I think I lost track of a whole week or something.
No. I can never.
Hey, Elijah, you there?
Yeah.
What's this that people are telling me that you went to some Christian cult and that you joined it or something?
There's oh man, now you reminded me. I gotta look over their literature. There's this. It's called. Damn, let me look at this. Should have took another picture, but it says something about
Church of
Church
Christian Scientists. Church of Christian Scientists.
Is it Church of the CIA glow in the dark agents?
But like as I was talking to the guy, he was he didn't say anything triggering, and he was really old. So I was like, well, what you're saying is good, because the reason we have the scientific method is obviously God, because it involves knowing if someone told the truth or not. Like that's literally all it is. So
Actually,
it's like
true. That's who developed it.
Mhm.
It was a bunch of autistic Christians who wanted to know about God's creation. That's who developed the scientific method.
Mm.
So, because they didn't want to think, they wanted to know. So,
Well, let's hope they're not
And then
Globers.
eventually they got to the knowledge of the witch path. Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh.
That was a good roll. Yeah, I became a flat earther, I think 2017.
It's a good year.
Must have been 2017, because I know 2016 I was like, this is bullshit. I was into politics and all that, so I wasn't looking up space shit until my politics led me to watching Joe Rogan, and of course that was when he was still against the moon landings, and then he switched, and then he was gonna have. Well, I guess I'm getting too far ahead with the Eric Dubé thing, and then him backing out. But when Eddie Bravo, I was just watching. He was like, "There's pictures from space." I'm like, whoa, hold up. What are we talking about here? Yo, my life was over.
2017 was like the year of the best arguments started like really developing. That's like the year. So yeah, there was a lot of good stuff in 2017. We had a lot of high membership come in 2017. I remember. That's like when it started to like expand a lot, and we started getting like more people from more diverse backgrounds.
So, Sonny, tell them about that fear propaganda video that the New York University professor was in.
Yes.
So
So
people can't say it's some, mindless Trump troll who sits in his mama's basement and blah blah blah. But anyway, go
yeah,
ahead.
you guys
We
you
often
got.
deal with. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Finish.
No, I was just gonna say it's crazy because you got like you Globers or anti-flat earthers come in here with your CIA talking points, and it's like it's crazy. It's like, whose side are you on, bro? You big daddy's kid?
Yes, they are.
When did people start loving the government and trusting the government? When I was coming up, all I heard was can't trust the government. I mean, when did it turn into this?
Hey, Elijah, can you guess what percentage of the Black community has taken the jab?
Probably all of them.
Only 28%.
I don't believe.
Wow.
Matter of fact, no. At least 15% of that is on Facebook, because
Yo, I believe that, bro. When I'm in the world, yo, like the black people are way more woke. They're like, it's poison, bro. They're just trying to kill us again. Like they're way more woke.
Because believe it or not, a lot of them pass down that Tuskegee stuff and tell their kids about it.
Exactly.
So at least down here in the South.
Do the Sonny, tell them about the fear propaganda thing. The video.
Okay, yeah. So I put the link in there, and the live stream voice text. But I think really importantly, the actual CIA document is in there. So if everybody gets online with the actual wordage of the document itself that the CIA are talking about is exactly what the Globers are saying verbatim. Literally, they're saying that it's going to make it seem like the lie is so big that it couldn't possibly be true. That's verbatim out of the CIA document where they weaponized the term conspiracy theorists. So everybody needs to watch that. Because then we can say, you know what? Did you know that you're verbatim spouting out the same exact thing that is on the CIA document number blah 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 blah?
Link it.
Given the number.
Link it, bro.
Link it, bro.
I did. The video's on there, but I'll find the document.
Just beware.
Wait,
It is the CIA telling you that.
guys? Am I
It's ladies'
tripping?
night now. Yeah.
Ooh.
And on that note, it's time for me to dip.
Get it started in here.
Nice. Why don't you introduce us, Mrs. Gitsit? Are you up for it?
Okay, let's see who's in here. Hi, Dandelion.
Hi there. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Happy Friday.
Thank you.
Okay,
Ready
so
for the
we have the fabulous Miss Dandelion. We have Scarmace, aka Leluca. We have Shines.
Yo, happy Friday the 13th.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you guys hear me fine?
Yes.
Awesome. Hello.
It's been forever, girl.
Yes, good to be back.
Yes. And we have Miss Truth Prevails.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, hey. Let's see, am I missing anybody? I think that's everyone.
I think so. We Off Fates is deafened, but Off Fates is a female, but is also a glober. So if you see Off Fates become undeafened, you might want to say hello. We talked to her earlier.
Okay, cool. Does anyone have any stories they want to share before we begin?
I don't know. Do you?
That was perfect.
I plead the
I
fifth.
don't. Do you? I just got done mowing the grass, so it's pretty boring.
I need updates. That's what I need.
Right.
On your lives, everybody's lives.
Well, we need yours too, because we've not heard you much either for quite a while.
Not much changed. Same old, But what's been going on? Anything different in here?
Not much.
I think that's a good thing then.
I've barely been here, but seems like today was good. I was here earlier today. We got to talk to Jose, which was exciting because I haven't talked to him in a long time. And I see Le Jeffy has the ladies' night tag and is here. I know I've talked to this person before, but so I don't know if they could say hello. Do you remember Le Jeffy? SJEFFIE. If you're there, hello there. Jeffy. Oh, and Redford Bear. Oh, Redford Bear is not in here though. Truth Prevails is that we're finding out. You're trying
She's
to get
in
her in
VC
here.
check-in, yeah.
Okay.
But there's plenty up there.
Yeah, she's down here now. Hey.
Hi.
You're there. Hello there.
Hi. How is everybody? Happy.
Hey.
Hey, Kai. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am. Well, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm good.
Okay. What?
Oh man, I hurt. Oh, not. I don't know if anybody cares. I hurt my ankle so bad this
We
week.
care. Yes, tell us. What
Oh
happened?
yeah. So well, I was just doing something stupid that I shouldn't have been doing. I was standing on this stool that clearly I shouldn't have been standing on, but I've stood on it before and it's okay. But it kind of like fell out from under me. I don't even know how it happened. And I ended up smashing my arm on my salt lamp, which then fell into this bowl and just glass everywhere. But anyways, when I landed, off this stool, I like landed on my feet. So I don't know exactly what happened. It happened so fast, but I'm like looking around. I'm like, okay, like I can tell my leg hurts, like something's going on, but I'm like, no, there's no blood. Like you're not cut, anything. Within seconds, like this tendon is like swelling out of my leg. It was crazy. It was so
Wait, out of
painful.
your leg? Like it came out?
It was like popping, like so swollen. It was
Oh,
like
honey.
popping out of my leg, like really bad. Yeah. Yeah.
So sometimes
So
even cats, when they land on their feet, that's horrible.
We'll go see what he's doing.
Is it recovering quickly?
You know what? Every day it's been getting better except for today. Today I'm back in like excruciating pain, but I think it's because like I can feel the ligament or tendon. It runs from like the inside of my ankle all the way up my calf to my knee, and my calf muscle is so tight and just like I'm bruised and like swollen.
Do
So
you
I'm
know
like
about
hobbling around.
that tape, or I forget what it's called. I'm like totally brain farting. But you
Oh,
can
I
buy
know
this
what you're
tape.
talking about.
If you get
Yeah.
that, it should totally really at least help to set it in place like how it should be. And then just like keep it up, ice, cold. If you get a TENS unit, which has like electrical currents that run through it, and use that on it. But don't overuse it, because I did that one time on my back and then I felt like the electrical current for like days after, because I had it on for like a whole day. I was like, this feels great. Oh my goodness, it's totally taking away my pain. And then for like a week after, I was like, felt like I was like, like totally being electrocuted. So if you use a TENS unit, it's called like TENS, like TENS.
Yeah.
They
Yeah, I
totally
know.
help, but just like for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes at a time. But those, especially those two things, and Epsom salt baths, they help a lot.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, right? Because I don't trust myself getting in and out of the bath just because my arm is like bruised too, and like I just don't have the strength to like get myself in and out of the bath. But
I
I
totally
think
get that.
I'm gonna try to like do a foot soak or something today now that but I finally got my ankle brace on 2 days ago. The swelling went down enough. Like I couldn't even put anything on it, just ice, and like, oh, it was just terrible. So but I'll do
Ugh.
compression, because compression, like I have compression sleeves and socks or whatever, and that usually helps with swelling. But I tried to put that on the day of, and oh, it was just, I couldn't. It was so painful. So that's my week.
Well, I will be thinking about you, and I'm gonna probably be thinking about it for a while. Like, what can I tell her that will help her? I know that
Yeah.
there's probably because I have Ehlers-Danlos, so I deal with all kinds of tendon, ligament, muscle, back, spine stuff all the time. So if I think of anything, I'll write you.
Yeah, sounds
if it pops in.
awesome. Okay, thanks, Shines. I appreciate it.
Do you think you could apply for one of those like parking disability handicaps? Be so clutch. Just never
Right?
give it back.
Oh my gosh, I know, because like I tried to just drive like in town the other day because I had to go and pick something up, and it's my driving foot too, hey? So yeah, maybe I could get one.
No.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So it's like, oh yeah, collagen for sure. True that. Actually, I was taking some collagen powder and drinking like some bone broth and stuff to help with like the recovery of it. But
Yeah, gelatin for sure.
so yeah. But anyway, so now, because it's starting to feel like fall here, and this is not a good time to injure myself because I just want to be outside, and I'm like stuck inside. That's okay. It's all good.
Well, our hearts are with you, Redford.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have a new lady, Knight. She's Day's wife, so welcome, Knight, to Ladies' Night.
Mommy, thank you.
Welcome.
Good night. Good to have you. We heard Knight's story before about how you became a flat earther.
Yeah, I
Alright.
think I have been on here briefly once, and then the second time I came was a couple of weeks ago when someone tried to accuse me of being a mole or something.
Oh, yeah, people throw accusations around, and you know who you are, so oftentimes those kind of things say more about the person throwing them. But maybe I shouldn't say that, because maybe the person who threw it around was somebody who's going to get mad at me for saying that. But nonetheless, you know who you are, and that's what's important, right? But so yeah, so how did you come to understand that the globe model is a complete fantasy with absolutely zero mathematical or logical basis in the real world?
Well, we're going back a while here, so I can't really remember. All I can remember is that my dad mentioned it, and my dad's a real into the conspiracy theories and stuff. So we never used to take too much attention to what he would say because he'd talk about the what do you call it? The people with
The lizard people.
lizard people and stuff. But then one day he just, I think he mentioned that about the flat Earth, and then I didn't really even have to look it up because to me, as soon as he said that, I was like, yep, I totally just intuitively, I just felt because I was like, there's no way the globe is spinning around. It's ridiculous. So I just thought I'd go into the room and just chuck that out there at my husband, see what kind of reaction I'd get from him. But I never really had to look it up because I was like, I just kind of felt, I think that's right. And then he's the one that went and did all the research then and started going to me, da 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 da, and telling me everything. And I was like, because it just felt right.
That's cool. So, like, you kind of came up with the hypothesis, and then your husband went and did some research and maybe even observations to confirm your hypothesis or find evidence for it. So, that's really interesting.
Because I don't have a lot of time to do that kind of stuff. Like even now, I've got kids around me that are trying to talk to me and trying to get me to cook for them. It's just like, just let him do it because he's got more time to look into all that stuff. But I've always kind of been the kind of person that, to me, it's like everything that society says, then I go, well, that's a lie. Then I believe the opposite of whatever they're saying. So if they're saying that the world is round, then I'm like, then obviously that means it must be flat because everything we've been taught these days is basically being flipped upside down so that, people are like dumb sheep that just follow what they're told. So I'm like, well, whatever they're telling us then must be a lie. So
I like that philosophy. Yeah, that's good. You're going to have a higher chance of being right. Yeah, if you just do that, just take the exact opposite of whatever they say, because so much of the stuff is inverted. I love that. That's great.
Exactly. Yeah. And I've just flipped my diet around now because I was like, man, I might offend some people here, but I was like, there's such a push towards veganism.
Oh, just offend away. Yeah, if they yell at you, just ignore them. That's what I do.
I
Yeah,
was like, okay.
We do have meat wars in here, but just speak your mind. Speak your mind. I'll defend you if need be.
It's such a push. So I'm doing the carnival. I'm on day 3 of carnival now.
Yes.
I'm just going to go against that too. So yeah, I like to try and look at the opposites of what they're pushing and see how we go with that.
Got a fan, and Mrs. gets it with the carnivore. She did a podcast about it. That was a good podcast you guys did with Arian. I really liked that one about the meat.
I enjoyed that one too, actually. How is the carnivore diet going, Kai, since you're on it? Is it still going well?
Don't ask me. This week I've been so bad.
Oh, that's okay. You've been good though, right? Up until this point,
Yes.
so you can cheat a bit. Okay.
You know what though? I've noticed such a difference. Like I had some Chipotle yesterday with some rice in there, and I'm just like, I woke up this morning, I was looking at my stomach, and I was like, oh hey there, little bloated belly. Like, where have you been? It makes such a difference. So I will be good next week. But yeah.
But yeah, it is interesting just how our body reacts to things when we take something out of our diet. And then, the darn rice. So good though.
And I ate chocolate chip cookies. Like I've been so bad. I've been on the naughty list.
Man, I was actually gonna buy, they came out with gluten-free Oreos. I know we're talking about food, sorry guys, and I was gonna buy them, but I was like, no, you're being good. But you had chocolate chip cookies. I might buy those Oreos.
I won't.
Don't do it, Redford. Don't do it.
Don't cave. Don't give into the peer pressure.
I actually just made cauliflower rice, and it's it's actually pretty good. I'm like 80% there at making it taste the same, so you should try that.
You'll have to send me the recipe because I tried to make it once and it was not good at all. So I definitely have to work on that.
Okay, yeah, I'll send it to you. I just experimented a lot. This was, I think, the best one so far. But I just keep doing it until it works out.
Until you keep getting it, yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome, thanks.
Night. I don't boil it. I actually I baked it, like, because I want to make it more drier. So, and I don't have a dehydrator, so I just baked it in the oven for like 2 hours first, and then I put it on the pan.
I made cauliflower the other day on the barbecue. I put olive oil and I put basil, I think from the garden, and garlic, and I put it in foil and wrapped it all up. I think that has been like the best cauliflower I've ever consumed. So if anybody wants to try that, I definitely recommend that.
Yeah, that actually sounds really good right now.
Yeah, it's
Okay, I think we
delicious.
should stop talking about food.
I
I'm getting
know.
hungry.
There's a couple. Well, Chaos just came in here. Chaos says, "Oh, Chaos is a globe skeptic," which maybe we could hear more about that. I don't know, but also, oh, I wanted to introduce you ladies to Cow Mishma if he's still there, because we talked to him earlier, and he actually joined the server in 2019, not long after this new server was created, and he kind of went away for a while, and then today, at least, is the first time I talked to him, and he kind of explained to us that he's on the fence. And we went over the Black Swan with him earlier, but he's a cool guy. Are you there, Cow Mishma? Yep, there he is. He's unmuting. Cool. Hello.
Oh, I forgot I was on Push to Talk. How's it going?
Oh, good. Yeah. This is Ladies' Night. So, in this event we have every Friday evening, the ladies of the Flat Earth answer the questions. But since you're a new person here, if you had any further questions about Flat Earth or anything you wanted to discuss, then you're welcome to do so. So I don't know if any of the stuff you heard earlier, if you had any questions or comments about it, or if you just want to say hello to the Flat Earth ladies.
There was something like I was talking about on text chat earlier. I think I just was wondering like how the constellations work on a level plane. Like how do like a certain group of people like in a certain location see certain constellations, how other people don't see these constellations.
Does anyone want to take that? I can put my little 2 cents in. If anyone wants to follow up, they can. It appears that the stars are rotating above our heads. There's some, what do you call that? Like the picture that shows the stars, like kind of in a circular pattern. What is that called? Like time lapse? Is that what that's called? You ladies know what I'm talking about, where there's a picture like where it's kind of speeded up. It shows them kind of making a rotational pattern. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? If not, I'll see if I can find it for you. Oh, good, somebody does.
Yeah, it is time lapse. You're right. Yeah.
It is
Oh yeah,
time lapse.
Star Trail. Yeah, that's right.
Star Trails, the time lapse. My husband's actually going to Yosemite this weekend, so I'll be able to share some. He's going out there to take some photos of the Star Trails.
Nice. Yeah, please share that.
So, like, actually, the motion of the constellations is actually evidence. There we go, Miguel Souza. Thank you. I knew somebody would come up with it. This is actually evidence of the flat Earth, a stationary flat Earth. Do you see there, Kyle Mishma, where at 18 minutes after the hour, Miguel Souza put that picture that says, "This is impossible to film from a spinning ball Earth. Camera would not stay fixed on the North Star, and it would lose alignment as soon as the Earth rotated. Game over globe." So that's one example. But basically, you could do this yourself. And I guess Shine says that her husband is going to, which would be exciting. I can't wait to see it. Like from just a one person removed eyewitness server. I guess I could do that myself if I, just go out there and do it, right? So maybe you can tell us some more details about it after it happens. At Yosemite is probably a great place to do it. So anywho, yeah, it would not make perfect circles like that if we were going through all the motions that they claim that we're going through. It's very I mean, we showed you the black swan earlier, which was like disproving the curvature. And I feel like in a lot of ways it's almost easier to disprove all these motions they claim, because they claim like an outrageous number of motions, like not only the spinning, but we're also moving and other things are spinning. Like there's supposed to be a lot of motion, but we never see any actual evidence of this motion on the earth. And in fact, we have like tons of contrary evidence. I don't know. Does anybody else want to add something about the stars? Oh, we have more pictures I can see too in here. Get Beget has a cool one. Yeah, that's what you'd see in the heliocentric model. 18 minutes after the hour, motionless Earth is what you actually see. In the heliocentric model, your camera time-lapse photography would not have beautiful circles like that. It would have crazy kind of motions. Yeah, oh, that's a good point. Yeah, and Elijah also says navigating using the stars require a level plane, which is what people did, for a really long time. They navigated using the stars. Does that answer your question?
It kind of does. Like, it's hard for me to like explain my question. Like, I think I'll need like a picture, because like I'm imagining like say like like there's two pieces of paper on top. I need to turn off push to talk. Give me a second.
Okay. Gines, you said that your husband's going to do this time lapse at Yosemite Park? Is that what you said?
He's going again this weekend. He's done it before, and I posted one in the chat that he did a while back when he went to Yosemite. But there were bears, and so they got freaked out. So he wasn't able to get the complete time lapse. So that's why you only see like a little bit of it. So yeah, they're going back again tomorrow. So I'll be able to share some more of these time lapses when he gets back.
I see the one you put there. Yeah, 19 minutes after the hour. You could say it's not complete, but it definitely is there. They're like dotted lines, but they're definitely circles. Yeah.
Yep,
It's a
they're
good one. I
traveling.
like that. Yeah.
Stationary camera, and they're moving in a perfect circle that always repeats year after year. And the constellations come back. This just can't be explained on the heliocentric model. It just can't.
That's the other thing, that we didn't mention before, Kyle Mishma, is how the constellations have been, basically in the same place since the beginning of recorded time, which is just outrageous. They were going through all the motions that they claim, like Miguel Souza kind of put one picture of that at 20 minutes after the hour that shows you like claim of all the kind of motions that they say we're undergoing, and we just aren't, because we would not be. And that's why they came up with some of these other fairy tales. I mean, that's the thing about the heliocentric model and modern astrophysics. They have to come up with one lie after another. It's just like any liar. Like, I got away with this lie for a while. 1969, we showed everybody on their TV. Yep, there we are. Look at this TV show. It's real. We definitely went to the moon. Oh, they're starting to catch on to this. Let's just complicate it a ton more so that, people get all confused and turned around and backwards. Like, yeah, once they started then they had to start lying about how far away the stars were, coming up with all this nonsense about light years and how far away the sun was, even though the sun, there's absolutely no concrete, verifiable, or believable evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away. They only claim all that stuff that that the stars and the sun are that far away to try to come up with another lie of explaining why the stars are the same. But even that, I don't think adequately explains it when you have all this motion going on. Oh, look at these great pictures Truth Prevails are putting up there. These are nice.
I
You
was
can
just
give credit.
noticing. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say give credit to Pillbox or the XO for those two. He was the one that posted those. I don't know where he got those. I don't know if he took them himself, but credit goes to XO for those. Anyway, go ahead, Lou. Sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to clarify. Cow Mishma's question, he was putting in the chat that it basically like why we don't see Polaris in the southern hemisphere or hemiplane. Maybe we can go over that for him. But B. Carl's explained to him. He gave the Walmart storage lighthouse whatever thing as an example. But I don't know if did you understand his analogy, Cal Mishma?
Yeah, I understand it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, but never mind. Carry on.
Yeah, I'll just give a review of Kyle Mishma's position so that, because we talked about it earlier in the day today, that, like I said, he joined the server in 2019, then he kind of like didn't come here for a long time, maybe even forgot he joined, or just like kind of heard some things about Flat Earth and then just kind of put it on the shelf for a while, which I told him I totally understood because I did the same thing right after I started finding out about it. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's something to this. Let's just forget about that for a while, go back to my regular life. And then, whatever it was, Providence, I would say, maybe, or just right timing, brought Kyle Mishma back to us today. And so he's just like now starting to get into like looking at some of the evidence. But so far, he's been very honest and open-minded, excuse me, at looking at the evidence. So I think that's great. That's what we love to see is people who are just willing to examine the evidence and ask honest questions. So yeah, if you've got any other questions, fire away there, Kyle Mishma. That's true what DCO says, that some people never go back to look again. Yes, many people. How many people have we seen come here? One-hit wonders, they get in here, maybe they're not taking it seriously. They start to kind of be like, oh my gosh, there's something to this. I actually have to think about this. And then we never see them again, But you never know. They might have encountered the truth somewhere else, because that's what happened to me. It chased me down through another route through the Notre Dame fire of early 2019. And they're like, I'm going to force you to look at this flat earth once again, Mary Mom / Dandelion, whether you like it or not. That's just how it goes sometimes with truth. Oh yes, you got flat earth friends. You told us that before. Like, do you have discussions with them, Kyle Mishma, in your physical non-Discord life with these flat earth friends? Oh, only on Discord. Okay, I understand. Yes, that is what impressed me the most. He said, I have some FE friends and they're smart, so it's pretty interesting. That is one of the things that impresses me the most about this server. It's one reason why I kept coming back here is because there is a high gathering of people who are very intelligent and have a spirit of curiosity about the world and, don't just accept things at their face value. They like to investigate, which it's fun to be around people who are always investigating and looking at things in new ways. Well, if there's anybody else that has a question, we've got End of Mankind. I feel like I've tried to talk to End of Mankind before that has the end is near in their profile picture. And I don't
Oh
think we've
yeah,
ever
this
gotten
person
anywhere.
was here last week too. I tried to talk to them multiple times, but maybe they just like to listen.
Could be. That's perfectly fine. Not everyone is able to talk. It's perfectly fine. So yeah, but if anybody
Oh,
else,
but
Barker,
you know
Morgan,
what? They got VC verified this time. Okay, so maybe they talk.
maybe there's hope. If you get inspired, to mankind, tell us the end is near. Yep, I would like
Yeah,
to
I'm
know.
so curious.
You don't see people. I actually don't know if I've ever seen a person. It used to be kind of a cartoon or like they weren't memes back when I was young, but people read the funny papers. You'd always see like the person, like a bearded man with gray hair walking around with a sign that said the end is near. I never actually saw one of those people in the real world. They must be there somewhere, right? I just don't know where they are.
Mm-mm. I've never seen one either. Only in movies.
Right. Barker's here. Hello, Barker. If you feel inspired, you could unmute and say hello. Chaos. As usual, we have lots of listeners. That's great. Slonk. Do we know anything about Slonk? Cat avatar, VC verified.
The name looks familiar. Oh yeah, this guy has been here. He's I'm gonna say he. Definitely, he's a Glober.
Ooh, Cat. Slonk. We really want to talk to you. If you can talk, unmute, please. We need Globers. Tell us all about your globe. We want to know more. Gas can't talk right now. Oh, Gas has a headache from an accident. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I had a headache this morning too, but it's done now.
Okay,
He has more
honestly,
than
I
a
was just
headache.
listening the whole time. And suddenly you call my name. What's up?
I just wanted to say hello. Is that your cat in the picture?
Yes, that's my
Oh.
cat.
Does your cat have ears that just cut off in the picture?
Yeah, a bit.
Just can't see the ears.
Yeah, you can't see the ears.
Okay. So, Scar Mace said that you live on a spinning globe. Is that accurate?
Yeah, probably.
What makes you think that?
I mean, we've been over this a lot of times, and
I'm
honestly,
sorry,
just
I
wanna...
missed it. Just humor me. Just humor me. I never got to talk to you. I don't think, Slonk. Have we spoken before? Roger says you sound like
wait,
a Dutchie.
who...
Roger is from the
Yeah,
Netherlands.
I am Dutch.
Okay. We give him a roll, Roger. Don't you have a Dutch roll? Should I give it to him? Remember
Wait,
what it's
who am I
called.
talking to? What's your username?
Oh, this is Dandelion. This is Dandelion. Nice to meet you. Have I spoken to you before?
I don't know for sure.
I don't know either.
Maybe.
But just since you don't remember, neither do I, you can just humor me and tell me why you think you live on a spinning globe.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing your story either. So I mean, you're not going to bore us. Trust me, we love hearing it.
Oh, I certainly remember you.
You remember
me?
Prevail?
Yeah.
Certainly. Oh no.
Do you like her? Is it her southern accent or her can-do
Yeah,
attitude?
it's
or
her
what's...
accent. It's her accent. It's...
Okay, so I wasn't mean to you, was I? I don't think so.
Well,
don't have it. Was that? Oh
we're
no.
not gonna talk about that. It's okay.
Oh, I bet she was. She's hardly ever mean unless you were mean to her.
Yeah.
Well, I don't remember. I really don't recall. So
could have caught you on a bad day. Truth prevails.
It wasn't too bad of an impression, or I would have remembered. Maybe when you start
But
telling your
he
story,
certainly
it'll ring a bell.
remembers you. You left an impression, Truth.
Certainly.
Okay, well, what did you tell Truth Prevails about why you live on a spinning globe? Because she doesn't remember, so she needs a refresher.
I think we were talking about the stars.
About that makes you think you live on
Still
a spinning
doesn't ring
globe.
a bell. Need more.
Can I just ask one thing? Because you know, everybody that I have long conversations with, I try to make like little notations. That's how I usually remember people. And I did put that in the notation that you were gonna make. You said that you were gonna make an observation for yourself regarding curvature.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that
So
kind of jogs a little bit. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So, did you make any observations?
So I was actually planning on doing that. But no, I didn't. We were going to measure shadows from multiple points, but no, we didn't do it at the end.
What did you think that measuring shadows would have done?
Well, if we were on a globe, if you would take two different points, then which is far away enough from each other, you could probably calculate the distance from the sun, for instance, or calculate the angle of the shadow. I'm sorry, it's hard to explain in English. It's just...
Okay, yeah, I don't understand how measuring two shadows would tell you the distance to the sun.
Oh, well, I guess there's some pictures on the internet that would explain. But yeah.
No, but she's asking you to explain because I'm confused about that too. So can you give an explanation?
Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm just chilling. I don't really want to get into this. I was just here to listen, and then you called my name.
I appreciate you answering. A lot of people just don't even answer. At least you're willing to answer for your fantasy globe there. I mean, even though you don't actually have any evidence for it. So just, just stick a little pin in there, Slunk. So next time I ask you about your earless cat, remember that you don't have any actual evidence for your globe. You're hoping to get some one day if you can figure out how to do it. I don't have any now. So
Well, I mean, I'm listening right now to you guys, so.
you want us to prove your globe for you?
No,
Here's
no,
some
no, 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 no,
newsflash.
no.
There's no
No.
proof. Sorry to be the one to break the
No,
news to you.
the
There's
opposite.
no scientific verifiable evidence
The
using the actual
opposite.
scientific method because you know why, Schlunk? Because it's not a scientific question. Because you would have to be able to make a natural observation of your globe, which you cannot do because you have to go to a fantasy realm of outer space that doesn't exist and can't possibly exist in the way claimed because it violates natural law because you cannot have a vacuum right next to the pressurized atmosphere without a container. So we can't actually go and verify any of your fantasy globe. So that's why they just rely on you having a religious belief in it based on a TV show or a computer screen that you looked at.
Sure. How many of you are religious, actually? Christians?
Oh yeah, you liked it that I brought
whatever?
up the religion because your globe
Yeah,
is
yeah.
a religion.
Honestly,
So
okay,
so the
sure,
reason
yeah.
why your globe is a religious belief
You
is
don't have to
because
explain. I'm just gonna accept.
okay, then you tell
Okay?
me why is the globe a religious belief, Slunk?
Well, that's your belief. What? I'm not gonna.
Just explained it to
Why
you. It's
would
not
I
based
get
on
give
evidence. It's not
evidence to your
science.
claim? Wait, it's
Okay. Oh, I'll
you
explain it to you
claimed it
then.
was a
Okay, no
religion.
problem.
Why do
Okay, I'll
I need to
explain then.
provide
You
evidence?
don't understand it? That's fine. I'll explain it to you then. So the reason why the globe is a religious belief or an article of faith is because it's not science. I just explained why, because there's no natural observation involved. It's not math because we can destroy the math for you. We can do that for you shortly if you haven't seen that before with the black swan or any other of thousands of observations that show that the radius of 3,959 miles is a mathematical and physical impossibility. Or that, so it's not math, it's not science, it's religion because you believe it on faith because somebody on TV or somebody on your computer screen or some teacher somewhere told you it was true. You've never experienced the globe, Slunk. It's an article of faith for you. That's why your globe is a religion. What our religion is, you asked what our religion is irrelevant to the question because
No,
we aren't
sure. I'm
the
just
ones claiming.
asking.
We are talking about the topic of the earth, in which case we experience it as flat and stationary. We observe things in the distance that we would not see if we lived on a globe with the dimensions claimed. That's why you have the positive claim as someone who just told us a short time ago when I asked you that you believe you live on a spinning globe, and yet you have no evidence of it. So that's why you're going on faith. You're perfectly welcome to do that, but you don't have any evidence, and neither does anybody else.
Yeah, okay. I didn't say it wasn't. I was just asking, and you got all defensive. I was just asking about if either of you guys are actually religious.
I got a little bit defensive, Slug. I'll tell you why. It's because I told you about your religious belief in a globe and you immediately tried to turn it around on me, but I have not claimed any religious belief in a flat earth. I have observed and measured the earth to be flat. I have seen Chicago cross Lake Michigan with my very own eyes on more than one occasion. Therefore, that is just my observation of the reality where I live. No faith is needed. Your position is the one that requires faith, so that's why I asked for your evidence, which you cannot produce. So therefore, you accept it on faith. It's perfectly fine.
Okay,
If you would like
let me
to remain.
rephrase the question.
Okay,
How
go
many of
ahead.
you are Christians?
Okay, so guess what, Slunk? We don't need to answer that. I just covered that because our understanding of the reality of the measurement of flat Earth, our religion is irrelevant to that. There are some people who are Christians, and if anyone,
it's a straw man and a red herring. You're detaching from
I'm
the
not
topic. You're
talking
trying to
about.
put this onto
Yes,
something else.
I'm in.
Okay, so
yes, I am
because
deflecting.
you can't argue what's
because I-
happening, so you're deflecting. Yeah, just thank you for admitting that. Thanks.
Okay,
So
so
Slunk,
let me
yeah.
explain what the
Go ahead,
difference
Truth
is,
Prevails.
okay?
Thank you.
Because I want you to understand that if you believe in something, if you have a religion or you believe in something, cool. Just admit that you do. That's the difference with the globe. No one wants to admit that it's a religion.
I just did.
Okay.
Can you
Well, that
please?
Well, Slug, okay, so
Can
I'm
we?
just telling
Okay.
you, okay, wait a minute, Slug. Wait a minute. Let me just
Oh,
explain. There
God.
are some people who are Christians here. That we have people of many different religions, Muslims, Jews, etc. And we avoid discussing religion in the live stream because it can get contentious. We have a religious channel if you would like to go down and join that to find out more and investigate who's religious and who joins what religion. In the main live stream, particularly on Ladies Night, we are here to discuss the objective evidence that shows that the earth measures flat and that the globe model is a complete fantasy and that is a mathematical model that has failed. So, if you don't want to accept that you are part of the globe religion, that's fine.
I
But
just
we're going to
did
move on to a different. Oh,
multiple
you're accepting it.
times.
Oh, okay. So you are a
I did
religious believer in the
multiple
globe.
times.
Oh, that's
I'm
so
just
great. Did you guys hear him do that? He accepted
yeah,
that
I
he's a.
didn't,
Oh,
and
okay.
he said it when I
Yeah.
said it, so I apologize, man. If you did admit to it,
Thanks, Slug.
yeah.
Can you just like
That is great to
answer
hear.
the
Thank you.
question, even if it's irrelevant? Just don't turn around it. Like
Some people are religious here.
seriously?
Yes,
You don't need to ask
I'm
people.
honestly just
answered it.
if it,
She
okay,
gotta
if
answer
you
it more than
don't want to
once.
say it, then you can.
She did answer it though multiple times. She said some are Christians, some are Muslims, pagans, Jews, whatever. There's many multiple religion faiths here.
I'm asking about you guys, the actual.
Yeah, you don't need to ask us personally what our religious beliefs are if we don't want to share that personal
Yeah, but
information. This
then
has nothing to do with
say
flat Earth. Like
okay.
it's a
Then say
red
you
herring.
don't
It's
want
non
to say it.
sequitur. It
Like
is.
it's not hard.
I did say that. I said that earlier.
Because it was irrelevant, not because it's a personal thing.
It doesn't matter. It's
That's why
irrelevant. That should be enough.
Yeah, okay, but I'm not asking. I'm not asking you as a globe earther or a flat earther.
That's totally
I'm just
fine. I get
asking
that.
you a personal question
Okay,
about whether you're religious or
And
not.
again, a
and
personal question
and
which
you
we do
went
not have to
full
answer. It doesn't
fucking
matter.
defense.
That's not defense. It's
always-
a very simple statement. The statement is that is a non sequitur. It is irrelevant. It's a red herring. We don't need to discuss this. That's it. It was very simple. It doesn't need to turn into something that's a big deal. We don't need to talk about our personal beliefs. It has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. I mean, you can talk about that if you personally want to talk about it, but I mean, we just don't need to get into that.
Yeah, so Slunky, did you want to move on to another besides religion? It'd be a good idea right about now.
That was very diplomatic. Good job. That's why Slug remembers you, because you're so diplomatic. Yeah. Oh, there's
I
other
know
people in
you
here
have
if
other
anybody else has
questions, though.
questions. Yeah, Slug,
You-
you got any other questions here? Let's move
You
on
have
to
to
the
have-
religion topic.
No, I actually don't.
Okay, well, so I want to just remind you, like, you have to have the data for one of the things in your observation, whether it's the distance to the sun or the rate of curvature of the Earth. So you need to establish that the Earth is curving, and don't assume it, or you need to establish the distance to the sun, and not assume it. So you can just like take your pick. I guess this is just like some advice for when you do your observation. Because if you make an assumption on both of those, and I'm just saying this before we move on to someone else, if you do that observation and you make an assumption on, then it doesn't really matter. It doesn't prove anything. So the shadows work. It works on both the flat or spherical object. So it's not really gonna validate anything.
Okay, so you do understand.
Yeah, I was hoping you would do the long distance observation rather than the shadow observation. Like Truth said, that doesn't really prove either theories.
Yeah, what with a laser or something? Or the actual measure of the curvature or the lack of.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need to have a laser. If you do, it'll be better. But yeah, you can just do a simple observation. Just pick an object at a long distance near a large body of water and try to see if that matches the calculation that they give us.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because I'm really excited that someone's actually willing to go out and do their own observation. So this is just trying to help.
Yeah, okay. So,
And when you do when you do me a favor, ping me, or just ping all the ladies, because I'm sure they'd all be interested in seeing what your results are.
Oh yeah,
I
if you can
probably won't
record
remember
it.
your names, so
No, if you can just record your like your data, just write it down, or if you can videotape it, whatever. You can just come back. You don't have to necessarily come back on Ladies Night. You can just share your results with anybody that's here.
Le Chefy just said to me that she wants to do it. She wants
Yeah,
to
go for it.
measure the curve.
Yeah, we encourage like everybody to go out there and do their own observation and measurements. So yeah, anybody that's listening in here, if you're able to actually go out there and do your own experiments, measurements, please do so and record it and come back and share it with us.
I got one question maybe. So, what is your opinion on a few new companies that have sprung up? Blue Origin. Do you know them?
No, never heard of them.
Talking about rockets?
Yeah.
What about it?
Oh.
I mean, I'm just asking, do you actually believe that they went to, I guess they call it space?
The
outer
second
space?
law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, no.
So no. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I would need to get more information on them to make any type of judgment whether or not what they're saying they're doing is legit. Because there are companies that make rockets, or I don't know what they do. So, but if they're claiming that they themselves went to the vacuum of space, then I wouldn't believe them.
Sonny just sent a video about why it's embarrassingly fake. The Blue Origin, I guess.
Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you.
Okay, so it's been fun, I guess.
Yeah, stick around. We'll talk to other people, and I don't know. I guess wait for your observation results.
Yeah, I really do want to hear about your what you observe and what you mark down. I can't wait to hear that.
Yeah, sure. Have fun.
And
Bye.
we'll have a flat Earth seat waiting on you when you get back.
What?
Yeah.
What? We'll have a flat Earth seat waiting for you when you get back.
Okay, thank you.
That was perfect.
Truth Prevail. Yeah, Truth Prevails will remember you next time, I bet, too.
Yeah, I will. I
Yeah,
will
he's
not
the
forget you.
earless cat. As long as you don't change your profile picture there.
I
Maybe
might
take a new
change
one
it.
where you could see the ears better. Like, just get back a little further.
I have a lot of pictures of my cats, so I might do
I
it.
think we need a different one. What's the cat's name?
Lucky, or in
Oh,
Dutch,
that's a nice
Lucky.
name. Okay, Lukey, yeah. We had a better picture of Lukey. I don't feel like that. I feel like Lukey would be embarrassed with that picture. I don't think that's Lukey's best look. Is Lukey a girl or a boy?
Girl.
Okay, yeah, I think she needs a new same cat, just go a little further back to see the ears.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Well, bye.
Hey, bye-bye. You don't have to leave. You can just go back on mute. We will not bug you, will we, ladies? Or did you already leave?
No, I'm
We won't
just
pick
gonna
on you.
listen, so
Okay,
you
good.
can move
Okay,
on to
we'll
somebody
yes,
else,
we'll
and
give you a
I'll
break.
just listen.
Yes. Okay,
awesome.
good.
So
Okay, thanks for sharing, Slonk. By the way, and thanks for reminding me of who you were. So who's this Ellie Jeffy? Does anyone? Oh, 3 points participant already. Oh, and ladies night. That's another lady. So
Yeah, I remember this name too. Le Chefy, what's up? Can you talk? Oh, maybe not. Okay. Okay, no worries. You let us know your results as well once you do your observation. Okay. Can you talk, Barker? Because you've been texting, asking a few questions. Please say yes, Barker.
Come on down, Barker. You're the next contestant.
That's
Oh,
what
it says not right now. Okay, there we go.
Bob
Makes me think of
Barker.
Bob Barker,
Dang
doesn't
it.
it? Yeah. There's also Sam something. Sam WVU. Little bird. It's a bird.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. They had jumped into VC check-in and they never spoke. And someone gave them VC verified that wasn't in the room. So I don't know who gave them VC verified, but it wasn't me, and they never did speak in there. So I don't know if I don't know anything about their story. So if it's the one I'm thinking of, hang on. I heard you say their name, and that's
Just call him Sam.
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 Okay, no, never mind. I just went through all of that for nothing. It was another name that starts with Sam, so I was wrong.
I guess there's nobody else that's new. Steel City, you there? I think this one is a glower too.
Oh, yeah,
Steel
they've got
City.
specials. They've got special tags there. Not here to learn, reality denier. Yeah.
I know. I'm really interested to talk to them. I actually do remember this name. He's been here for a while too. If I can remember these people, that means they've been here for months, and sadly still Globers.
How was your trip? You're done with your trip now? With your traveling?
Oh yeah, for now
Fun?
I'm done. Yeah, it was very interesting. Europe is pretty. It's like the same but different at the same time. It was odd.
I haven't been there since the 90s, so I'm sure it's changed since then. That's what they tell me. Crypto tells me that. It's not the same as when I went there.
I think it would have been more fun to go in the 90s.
I had fun.
Yeah, a lot of
Everything
people
was more
smoke
fun in the
there.
90s.
Hi, Truth Prevails. You tell them.
Everything was more fun in the 90s.
Yeah, it's yeah, I think
What was
you're
your
right,
favorite
Truth.
part? What was your favorite part?
My favorite part, oh man, I've had so many.
Just pick one. Two.
I know it's hard. Well, let's just say my favorite country was Greece and Portugal. They were very pleasant people, different, but it was I don't know, it was maybe it was the place that we went to, the but it was kind of magical. We did like a lot of cliff diving and cave exploring and swimming. It was just so much fun. Like I just couldn't. I hope to go back to do that again. So I just laugh at the essential traveling the thing that they keep showing in the news.
I don't know
because
what I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Essential
oh,
traveling.
like don't travel unless it's essential, like unless it's
Oh, is that what they're saying? Oh, they'd be happy with me
Yeah.
because I never go anywhere, but not because they told me not to. I do occasionally go places, but I rarely leave my state. And yeah, so
So
Yeah, I used to be like that. I mean, just recently is when I started, especially after the whole pandemic thing. I was like, I don't know when they're gonna close it down again, and who knows if I'm ever gonna get a chance to do this. So I was like, the opportunity came up, and I'm like, let me just do it, and so I did.
So you had no issues then flying? Besides the luggage. Sorry, by the way.
Oh. uh, yeah, I'm still kind of mourning that. I'm still like, damn it.
That's terrible. How did you end up on a Canadian airline? That's crazy.
Well, we booked it on Air Canada to begin with, so like the international part of it was Air Canada. My brother booked it, so I like didn't get a chance to really look around at other airlines or the reviews and whatnot. But going over there, it was they're very like they're a Nazi about the mask. Obviously, I put it like under my nose, like below my nose. And literally, I've had like 3 flight attendants would come up and be like, "Excuse me, ma'am, you have to put it properly over your nose." And it's just like, lady, like there, everybody has to test negative to get on the flight. That's like the major thing that they required, which is I was surprised because I thought they were going to require the jab, and when my brother was going to go, I canceled in the beginning because I'm like, I don't want to get the jab. And a funny story was this a man that he knows, he got the jab. He had his paperwork and everything and was about to board, and they wouldn't let him on because they're like, we don't care about the stupid vaccine. All we want is a negative PCR test. So the guy had to cancel his flight and get the PCR test and pay like $200 extra to like make everything work. And so I realized, holy Lord, like they don't even care about the vaccine. All they want is the negative test. So why not take this opportunity now to go before they make it mandatory to have the jab? So but the funny thing is, once you get to the EU, like all of the countries that we went to didn't even ask for any negative tests. It was just like it would say on their website, yeah, we want the COVID vaccine or the COVID negative test, but nobody really asked us. So it was that was one of the reasons. And then yeah, and then the freaking flight attendants they just piss me off. They just like I'm like, I don't get it. We test negative. Everybody either has the stupid vaccine or the negative test, and then you still have to wear the mask. Like you have to suffocate yourself, and like they think that's gonna make a difference because we're in this little box where nobody's 6 feet apart. Nobody is really quote unquote protected, you know. So they just assume like, oh yeah, like we have to make sure you wear your mask over your nose properly. And yeah, they just kept bugging me about that. And but other than that, it was pretty chill. Like the Greeks are very chill with the mask. Like they don't really wear them inside stores, and so we wouldn't wear them and they wouldn't care. When we went to Italy, I don't know what the hell is wrong with the Italian people or what they told them, but they are scared out of their mind. Like everybody on the street is like double down with their masks.
Wow.
Yeah, it was such a different experience going from Greece to Italy. Because
Did you go to Rome by any chance?
yeah, I did.
Okay, so did they have like a strong military presence? Because I know when I went a few years ago, they had like a very strong military presence at like every corner of like the tourist areas. It was crazy.
It wasn't like anything. No, it wasn't much. We did
Oh,
see a
okay.
few, but it wasn't like where I was concerned or it looked out of the ordinary. I don't know. I obviously in the like the Vatican City, there was more, but I just assumed that was because it was the Vatican. But
Right.
nowhere else did we see or encounter them.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I think I remember why they were there, but I was just curious if they were still there. But continue with your story. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, that was just like one of the things I noticed. Just each country has their own, like as far as the pandemic and how blue-pilled people are. I guess it's not really blue pill, but like how much they're scared about this pandemic. Yeah, definitely the Italians. I don't know if anybody here lives there, but I think they're just so scared about it that every corner is, even outside. Here's the funny thing. We were on a boat, like there's wind like 100 miles an hour and people are wearing their masks. And my brother wasn't wearing one, and this lady, I swear, gave him the like a death sentence look, and she made like a gesture and she was like speaking Italian, like I don't know what the hell she said, but you know, and she she basically was like telling him to put it on, and I just looked around like, are you guys crazy? Like they're literally, it's in the middle of nowhere, like on water with wind blowing everywhere. How are you gonna catch this virus? Like, do you not think, you know? So
No.
I was done at that point. I'm like, this is so stupid. Like people are just so indoctrinated and just so scared to death of this virus. It's, I don't know. I mean, it was interesting, but at the same time, kind of saddening, you know?
Yeah, I hear that. But it still sounds like, well, it sounds like you had a good time anyways, going to experience and going to all those places, but it is nice to have you back. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, thank you. It's nice to be back as well, for sure. I definitely suggest anybody that's able to travel to do it, because you don't know when you're gonna get the chance or what they're gonna require you to do it. So don't listen to the news.
What are the chances on getting stuck somewhere? Like, did that ever cross your mind? Like, okay, they're gonna lock down and not let anyone travel from one country to another while you're over there?
And no, actually it didn't cross my mind. But when like almost at the end of my trip, they were saying here in California there were more cases and that they're locking stuff down again. So I didn't really hear about it over there or was concerned, but people that were like asking us, you know, where are you from, wherever, we'll tell them and they'll be like, oh my gosh, are you not scared to go back? Because, you know, they're locking everything down and, you know, you guys are like in a very dangerous zone, this and that. I'm like, bro, I live there, like nothing, there's no difference in, and it's just like the news is ridiculous how they have really brainwashed people. It's been ultimately successful.
And that makes me like wonder about something else. You know, when you mentioned how different Italy was. So how many? I've not really paid attention. Does anyone like ever pay attention to or notice like how many people from Italy do we get in here?
Used to have that cute little kid. Of course, Lunatic didn't like him, but I did. Alex from Italy. Do you remember that kid? He was a teenager.
Yeah, I remember him. But
He was having a couple
is that
nights
the
ago.
only
He was
one?
actually the only one I ever remember.
Yeah, maybe that's it. There's just not enough truthers there, and they're not like getting the access to the information or something. Maybe that's why they're so scared.
And that Alex from Italy, he was a Glober, like stalwart, right? Despite all our best efforts. So yeah. But I think he like thought he was like doing us a service by, trying to enlighten
I
us.
lived in Italy 12 years, but it's ladies' night. I don't want to disturb.
Oh, Sasha's. Were you born there or no? It says
No, I'm born in Croatia, but I lived from 2001 till 2013. And in Italy, if you want to know about this situation in Italy, it was maybe one of the worst situation. Like, let's say, lockdown was one of the worst in the world.
What? Say that again? The lockdown was what?
One of the world. They had the police hour. They had so many bullshits that you cannot even imagine.
Oh yeah. I being there and seeing how people act, I can definitely see that could be true.
But that pressure came from the government.
Yeah, for sure. Just everybody's scared over there. Truth, no, I didn't do any flat smacking because but I did do a lot of flat tagging. Like I tagged a few places, and because there's the language difference, and the people that I was with were super blue pilled, and I was trying to convince them rather than new people. So
Did you have any success with them, the people you were with?
oh no. I feel like this person is a lost cause. He's no success at all.
People are
That's
like
silly.
that.
Yeah.
Thoroughly brainwashed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I have to kind of give them some space a little bit and then try again. But enough about me. Let's get back to flat Earth.
Thank you for giving us the update. That's cool. You went to Greece, Portugal. I never went to either of those places. I think Greece would be really cool, being an island.
I've always wanted to go there. I think it'd be really cool to go as well.
Which island? Yeah, which island did you go to?
I was on the mainland and then the coast. And then there was an island called Menovacia. It's like a little island, very, very small island in the southwest. It was so beautiful. My gosh, the Greece, you guys have to go for sure. It was a very magical place, and it's surprisingly very cheap. Everything there was oh my god, their food is amazing. If you're on a diet or if you're gonna do any type of fasting, don't go there. It was amazing. So.
Okay, when I'm done the fast, then let's go, Dandelion. Let's go
All
to
right.
Greece.
Sounds good to me. Yep, we'll have a flatter trip to Greece. We'll just set them all on fire. It'll be great.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to go to Matala. Is that how you say it? Matala? Matala? Because Joni Mitchell sang her song. Did you ever hear that great Joni Mitchell song, Carrie? Yeah, it's like a flat earth song. Yeah, she says, where's the part? Let me think where she talks about the down. Let me see. I can't remember. There's something about a starry dome in there. I can't remember exactly. It goes, oh, let's go on. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to go to the beginning of the verse to get to it. I'm sorry. Let's go on down to the Mermaid Cafe where I will buy you a bottle of wine.
Oh,
and we'll laugh and toast to nothing and smash our empty glasses down. That's not the verse with the starry dome. That must be the next one. Sorry. Anyway, she wrote it when she was in Greece, and she was on that island of Mantilla, and Carrie is a man that she met there, and it's about him.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look this up. What is it called?
He owned the bar.
Carrie,
Carrie.
C-A-R-E-Y.
C-A-R-E-Y?
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Maybe I'll go to Amsterdam. Maybe I'll go to Rome and rent me a grand piano and put some flowers around my room. But let's not talk about Fare Thee Was Now. The night is a starry dome, and they're playing that scratchy rock and roll beneath the Matilla moon. See, there you go. Starry Dome, Joni Mitchell. Probably the 60s or 70s. That's when she was doing her stuff.
Hands down, one of my favorite songs of all time. I love.
Shines knows it. All right, good. Yes.
Yeah, the guy was actually a bar owner, and they used to like go and get drunk all the time, and they were friends. And he's like this mean old guy, but like whatever, they like had a relationship, but it was like complicated or whatever. I love it.
Oh yeah, the story of Carrie and who he is. Yeah, and he stayed there in Greece. Yeah, and then she went away, and yeah, he was kind of a cantankerous character. Yeah, exactly. Did he own the Mermaid Cafe that's talked about in the song? Probably. I don't remember. He did own a bar there, didn't he?
Yeah, there's some stories that say that he did, and others that say that he didn't. It's quite a mystery, and people are very interested in it. I know I was when I was younger. So yeah, there's conflicting stories.
I'm listening to it right now.
It's a cool song. Yeah, Dave says Joni Mitchell Flat Earther. I don't know. Yeah, she talks about the Starry Dome. And she writes like pretty much all her songs.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard it before, so.
I'm gonna post it. It's actually a very mellow song. I like it.
Yeah, there you go. It's on the Blue album. That's kind of a depressing album, but that's an upbeat song on that album. It's probably the most cheerful song on the Blue album. Otherwise, it lives up to its name, and she looks kind of unhappy there on the front.
I know. I was gonna say this is the happiest one because it sounds. I mean, it doesn't sound depressing, but I can't imagine how the rest would sound.
Oh yeah, don't listen to the one where she gives up her adopted daughter. That's a true story. I mean, gives up her daughter for adoption because she's a single mom and decides to get, which is a beautiful choice. I'm not like saying that it's a bad thing to do. I'm happy that she did it.
Yeah.
And then that daughter found her like 20 years later or something. There's a whole story around that. But the song itself is very sad. Yeah. Green.
Yeah, I'm gonna be listening to this, and unfortunately, I didn't meet any Carrie type characters.
Were you
in
hoping
Greece,
to? She lived in a cave. She lived in a cave with Carrie. That's what the hippies did back
in
then.
a cave?
And lived in a cave. Yeah, it's a whole story.
Oh,
yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, lived in a cave in Greece.
dude, listen. If in Greece, I can see myself living in a cave. Okay, it's not a bad choice.
Did you explore the caves there?
Not in Greece. We didn't get a chance, but in Portugal, yes. But I wouldn't mind. I might go back just to do that.
Well, look, Day has researched this for us. Okay, so the island's not called Mantilla. Mantilla is just a place on the Greek island of Crete. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay.
And now Carrie's in Washington, D.C. There you go, Lily. You still can meet Carrie if you go to Washington, D.C. 68 now, probably a little old for you.
Oh, so was he not a Greek person, or what are Greeks?
Not.
Oh, it's
I mean,
called
he
a
has
Greek.
red
Okay.
hair. Do Greeks have red hair? I don't think. Do Greeks have red hair?
I didn't see any redheads there, but it's possible. I don't know.
In the song, it says he has red hair. I don't know. I had to verify that, but
I don't know. But it's a interesting song. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I definitely recommend anybody to go ahead. Don't be scared of this stupid virus or whatever thing that they tell you is happening at a country. Just go for it if you want to go. That's my main advice.
Absolutely. Live your life without fear. I think that's good advice.
Yep.
Okay, Dave says he had flaming red hair. There you go.
He was a ginger.
Oh, so somebody's pinging us in the lobby. TF. We need TF in here on ladies'
Oh
night.
yes, bring them in. And we do have Meowth as a muted. Oh, never mind. I see broken mic gang. Okay.
And Barker up there, VC Verified. I don't think I've ever heard them, so I don't know if they want to speak or not.
Oh, he said or she said they can't talk right now. In a little bit, they might try.
Okay, all right, got you.
Let's see. Yeah, bring TF
doesn't.
down
Yeah,
here.
I'm trying. Yeah, TF doesn't. Can't think of any reason government would lie. I can't think of even one reason. Yeah, very interesting. Well, come on into live stream, TF, and
I'm pretty sure I
chat.
checked that guy yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah.
He's got the role.
Yeah, oh right, because I asked I asked BattleMod if he'd mod him because I was like, I don't know, he might be a troll. Keep an eye on him. I think it was that guy. I'll check. Yeah, it was.
I mean, but how delusional do you have to be to think that there is not even one reason for the government to lie? How old is this person?
He's
Yeah,
not
not
that
very
he's
old.
younger.
Yeah, you have to be really young or very naive or delusional to think that way. So, until I guess TF comes by, did you guys hear about the news for Rand Paul and YouTube?
Oh, tell us. I don't know anything about that.
So apparently he was either tweeting or he made a video how masks don't work, and YouTube and Twitter they banned him, not banned him, or suspended him for like a week or something like that. And I'm like, I don't get it. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but I'm still surprised at how people don't stand up for free speech.
Was this Ron or was this Rand? Rand Paul or
The
Ron Paul?
the younger one, the son.
Okay, Rand. Well, yeah. So maybe now he'll rethink those Senate committee hearings that they were having when who was it? Mark Zuckerberg was in there, and they claim private when they want to censor, right? And then they claim publisher when they want to not have any liability. So they play both sides of the fence, and so now, maybe, I don't know. But Rand Paul, he kind of like, he's had his ribs broken and everything else. So I don't see him being able to do anything. But if any of them are going to try to stand for it, what's right, like he would be the only one that I know of that would.
Yeah, I remember his dad like running for president back in the days, but I don't know anything about him, like where he stands. And you said he has ribs broken?
Yeah, he ran for the 2016 election when Trump and Hillary were running against one another. And he was like, he says a lot of good stuff if you hear him, but you know how politicians are. So I don't have any
Yeah.
faith in any of them, to be honest with you.
Oh
But
yeah, you
Rand
can't
Paul,
make it to the 100 people club of the senators and be. He's just a token. It's like, oh yeah, look guys, we got somebody.
yeah,
on
he
this
he
side.
was
For
speaking a lot
sure,
of
he's
good
a
things
faker.
though,
No way.
and he's getting a lot of votes, and then he ended up like he ended up with his ribs broken. Someone beat him up in his yard. So I don't know. Go figure.
Wow.
They talk a lot about the Constitution, so
They've been doing that a while. Yeah,
yeah,
we
not a
care
lot of them
so
do.
much about the Constitution as we flush it down the toilet and collect our
Yep.
200 and some $1,000 salary and have all our fancy houses and everything. Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, Ron Paul was cool. He wrote some really good books. He seemed to understand what he was talking about, but he's probably just another token. I mean, yeah, and they just didn't let him get anywhere anyway. So I think maybe you can get to U.S. House of Representatives without being totally corrupt. That's possible because that's all he ever got to, right? The father. But once you get to that 100 club, the senators, I think they got to have heavy
Yeah.
control over you. They can't let him get to that level.
They'll never be able to make a difference or get into the high seat of power unless they're, a player. They have to be one of their puppets, and they can't go against. They know who their people are. So if they're not one of them, then they're not going to make it there. And we know this. So if he ever does make it there, I would be really, really, really questioning. It's like it would just seem shady to me just because he made it. And that's probably bad logic, but
Yeah, I don't know, like this specific event where he's saying these things. I don't know if, like Dandelion said, if it's just something that they want us to hope for, and trying to be the controlled opposition. But I don't see how people don't see that though, because I mean, never mind. People are so brainwashed. I don't know why I'm still surprised.
yeah, they don't want to. It's uncomfortable. It's a spoiled generation. And I don't know, I wonder about that. Like how much of it is brainwashing and how much of it is just, not wanting to leave their place of comfort. I don't know. It doesn't matter whichever one keeps them from it. It keeps them from it, and that's all. I mean, that's really all that matters. Because it doesn't really take a whole lot. It just all it takes is to just start questioning.
But that requires them to think for themselves, which takes a lot of effort that not a lot of people want to put in.
Well, TF got banned, or sent to Cogdis. So I don't think he's gonna be coming.
Well, probably no loss. TF is whining, Cogdis. I'll give him a free pass out if he'll come to the live stream. Tell him that.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Appa's back. Hey there. Oh, Appa ran away. Too bad. Appa, just changed their name. Oh, now you're right next to me. Danny Phantom, Globe Earther, VC verified. Tell us all about your globe. Danny Phantom, welcome. You there?
I loved that show. Oh my god, why did he leave?
No, is that the name of the show is based on his little avatar there?
Yeah.
What you're talking about?
Yep.
Danny Phantom, a character in the show? What is the show? Or is that the name of the show?
It's a kids show, but it's like a I don't know if they changed it now, but it's like a cartoon show where the kid wears this machine thing and he turns into a ghost and he fights like bad guys and solves cases and whatnot as a ghost.
You two could bond over that if he'd only come back. If he comes back, you talk to him and I won't say anything.
I haven't seen that show in ages though. I don't even remember the sidekicks characters. I mean their names. So I only remember the main character. But maybe he can remind me or she can remind me. Well, they're not here anymore. Dang. Let me tag them. We can bond over that.
I bet he can. For sure. Tell him you're a big fan.
Oh, and he's a globe earther too. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So has there been any good globe earth arguments in the past few months?
Is there ever? I don't know. Truth prevails. Have you heard anything? I feel like that's just the only person who was even a contender who even tried in recent memory was this guy named Charlie. He was here like a week or so ago. He ended up getting banned.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. It was just the same old. I can't even remember what his arguments were, but this one, refraction. That was his argument. Refraction. I asked them to draw ray diagrams, and none of them ever do. They just like to say refraction. None of them want to actually draw the ray diagrams of how the refraction is going to work for the city of Chicago, for example. They just like to say the word refraction, and they think that's enough. It's like a magic word, right? That's pretty much all they got.
Yeah, I remember Charlie. He came last week as well, but I didn't know
You
he got
talked to him?
banned. Yes, I did, and it was quite disappointing because he kind of gave up easily and just ran away. So I didn't really get a chance to. But he gave me the same argument, refraction, and when I kind of pressed him on it, he just left. So I was a bit disappointed. It was me and Sophia, so we were kind of sad about it. So I'm sad that he got banned. Hopefully he'll be back.
They always come back.
I don't exactly. I don't exactly know why he got banned, but yeah, that's right. Truth prevails. Have you heard any good globe arguments? Truth prevails.
Actually, it's this like synchronicity because I was just sitting here thinking, I wonder because we don't hear any new arguments, and I actually have over the past week or so. Went over to another server and was listening to. It was a flat Earth debate, and I heard some flat Earthers in there that I didn't even know these flat Earthers. I don't know where they're from or, but they had some good arguments. And however, there was a guy that came up with, let's see, I think it was right when I joined the conversation, and some other people had ducked out, and there wasn't really that many flat Earthers left. And so I joined in, and this guy actually gave me this is a new argument for how we have gas pressure without a container. Although it's an invalid argument, but I have to share it with you because it's kind of funny. Anyway, so he says what happens is the gas molecules, because I asked him, right, about the gas molecules being able to leave the surface of the Earth where gravity is supposed to be the strongest. And he says, well, the reason for that is because the gas molecules are full of energy. And then when they make it to the outer perimeters of our atmosphere, they lose all of their energy and then gravity can take over. So pretty much the gas molecules just get tuckered out. And gravity can take over. That was his argument.
They get tuckered out.
Wow.
That's cute.
That's a good, yes, that is very cute.
Lulu, are you there? Lulu, is she there still? Garmace,
Yep.
your person's here.
Oh, Mr. Phantom. He said he can't talk because he'll wake everybody up. But I mean, can you whisper?
Lulu's
Daddy Phantom. I am? Oh.
Next time.
He said no. Okay, that's okay. That's okay.
And the other dude didn't, even though he was whining about being in Cogdis, did not take me up on my get out of jail free pass. Oh, here he is. Oh, maybe so. He said, I'm sorry, I didn't check back fast enough. He said, all right, hold up. AirPods, I got to put them on. So hot. I assume that means it's hot wherever he is. RIP, blah, blah, blah. He's got his AirPods. Let me in. Oh, we're getting TF. All right. All right. Still whining, though, on his way out.
Cool. He's coming in because he's the lively one.
Okay, TF. Okay, I'm just going to say, I will meet you in the live stream. I'm back in Cogdis. Hold on. I got to go. I'm out of there first. Some other channel. Put his money where his mouth is. There he is. Okay, I'll tag him. Oh, he's going to be AFK for 20 minutes or so. Should I ban him again? I set an alarm. What do you think? I'll join after. I guess we'll give him 30 minutes, right? And then we'll ban him again. Jeff will be here in 20 minutes or so.
20 minutes.
Okay, well, Lulu, I guess you're going to sing for us for the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, no.
You could put on one of the songs that we haven't heard for a while. I don't know what songs have you been playing lately, or haven't you been playing any songs the last couple weeks? Yeah, because he said, listen to this, TF. I'm sorry, before you get to that. He's such a whiner. I hope he gets in here and I'm still here to get a hold of him. Same sometimes. Oh, this Milk Cat. Maybe we should try to get Milk Cat in here. I wish I could yell at Flat Earthers, TF. Same sometimes. They could talk about their vision of Earth and the server, but when we talk about ours, boom, banned. And then when I give you your choice I give you a free pass to talk about your vision of Earth, TF. You have to be AFK for 20 minutes. So stop with your whining. Should we try to get the Milk Cat?
Yeah, give Milk Cat a chance.
Okay. Hear their vision of the globe. That's all I asked. And they're whining. They're saying no one wants to hear it. I want to hear it, and you're not here. Okay, Milk Cat, when's the stream? Right now.
I bet you $100 he won't be able to make it.
Because that's what all these keyboard warriors are all about. I'm being oppressed. Here's your free pass to talk to an audience. Oh, no, I'm busy. Mommy's calling.
We have Sheckelstein in here. Does anyone spoke to them? I saw them unmute their mic. I thought they were going to say something, but then they muted themselves.
No.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Unmute. We're waiting.
Well, that was me. I don't know if I just got a question for you guys. Do you guys know the argument, the Orion argument that completely destroys the heliocentric model?
Did you say the Orion
The what?
argument?
Yeah, the Orion constellation argument. Have you ever heard that before?
Well, I've never heard of someone making using that for to destroy the globe. The thing that destroys the globe is the lack of curvature.
Heliocentric model. How does it destroy the
No.
heliocentric model?
Okay. Well, this is Lays now. I was just. You mind if I went over it? Because I've never heard anybody give this argument before, other than me. But I personally think it completely destroys the heliocentric model. The fact that the Earth, or the idea that the Earth revolves around the sun.
Well, yeah, I mean the stars and the lights in the sky would not work the way they do if it were to be what they claim it is. However, it's like those are just observations, and we can't. There's a lot of things
I'm
that.
sorry, I'm breaking. I got bad signal.
But the thing that does destroy it though is the verifiable, the demonstrable, the repeatable measurements. It show no curvature, like lack of curvature, and the fact that more than 70% of the Earth is covered with water. There's no spin. There's no measured curvature, measured movement. But as far as the stars, I mean, if someone wants to go into that, I think that's what he wanted to hear about. So if someone wants to go into that, feel free.
Well, I was just asking if you guys ever heard that argument before, but I don't have to get into it. I was just wondering if you ever heard it before.
Tell us. Yeah, right? We want to hear it, don't we?
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
for it.
Okay. Well, Orion is on the equator, and the fact that you can see it 8 months out of the year makes it completely impossible that the Earth rotates around the sun, because every 6 months, okay, I'll just it can be seen from August. Actually, I'll do the diagram like I always do with when I'm giving this argument with people. You take a piece of paper, you draw the sun in the middle of the piece of paper. Then you draw the Earth on the left-hand side of the sun, and then Orion on the left-hand side of Earth. That puts Earth between the sun and Orion. And let's say it's August right now, because it is. Now, in 6 months, draw Earth on the right-hand side of the sun with night facing to the right. How in the world can you see Orion from there? When you're on the other side of the sun, looking in the opposite direction. And the thing is, you can see Orion 8 months out of the year.
Yeah, because the Earth is in a globe.
Yeah, I've heard that argument, but I didn't know that. I mean, I didn't. I've never heard it phrased that way. I didn't know it was called the Orion argument
Well,
or something. But yeah,
I just said that because I've never heard anybody use this argument before. I've heard people use
Yeah.
the star, but not Orion. And the only reason I like to use it is because I verified it myself. I have personally seen Orion in the sky for over 8 months out of the year consistently. And if we were on the other side of the sun every 6 months, that would not be possible.
yeah. There's actually a diagram that people have made of this, of what you're talking about. I don't have it. I'd have to search it, but I'm pretty sure it's in here somewhere. If you look under the stars, hashtag stars.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not saying I made it up. I'm just saying I
Oh
just
yeah,
never
no,
heard
no.
it before.
It is a good argument, but they there is like some BS explanation that they give us, of course, but it does kind of show that like it's impossible on a globe, basically.
Oh, you said they actually had an argument against it?
Yeah, I just can't remember what it was because it's been yeah.
Okay.
Not specifically Orion though. Like they just say the stars that you see on one day, you shouldn't be able to see it on like 6 months later.
Oh well, yeah. When you use stars like in the north or in the south, that is possible. But when it's on the equator, that's not possible.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find the diagram for you. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. I didn't mean to butt in. I was just curious if you guys ever heard it. Alrighty.
No, yeah, you're good, and it's a great argument. I have heard it before, and I'm glad you brought it up because a lot of people haven't discussed that one, and it's because it can't happen, right? Like it just cannot happen on their model. So thank you for sharing again.
Yeah, and just because they formulate some argument, it doesn't mean it's valid. Because I mean, they always try to formulate an argument of some kind. But
Well, yeah. Well,
yeah.
if you use logic, there is no argument to it.
Yeah. It's kind of like the Selenalian eclipse. Like you just show them that it's impossible, but they still have some ridiculous BS argument because they just don't want to think about it. So
guess what, ladies? TF is here to tell us about his vision of the globe.
TF, yet again. Here we are.
Redford Bear knows you.
Welcome.
She checked you in. Yeah, good to see you. Thank you.
Okay,
for showing
so
up.
you're welcome. And before I start, I want to know like your vision of the globe, so I can like kind of catch like what you guys think the globe is, like a concept.
The globe?
No, the what you think we're living in right now. Like, I need a concept of that before I start. You know.
Not on a globe. But what do you think we mean by here? I'll just post this so that because this is just my favorite meme. But just read that. Are you in the live stream text chat?
Yeah.
Okay, so just read that. We don't mean this, so it's not a disc. So if you can just understand that part, you'll be good.
I think the main thing to understand is TF is that we accept reality the way it presents itself. So saying we live on the same earth where you do, in which it's flat and stationary, and we've never seen any curvature anywhere, nor have we felt any motion. And any claim to the contrary does not have any hard scientific evidence to back it up. So we don't have to have a model to show you and explain every single thing because globe model is the positive claim where they say it's definitely this way and here's the exact numbers, here's the radius, here's the this, here's the that. That's why we ask for your vision of it and why you think you live on a globe. We just accept reality the way it presents itself, and we don't think there's any kind of trick to it. We don't think we're being fooled into being stationary when we're really moving. We just think it's flat, it's stationary, the way it appears.
Right. I also have a question about the image. Is that what you think people see, or is that what you see? Like on the bottom it says, if you think this image represents what flat earthers believe, then you already have been deceived by the Google algorithm. Like, does that mean like what we think you see, or is that what you see? Because
no,
They present the planets that way, and then they say, "Oh, but look, Earth is like this disk floating in outer space." We don't think that. So just replace that disk of like Earth with a globe, And that is what your model thinks, right? That this is what the planets look like. They're out in second law of thermodynamics violation. But we do not think that that is what planets are, which are wandering stars. And we don't think that the Earth is this disk floating amongst them.
Like, you guys don't think the Earth could be a globe like all the other planets, just like a disk? Hold on.
Yeah, no. We
Who
don't
said
think
all
that-
the other planets are a globe, though? Who's making that claim?
In the model, I guess.
Yeah, but I can't go there to determine what shape, right? I just observe them as luminaries in the sky.
Oh, well,
You kind of have to let everything that they've told you about, you kind of have to let it all go and just look at it and accept it for how it presents itself.
yeah, I get that, but like so
So
everybody.
the word planet just means wandering star. So
Okay.
we see lights in the sky that are stars in the sky, and the planets are the wandering stars.
Oh, so you guys think of them as wandering? Okay.
Well, the etymology of the word planet actually means wandering star, and that's what we observe, right? They're just like wandering stars that don't follow the same path as other stars.
So I have a question about like the Earth and stuff, because this whole thing is about the Earth. So no, actually, I have a question about the other planets. Since you can't go there, why do you think it's a globe? Like, I know some of the planets are like you can see them from Earth itself, but like some of the others, I don't. They're like barely a little bit fairly visible. So I want to know why you think they're also globes besides Earth.
Who thinks something? Okay, so who thinks something is a globe?
You think something is? What do you mean by something?
I'm trying to figure out what you're asking, because
Oh.
you're asking us why we think it's a globe. What are you referring to?
I mean, like, why you think the other planets around, when some of the other planets you can't go to or nor see, but you still think they're round?
We don't know what shape they are, and none of us have said anything. I haven't heard anyone say that we think anything is a certain shape. We just
Oh,
see them as lights in the sky.
okay. So you don't. So you just see them as just anything, I guess.
Have you ever looked at a star through a telescope or a
Yeah.
planet?
Yes.
Okay, what did you see?
Well, I saw many things, but that was a couple years ago, so I think I forgot a little bit of it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I mean, from what you remember, what did you see? Lights, or did you see like a ball?
I saw like a little ball, I guess. Like, it was like very, very small though, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, so that's our point, is that we don't know what they are, if they're even like a physical entity. It's just what we see are lights when we see through a telescope. And what they give you when you go to NASA is they give you these really pretty CGI pictures of ball planets, right? And they tell you what you see through the telescope as lights, they're actually this. But they don't have any way of verifying that. You don't have any way of verifying that. What we all see, which are lights in the sky, that's what we say planets are. They're just lights in the sky. There is no way for anybody to verify it.
Well, yeah, I think there's like, I forgot this way. No, I was taught this in, I think, middle school or something. Wait, never mind. I forgot it. I'm sorry. So you guys just view them as entities, right? Like, just
Does
wandering.
anybody have the GIF to show her where it is? The Karen B with the circles, And can you tell if it's a sphere? I don't know how to
Oh,
do that.
Kai had it. I don't know. She had it, but I don't have it.
Oh, there it is. Okay. So
There we go.
that's an image of it. So can you see in that image, can you tell which one is a sphere?
Like in the Grim image or the little Truth Prevail images?
Grim.
The Grim, yeah.
Well, they all look like a sphere, though.
And that's exactly it. They all look like a sphere. So the only way to tell what it actually is, and in this video, they're actually picked up, and you can see which one is, which one isn't, which one is concave, which one is convex. One is actually just a flat piece of paper. You don't know until you actually touch something. So them putting all of this ideas and presuppositions and assumptions onto these things that they're seeing in the sky, it's just that. Just because it's a circle doesn't mean it equates a sphere.
But what about those astronauts that went up into the sky, saw the Earth themselves, and they saw it was a sphere?
Do you have any way of verifying what they're telling you the truth when they say that it is a sphere?
Well, I wouldn't think an astronaut would lie about the Earth's shape because they wouldn't gain anything from lying or telling anybody about the Earth's shape because nothing would change really.
Did you just say they wouldn't gain anything?
This is the guy that was in the lobby saying he couldn't understand what they would gain from lying or why the government would lie. But he, as we hear, he is very. You are a male, right? Because
No, I'm sorry.
You're a female. I'm sorry. Forgive
It's
me. I'm
okay.
bad. I apologize. Should have asked you at the beginning. She was in the lobby asking, why would the government lie? And we understand, being young, that might be difficult for you to understand. So, but yeah, maybe some of these ladies have an idea of how to explain that to you.
Well, here's the thing. Like, do you think the government would lie to you or to its people?
I don't.
Notice, I want to point out too that she's talking about these people that claimed they went to space, but when they came back, they couldn't get their story straight. They were saying, like, some of them were saying they didn't see any stars, some of them were saying they did. And you hear other people claim that, okay, well, when you get up there, you can't see stars. And then they turn around and talk about how you can see them. So they can't even get their story straight.
Not to
Just
mention
so
when they
you
went
know.
up there, they were all smiling and laughing and so excited. And then as soon as they got back, I mean, their heads were in their hands. They were stressed out. They couldn't get their story straight. Like, you can just even see it on their disposition, their countenance of how much it affected them. There you go. There's a picture of it. That's them coming back from it.
And then
Like,
we have Buzz Aldrin talking to a little girl saying, why haven't we been back to the moon? That's not an 8-year-old girl's question. And then he went on to say, well, I'll tell you why we didn't go back, because we never went. And that's just how it happened. Like, if anyone's got that clip, I guess it would be good time to post it. I don't actually have it, but Graham posted it. He's got it.
Yeah, and really, TF, and we understand if you're very young, you don't understand why a government would lie. For power, for control, for money. There's many reasons why people lie, and government, they claim they're servants of the people. Did you even know that there used to be a thing called public servants? That's what they called them, government workers. They're just all about the cold hard cash. But if you haven't found that out yet, that's fine. We understand. And I'm sure you will learn that as you move forward in your life. And maybe when you have to start paying taxes, it will cut through to you. But I'm sure you've paid sales tax before. So you are a taxpayer in a way. Yeah.
And man, how that is a thing of the past too, Dandelion.
I know, the public servant. Like, that's just a joke right now.
Yeah.
You can't even believe that they used to dare to call themselves public servants. You know what I mean? That's just so far from what they are. They're just cash rake earners, right? That's what they are. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Please do.
So
Yeah, that's why we're here. Yeah, ask away.
about the government, you said they would want control or other reasons for them to lie to us. Um, why would they want to lie about something that would make such a minor change?
Do you think it would be minor? Because I mean, there's so much that goes into it. I mean, before you start looking into why they would lie, though, you would need to establish they have, whether they have or not. Then you can explore reasons why they would. But there's like a ton of reasons. It's like, I don't know. When I start going into it, I understand that you haven't heard them, but I feel like it's going to be so redundant for everyone else. But
What
it's
she's trying to tell you is that you need to understand why, as we alluded to at the beginning, that the measurements can just be objectively shown to be illogical and mathematical failure. They're not measurements. The numbers they give us, which they pulled out of thin air, that are just a fairy tale. The radius of 3,959 miles of this alleged globe has no basis in reality, and we can show you in the long distance observations and laser tests and so on that it just we just don't live on a globe of those dimensions. And anyone who is able to view things in any kind of objective or logical way, starting out with, if you are going to be a person, TF, so even though you probably sounds like you're a product of the American education system, it's not your fault. You're part of an education system that does not teach you how to step outside of a question and go into it in an objective way, where you're not starting with the presupposition that you live on a globe, which we understand because they throw that in your face every chance they get, that you're for sure you live on there. But you got to at least keep like a 1% in your mind. Do I really live on there? What makes me think that I live on a spinning globe? And then when you start looking at it objectively, you realize, oh, we see way farther than we would if we were on a ball of dimensions claimed. And then you can move into starting to think about, where do I live then? What is the nature of this reality where I live? Is it flat and stationary just as it appears? Maybe it is. But if you're just going to be a person who's going to be like, yep, saw that on TV, heard it in school, definitely true, then, it's fine. You can remain in delusion. It's much easier that way, but not as much fun or as interesting. If you would like to remain a mind-numb robot, no problem. Most people do. But if you'd like to hear some of the information that goes against the globe model, which is how science used to be carried out in the world, you would make a natural observation, you would develop a hypothesis, you would test the hypothesis in reality. In the case of the globe, it's not scientific because it's impossible to make a natural observation of this globe, because you would have to go to a fantasy realm known as the medium of outer space, which has never been demonstrated to be able to exist, because you cannot have a vacuum right next to the pressurized atmosphere. So basically, everything they tell you is just, a story they made up. Are you, TF, will you be able to have, like, can you give me a 1%? 1% that you might not live on a spinning globe? Can you give me a 1%?
I don't know.
What's your percentage certainty that you live on a spinning globe?
Well, I don't really have a percentage right now, but it's more than 50, I can assure you.
Only over 50. I'm going to say that's positive, because we had a grown adult who claims to have a master's degree the other day named Charlie, who told me he was 99.99999 and he couldn't even list how many nines. Sure. So you're ahead of him. You are more intelligent than a Charlie with a master's degree. I'll tell you that right now, because you understand that science isn't about certainty. Science is about continuing to ask questions and refining hypotheses and possibly developing them into a theory and eventually to a law if you find nothing that contradicts it, like the second law of thermodynamics and so on, which the fantasy medium of outer space denies. But the globe is not a theory, definitely not a law. It's not even a hypothesis, like I just told you, because there's no natural observation involved. You've never observed curvature anywhere, and neither has anybody else.
Well, I've heard there are actually tests you can do to prove that the Earth is round on the Earth. For example, let me see if I can remember this. My teacher used to tell me that we can view Earth prove that the Earth is round by the stars.
How would she
So
tell you, or he or she tell you that that would be done? How would you look at the stars to prove what you were standing on? How would you do that? Explain it,
she
please.
would tell us that we would, if the Earth was flat, we would all see the same stars. We would all, no matter where we were looking, we would all see the same stars. Now, if the Earth was round, we would have the northern hemisphere would see a certain amount of stars. Well, not a certain amount, like a certain model of
She
stars.
cutting out.
The southern hemisphere will see a different amount of stars because the Earth, something. I forgot what she said before because this has been a really long time ago. I think because the Earth wouldn't be shaped such way
Am I the one with the
where
audio problem? I guess so. I better go out.
and she also said something about the moon where if the Earth was flat, we would all see the same side of the moon, but that's not possible because something about the moon being something. And
Go on.
and since the Earth is round, once the Earth is round, we all should see the same thing.
Are you reading this off of something?
No, I'm not reading this off of something. I'm on Discord. I can send you a screenshot.
No, that's fine. I was just gonna say like we can go back to your first point and then go point by point and break it down for you if you want.
Okay. I also have a question about flat Earth. Like, how would time zone work on flat Earth, and how would the sun work and moon?
I think she's just Googling stuff. You're just
Okay,
Googling
so
things.
we
These
need
are
to
dumb questions.
kind of like. Well, I wouldn't say that they're dumb. We need to stick with one thing at a time, though.
Yeah.
She said she can
what do
send you a pic.
No, she said the screenshot of her monitor or something, which it's okay if you or like if reading this off of a website or something, that's fine. But we just want to make sure that you understand each point and each question that you're bringing up. You know, we don't want you just reading a list of questions and just bypassing everything.
No, this is what my teacher taught me during school. Because we had this like a project where half the class would be flat earthers and half the class would be earthers, and we would all say different things that we would all say different things that would work on flat Earth, wouldn't work on flat Earth, but would work on round Earth, and that would, and I think the opposite.
So okay, well you started with the moon. We can discuss these things. We can go over these things and talk about them, because I mean I totally get it and I understand that they've given this story, and so when you realize that the Earth is flat and that it measures flat and there's no curvature, then all these other questions come into your mind, and I totally get it. So some interesting things, like you start out with the moon. So okay, so this guy, he's not a flat earther, but he had heard about the I hate text chat. Totally hate it, but I'm getting ready to post something, so I had to look at it. Just annoys me. Anyway, this guy, he's not a flat earther, okay? But he had heard people claiming that the moon gives off cold light, so he measured it. And here's his results, you know, with what do they call it? Like a FLIR camera or whatever that he used. So the moonlight is measurably cold. So it's not, it gives off its own light. It does not reflect the sunlight. And some other interesting things about the moon is they try to claim that, you know, like the lunar eclipse is, you know, caused from the Earth's shadow, but it's not a shadow because it's red. And there's times that you can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon when there's an eclipse. On both kinds of eclipses. And I don't know. I'll post FLIR, FLIR. That's the camera that he used, but you can measure. There's many people have done this, so this is not the only guy that did it. I like his video because he measured. He didn't just like do this little test where he measured in one area and then like tested like in the shade, and he just he used this camera. And I like this one better because it shows the temperature of everything. And so in the shadows that are not in the moonlight, it's warmer, and in the moonlight it's colder. So the moon gives off its own light, and the effect of its light is cold. It causes things to be cold. So and there's a good eclipse Sunny posted. What they call the shadow. It's not a shadow, but they call it a shadow. However, it's going in the wrong direction.
I
And
have a question.
yeah,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
Wouldn't you need? Wait, hold up. In the video, did they test it? Did they test this on a new moon? Because like wouldn't you need to test it with and without a moon for it to be, a real test or something?
Well, think about it. Okay, so if the moonlight is shining on the ground, and you would think that if it's reflecting, if it's going to give off anything, it would give off heat, right? If it's reflecting the sunlight, which I don't think it would anyway. But the fact that in the shadows it's warmer than it is in the moonlight is pretty good evidence that the moonlight itself causes an effect to make things cold. Whether the light itself is cold or whether the light causes an effect that makes things cold, regardless, that's what it does. So it's got, like, I don't know, something within its nature that causes that sort of effect. It gives off its own light. It does not give off the sunlight. The angles of the moon and the sun don't even work out for it to even, it's not even possible that it's reflecting sunlight. An argument that,
Right.
no, go ahead.
But again, you would still need to test it when it's a new moon for it to be at least like a little bit accurate information, because you would need to test it with and without a moon to see if the moon has anything to do with this temperature or something.
Yeah, well, okay. So what I say to that is, if you're curious about this, do the test yourself.
Yeah, and there have been tests with the different phases of the moon. This is just shows one part of it. But it's a good idea to do the test yourself so you don't have to believe us and you can actually collect your own data.
I will try. It's just I don't have a thermometer with me.
Yeah, no problem. But did you understand the part where she was explaining about how the shadows of the moon doesn't match up with how they tell us during an eclipse, how they tell us it should be?
I guess.
So then that means, regardless of the test, it means that the sun is not being reflected off the moon.
And think about this: if you see the moon in above the horizon with the sun, shouldn't it be a full moon if that's where it's getting its light from?
Wait, repeat that again. I'm sorry.
Okay, so we're talking about the moon, right? And if it's reflecting the sunlight, and we see the moon and the sun both above the horizon at the same time, shouldn't it be a full moon? It should be a full moon. So
I'm sorry
if
for long silence.
no, it's okay. If someone's sending you stuff, just you can tell us who it is, right? And if you tell us who it is, we'll know every argument that they're putting up, and we'll just go ahead and lay it all out there for you.
Nobody's sending me anything.
Okay,
It
so
doesn't even
you
matter
have
if somebody is sending you something. What we care about is, do you understand like our argument and our claim, these explanations that we're giving you? Do you understand them? Because we can go through all of them with you. We don't mind. It's just that we want you to understand it.
I'm having a little trouble understanding it, but it's not you guys. It's my it's my internet. I'm sorry, but I understand most of you guys. I understood most of the part. Most part.
Okay, so the part about the moon and the sun being above the horizon at the same time. Do you think that if it were reflecting the sunlight, do you think it would be possible to have the moon above the horizon with the sun and it not be a full moon?
Yes, I think it's possible.
I don't know what to do with that. I'm just like, well, I mean, if you think it's possible, then I mean, how you think about things, I can't help you with that.
I don't know if any of you guys seen it, but like sometimes when you look up at the sky at a certain point or time, you can actually see the moon, but it's but I'm sorry, I'm having trouble explaining this.
I just take your time.
Mm-hmm.
Like sometimes when the sun is out and the moon is out, and they're both there at the same time. Sometimes it's not going to be a full moon, I suppose, because depends on where the moon's position is, I think, in its rotation.
Mm-hmm. So remember when I asked you earlier if you understood Truth's explanation about how the shadows didn't match up what we see in reality and what they tell us it's supposed to work on a globe? Maybe we can go over that with you again, because this is something that we see in reality, and there is no way for the sun to be reflecting off of the moon, because the shadows, the angle, it's completely off. It's called a selenelian eclipse. You can look it up yourself. It's when the sun and the moon are above the horizon. You can see them both at the same time above the horizon, right? And there's an eclipse happening, a lunar eclipse happening. And do you know anything about lunar eclipses?
A little. I'm still a little confused on the subject, but I think I can probably understand.
So when a lunar eclipse happens, supposedly on the globe model, it's when the sun, the earth and the moon are in alignment, and the earth is blocking the sunlight from the moon, and you can see the earth's shadow on the moon, right? So there has to be like a linear alignment for all of the three entities. So when you see the sun and the moon above the horizon, and there's an eclipse happening, that means they're not in alignment. And not only that, but also the shadow of the so-called shadow of the earth on the moon is on the opposite side. So if you look up at Sunny, can you post that the eclipse one again? I know you had it earlier. Oh yeah, there you go. Truth just posted it. If you can see that. So, are you watching that GIF?
Yeah.
GIF?
Yeah, if it
So,
were happening the way that they said, go ahead, Lou.
oh no, go ahead. You can explain it better.
Well, no, I'm not very. I don't explain things well. But if it were happening the way that they said, and that the Earth was, causing the shadow and causing, blocking the light from the sun, the shadow would go from the other direction. And the thing about this El Niño, like she said, I think we've already said this, but they call it the impossible eclipse. That's another word for it. They call it the impossible eclipse. The reason they do is because it's impossible within the heliocentric model for that eclipse to occur, according to the way that they say.
So, like you said, I've tried searching it up, and I tried searching it on Google, and it said I tried getting a little understanding of it. It said, "What is a selenelian eclipse?" It said this type of eclipse is called a selenelian or horizon eclipse, where a viewer can see both the total lunar eclipse and the sun at the same time. It happens because of the Earth's atmosphere tendency to refract or bend light slightly.
Yeah, so their explanation is that it's because of refraction that we see both the moon and the sun at the same time. However, they don't have any explanation to why we see the shadow of the moon on the opposite side. I'm sorry, the shadow of the Earth on the opposite side. Because refraction doesn't cause.
So do you have any more questions?
Think of some. Hold up. Oh, on the flat Earth or whatever what you think Earth is, like where exactly would the moon and Earth would be positioned, or would it be like this? Where exactly would the sun and moon would be positioned on a flat Earth, or would it be the same position as if it were around Earth?
Okay, so first of all, we don't just think that it is because it's been measured and it's objectively flat and level. First of all, just for starters, okay, and the moon and the sun are much smaller than what they claim, and they're local. So people have tried to measure the difference using filters and everything, and now I'm not going to say that they're both the same size, but it does appear to be that they're both relatively the same size, and so they're much smaller and they're much more local, and they just move across the face of the Earth.
May I say something? Well, it depends on. I think it depends on how close the Earth is towards the sun at some point or time of I think the year. Like sometimes the moon may look like the same size as the sun, but it all depends on where it is, where the Earth is in its rotation, I think.
Okay, what rotation? Because the Earth doesn't move and there's no measurable movement. You do realize that you do realize that the Earth has actually been measured, not in its entirety, but the Earth has been measured to see if this curvature exists. I don't know if you know this or not, but before we go any further, I want to make sure that you do understand this. That they claim that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. They give us a specific size for the Earth. And according to that radius, there's according to your observer's height, whatever height you are, there's a certain distance from where you're standing in all directions that the Earth must begin to curve away if it's going to be a sphere the size that they claim it is. And people have measured and looked for this. And the majority of the people that get into this, looking for this curvature, do so thinking that they're going to debunk flat Earth and that they're going to prove the globe. And then they become flat earthers because they realize that the Earth is flat and level. And no one has ever measured any curvature. So, like there's a base axiom that you need to start with, which is our objective reality, which is that the Earth is flat and level and it doesn't move. We see the lights in the sky moving. So when we understand that, we can go from there, and then we can observe the lights in the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars, whatever, and we can see what they appear to be doing. And they appear to be smaller. They appear to be much more local, and they just move across the face of the Earth. So the questions are good. They're great. And I don't mind discussing them with you. And I'm sure there's other people here that would be glad to. But I think that that would be a good place for you to start. Because it would be easier to understand more of what you're observing in the sky if you understand what's beneath your feet and what it's not. Like, not so much what it is, but understand what it's not.
I have another question, and it's about Earth. Well, I asked this question before, but I didn't get an answer from BC, so I don't know. Again, how would wait, what? So if the sun is the almost like at least almost the same size as the moon, how would day and night work?
Wait, sorry. Can I interrupt you there?
Okay.
Because Truth just gave you like an advice about how to not focus mostly on what you see up in the sky versus what you can actually do on the ground. Like, okay, for example, if there's a ball, would you agree that there should be curvature, right? That's like the main thing of having a curve. I mean, of a ball is a curvature. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Sorry, I thought that question was rhetorical. Yes.
Oh, I mean,
Yes.
yeah, I want to go like step by step with you. But so if you need a curvature for a ball, do you think that there has been, assuming that the Earth is a, do you think there has been anybody that has measured the curvature or seen the curvature?
I think there are people that have seen the curvature.
Okay, what about measuring it?
Well, since it was okay, I sort of went and tried doing some, I guess, sort of research. I don't know. On Google for this topic of curvature, it said, hold up, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay. For what I found, and I only searched up Earth's curvature, so the curvature of the horizon. The curvature is the reciprocal of the curvature angular radius in radians. Curvature of 1.0 appears as a circle of an angular radius of 57.3, corresponding to an altitude of approximately 2,640 kilometers, 1,600, aka 1,640 miles above Earth's surface.
Okay, so my question is, has anybody measured the temperature of this Earth?
I think people have. Like, I've seen some people try to measure that thing, and some of
See
them
if you
done
can find it.
successfully. But
See if you can find it. See if you can
Yeah.
find somewhere where someone's measured it. But then, like, okay, so to answer, because I don't want you to walk away from here not understanding. Okay, so the claim of the sun being 93 million miles away and this huge burning ball of gas, and that the Earth, spinning or whatever, rotating and orbiting the sun. So when you realize that it's flat, level, and stationary, and that the sun is much smaller and much more local, then you have to take into consideration the inverse square law and light attenuation, because it doesn't just travel forever. It has its limitations. You have limitations to how far you can see, and light has its limitations to how far it can travel. But do that. See if you can find somewhere where someone has measured curvature. If you're okay, so that's kind of like how we all did. We all just thought that someone did, and we just assumed that someone had, and just believed it was out there somewhere and never considered it. So now that you're considering it, look for it, and you'll be in the same boat that all of us are. You'll not find it anywhere. No one ever has. See if you can find that measurement of curvature.
okay. And where do I post this link?
You can DM it, and well, you should be able to post it. If it's just a link, you should be able to post it in live stream, text chat.
Can I ask what is it that you posted? James,
Oh, it was the link to.
Mm-hmm.
It was the link for people trying to find the curvature of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you can look. Did you have you looked at it or checked it out yet?
Yeah, it says that this guy was flying to 70,000 feet high, and he gets to see the curvature of the Earth as he reaches the edge of space. That's what it says in the description.
Okay, the only two things I want to point out is, one, when I look at the horizon in that video, it looks flat and level to me. I don't see any curvature at all. And two, we're talking about an actual measurement, not an observation. So if you think that they have measured the Earth, that someone has sometime at some point, then it would benefit you to look for it and see if you can find it, because it's not out there. No one has ever measured the curvature.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought you wanted. I thought.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I thought. I don't know which one of you, but because I was looking, but like I thought one of you told me to find a video about someone measuring the curvature.
Yeah. So this video, I mean, I'm glad you found it and posted it. Just to add on what Truth said, it says that he's at 70,000 feet high, and there's been videos sent up of balloons about 120,000 feet up high where we see no curvature. Also, astrophysicists such as Neil deGrasse Tyson say that you cannot see curvature of the Earth even at 120,000 feet up high. So whatever this guy is filming that he sees curvature of the Earth, there could be other explanations, such as distortion of the windows, distortion of the lenses that he's using to videotape this image, because there's no way that he's going to be able to see any curvature at 70,000 feet high. And mhm.
I don't think there's any distortion of
No, but according to your model, the glow model, you can't see curvature at 70,000 feet high. You can't see curvature at 120,000 feet high. That's what they say. So however you're going to explain whatever he's seeing, what I'm telling you is not the curvature of the Earth according to your model. Because I'm not saying this. Your people are saying this.
So they claim it's spherical and they claim it's curving, but then they say that you can't see it and you can't detect it. So it's like what you need to do is their claim is that the Earth is spherical at a specific size. It's got a specific size to it. See how they ever came up with that? How did they ever get it? They would have had to have measured it somewhere. An actual measurement does not exist of curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, and go ahead, Mimas. I think you wanted to add something.
Okay, so what this guy's doing is he's measuring the drop of the horizon, correct? He's measuring the drop of the horizon. All right, well, in surveying, we have a 450-foot radius that measures the fidelity of our right angle. That's the limit of us being able to measure level with a transit. So this guy is a full retard, thinking that he can measure something 10 times that distance, a mile and a half away. So we're just gonna ignore mongoloids like that, because people like that are using equipment that they don't understand. They're stupid and they don't have real jobs. There.
Do you understand what Mimas was saying?
Yeah, I understand what he was saying.
Yeah, the frame of reference for level on a transit is 3 to 4 inches. So let's say you take a torpedo level. You know what a torpedo level is? Torpedo level is one of those little pocket levels, like you use it for leveling pictures in your house, right? Like, have you ever hung a picture? You ever watched someone hang a picture in a house?
Yeah.
Okay, and you use the little tiny level to make it straight?
Yes.
All right, do you think that little tiny level can measure level 500 foot? Do you think it can measure level 500 foot?
Did you hear him, TF?
I own transits. I own a concrete company. I do infrastructure projects.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Like I know all this stuff. So this is my job. So whoever's DMing you has no idea what they're talking about. They're stupid, and they have put you in a bad position.
Nobody's DMing me.
Okay, well, wherever you got this from, wherever you got this, it's really dumb and bad. It's really dumb because the equipment does not work like that in real life. When you actually have to build something, it doesn't work like that. When you actually have to do something physical and not assume anything, the equipment doesn't work that way. It only works that way in your imagination. Because if you point it in one direction and have 3 degrees drop, guess what happens when you point it in the other direction, which he doesn't do? You're going to have 3 degrees inclination because you cannot level something 3 inches over miles. That's your frame of reference, about a 3-inch level. So the guy is full of crap. There, I'm done, y'all.
No, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I totally didn't see that link, so I thought you were talking about the first video.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah,
and
hopefully
we
that
don't
explained it.
we don't have experience with that, so yeah, I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
So does that answer your question? Do you understand what we're saying though? That no one has ever measured curvature, and if you look for this, you'll find that no one has ever measured a curvature. The only thing that they do is that they take an observation and then they make a bunch of assumptions on sphericity and the distance to the sun and the size of the sun and even the parallel rays. We don't even have that. It's like it doesn't even match reality. But it's an observation that doesn't validate either. It doesn't prove globe. It doesn't prove flat because it could work on both.
I also have another question. I don't know which one of you, but one of you said that the Earth doesn't move. Then how would seasons work?
Okay, so remember how I was explaining that the sun and the moon are much smaller and much more local? And so when they move along their path, they make like larger circuits and smaller circuits. And from the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer, and as they move in and out, it's like you'll get less sunlight, you'll get less direct sun, and you'll get more of the sun that you get will be at an angle. And during those times, that's when you'll experience your winter. So it's like you have seasons relative to the path and the path of the circuit that the sun is on. But I also want to point out to you that there have actually been 3 scientists that tried to detect movement of the Earth, and they couldn't. They failed to detect movement of the Earth, and I'll post that for you here in just 1 second. But movement of the Earth has never been measured either. We see the lights in the sky moving. We do not ever feel, detect, measure the Earth moving at all.
I just want to know, like how big or small or where the. I'm sorry, this is just really confusing. I just want to know how big and where the sun would be. Like, I'm still confused on where the sun would be. Like, and how big it would be.
No one knows the size of it. We don't know the size of it. It's not what they say. That's all we know. It's much smaller and it just moves across the face of the Earth. So it's not in one fixed location. It moves.
Someone just put a model in the voice chat. I just want to say something about the
It's not a model. It's not a
conceptual.
model.
It's a conceptual idea, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, about that, how would that work? How would this model work exactly? Like, no, concept. Sorry. How would this work exactly? Like how would a sun that small be radiating that much light across the dome? And how would this is where I was gonna mention time zones. Like, how would time zones work in this scenario again? Because like I'm a little confused. If there's this just one sun, this one small sun, the same size of the moon, just going around in circles like this, how would it like work?
Okay, well,
'Cause,
I
like,
guess I guess I'm not explaining it well enough. Maybe if someone else wants to try to explain it, but we have Sagittarius, Rolo, and NA in here that doesn't have any rows. If you want to hop up into the VC check-in one, someone will follow you up there. And if maybe someone else can explain it better because I've already explained it twice.
Same thing with Na. If you go to VC check and somebody can check you in and you can hear afterwards. So let me see if there's anybody else in here. Oh, I guess it's just me and you. So I can try to explaining it. So TF, you saw the GIF that they posted, right, where the sun is hovering over one part of the Earth and it's lit up, and then the other part would be darkened because the sun is not there, because the sun would be the source of light in this case.
Did you see the GIF in the live stream? Voice text? TF?
Which gift?
Okay, the one that has seasons written above it, with the circles on the Earth, where you can see the three different circles. Okay, you see that inner circle, and then you see the sun. So when it moves and it moves along its circuit and it goes from the center circle towards the outward circle, then you're going to get less direct sunlight when you're in the center. And when you're on the outside and the sun is in the center, you're going to get less direct sunlight there. That's when these areas are going to experience their winter. When the sun is overhead and you're getting the direct sunlight, more of the direct sunlight, it's when you're going to have the warmer seasons. Does that help?
A little.
Okay, great.
It's just what's pulling me away is like the size of it. The size of the sun that are all in these.
Okay, well, no one really knows the size, but we do know it's not what they claim it is. So here, check this one out. This is like people have been capturing videos of the sun as it's moving overhead. So do you see that video right there? Just in the thumbnail, you can see what I'm talking about.
So, I mean, TF, you can either talk to us or text, because it would be kind of hard to do both, get your attention to both parties.
Now, where's NA at? We can probably unmute them because their account is like 6 years old. So,
I don't know, they left already.
okay, well, we'll just go down the line. Who is the other one? We'll start at the top.
Sagittarius was the one.
We have Rolo.
Oh,
Do
Rolo.
you guys mind if I ask a question?
No, go for it.
Okay, I'm new here, but I'm just trying to understand stuff, okay?
Ah, Barker, yes, hi.
Yeah. So, from my view, if I was to stand in, let's just say, Canada, and then walk in the same direction, I would eventually end back in Canada. What's your guys' view on it?
Okay, so look in the live stream voice text.
Okay.
Do you see how you can? It's always relative to north. So even when you go straight, you're going to have to turn to keep the north bearing, like to keep at the same bearing. And so you're not going to be going straight in one line, but you're going to be going around the north. So it would work both. Like it works the same on a flat and level as it does on a spherical, because you have the north. The north is in the center, so you have to continuously turn to keep north in the center.
When we go great distances, we use our compass to guide us, and that always points north. So we make a gradual arc around the plane, and we go get back to Canada.
But, like, I'm just trying to figure out what your beliefs are. Like, if you were to...
It's not a belief.
Okay,
Did
well,
that answer your
what you
question?
know then, okay?
Did that answer your question?
A little, but, like, I don't understand the model you guys know. Like, I think the globe, okay? So if you guys are headed in one direction, are you just hitting like a wall or falling off the edge or like what's happening?
Which direction you're going? What are you
Let's
using?
let's
Are
just
you using a
say north.
compass? You're gonna use a compass, right?
Okay, yeah, I'd use a compass.
All right. Well, the compass is always going to point north, which is in the center. So there you go. It's going to keep you traveling in a circle.
But wouldn't I eventually end up back where I started?
And
If you're talking about circumnavigation, you're using the compass and you point it north, like she said, it's gonna be relative to north. So it doesn't matter whether it's a bowl or flat Earth. It's gonna be pointing north, and you're gonna end up the same place.
Oh, I see the gift now. The North Pole circumnavigation one, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Was that the only question you had?
Yeah, I'm new here. I'm just trying to figure out what you guys believe in, really. Well, no, sorry.
Well, we just take it. Okay, so we just accept it for as it presents itself to us.
Okay, do you guys have a picture of the model that you'd say is accurate?
We don't have a model. We don't need a model because to have a model, you would have to it's pretty much claiming that you understand and that you know everything, right? And so it's just reality. Just look at reality for how it presents itself. It presents itself as flat, level, stationary. If anyone's claiming otherwise, then they need to provide some kind of evidence that can be verified.
For the person that says, does he have a model of the globe, I would just use the standard globe that everyone uses, because that's what I know. But what would you guys use, for example?
The standard globe. Can you post that?
Yeah, just like one you'd buy like at a store or something. Let's say, just a globe. That's how
You know
I
they make
the
those
world.
for entertainment purposes.
Yeah, that's not accurate. So I'm
But you
Mm,
assuming
guys have got to have one.
Barker, I'm assuming that you think that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, but the only places I've seen where they have like a model of the flat Earth was the Flat Earth Society, and someone said in here that those guys are just lying or something.
Yeah, it's controlled opposition.
So, like my understanding, I've just sort of deleted everything I've know, and I've come here to try and learn a bit more.
Sweet. Welcome. You're in the right place, man.
So I'm just trying to figure out if you guys have like a picture of what you believe it looks like. I keep saying believe, but no.
So here is what we think in here, right? That it's definitely not a globe, and it's definitely not what they told us it is, because there's no curvature, there's no spin, and what the Earth actually is, as far as like the shape of it, nobody knows, because we are limited in actually doing exploration of the whole Earth, right? So we can only tell you that as far as the measurements goes, it's lacking curvature and it measures flat so far. So if you can provide us with any type of measurements of curvature, that would be great.
Yeah. Because when you try to research this subject, you just find like I've seen the dome theory, I've seen hollow Earth, So I'm just getting all this mixed information.
Yeah, you're gonna have speculations and theories, because again, we don't know exactly what the shape of the Earth is. So as the main thing that we all agree here, at least, is that it is not a globe. That we have debunked the globe, and we're going on to the next step of trying to figure out what this place is. So if anybody tells you with 100% surety that it is this and it is that, they're lying to you. because all we can verify at this point is that it measures flat. We don't know how far it goes, or what is beyond the ice or Antarctica. We know that there is some type of containment to this place, but we don't know what it's made of, the distance, like the limitations of it. We don't know these things. There are certain things that we can verify, and there are certain things that we speculate. And the gifts that you see, like the concepts, these are just certain things that people have made to demonstrate what and how things could work, like the sun and the moon, time zones, stuff like that.
Okay, but has anyone ever tried to see what's like past Antarctica or like anything like that?
Sure, the government.
Yep.
The governments of the world. Operation Research, Operation Fishbowl, and Operation High Jump. Have you heard of? Let me find it real quick.
Yeah, there's
Admiral
been
Byrd.
people like the normal public that have tried, but because of, I don't know if you've heard of the Antarctica Treaty, they've kind of locked us in so that nobody that's not in the government or military could really
Yeah, didn't
explore.
Russia leave that?
Say that again?
Russia left the Antarctica Treaty, didn't they?
Did they? I didn't know that. I highly doubt it.
I'm sure they did.
I highly doubt that because it's basically like either way, even if
The answer is no.
quote unquote Russia did. Sorry?
The answer is no. In fact, they're holding the session for it jointly this coming year.
Ah, okay.
Is Mimas
there's-
muffled for you guys? Because I couldn't hear
Yeah,
what he said.
he is somewhat
Yes.
muffled. But I posted there's an interview of Admiral Richard Byrd in the live stream voice text where he
Okay, I'll
talks.
save
Now,
that
now
for
look.
later.
Yeah, I'm not giving, like, it doesn't mean that I believe everything that I'm just saying that, yeah, they have went there, and this is what he said when he came back. And did you know that even in the flight manuals and the government, and there's government documents where they refer to the Earth as flat, level, and stationary, non-rotating.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so the only place that the Earth is curving is in people's minds. It's the story that they've given. That's the only place. That's the only place it's curving. Not even in their own documents, in their own flight manuals. Any measurements, any observations reveals the Earth is flat and level. You don't feel any movement. Scientists have tried to measure. They haven't been able to find any actual measurable movement of the Earth. So there's no reason to believe any of that.
Okay, do you guys have a date for when they started lying then? Like, have you done research into that?
It's fairly new. I mean, it's only been, what, right around 100 years?
I would say since the Garden of Eden, but that's a different story.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about the heliocentric model.
The oldest globe they can find is 1492.
Well, that
Ever.
was like a concept, but that wasn't, like, they didn't even start pushing it, though, until about 100 years ago. They didn't start trying to...
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how you keep a lie going on for so long. Like, how one group of people would manage to do that.
Okay, well, I'll explain it to you. It's fairly easy because they hijacked perspective. Okay, they hijacked perspective and they called it curvature. And then with all the propaganda, and they didn't have it. Wasn't easy at first. People were resistant to it. They were calling them crazy for claiming the Earth was curving and moving. It was totally opposite from what it is now. They had a lot of resistance. People were resistant to it. There were actually newspaper clippings and shit like that about them saying that they were insane, that they were mentally ill, and all kinds of other things, right? Because so it wasn't easy when they first started. But the way they did it is they hijacked perspective. So the limitations of your vision and the point of convergence in your perspective is where they claim the curvature began. So now people have devices and technology that allows them to see further, and they're realizing that, hey, the Earth isn't curving away like they claim it is. So people measure, and when they measure, it measures flat level. Long distance photography, a guy, he was put in the Guinness Book of World Records, 273 miles away. Do you understand the size that they claim the Earth is, and where the curvature should begin?
No, I've not really like looked into stuff like that. Like I've not looked into the science of it.
It's not a scientific question; it's a measurement question. But Lou, do you want to do the?
Oh no, I actually wanted to let Elijah speak for a second, because he wanted to, before you skip over the lie topic. But he might be the last guy
Thank you.
I'm allowing to talk. You guys know.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I just wanted to say, did you know that reporting that a lie is so big is actually a CIA talking point? That it's at least documented to have started back in the 60s, coincidentally, when we started doing all this stuff.
And are you looking in Livestream voice text? Because Graham posted a newspaper clipping.
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
Did you know that? Like merely saying, I don't understand how so big of a lie could be hidden is actually a CIA talking point. Were you aware of that? If not, I can
I
get you the
wasn't.
document.
I'd like to
I
see
can
that,
get you the
please.
document.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so a lot of people do get fooled about the magnitude of the lie. They are actually, that's like the main thing that fools a lot of people. Is like there's no way for a group of people could lie for so long for about a subject like this, and it deters them from looking at the actual evidence, from looking at reality. You know, so if you can just understand that the why would they lie, and like there's no reason for it, this and that is actually a secondary point, and that you have evidence right in front of you, first try to find out that they have lied and everything, and then try to go on to that question of why would they lie, or how could they lie, is that will help you in actually trying to find the truth.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to find out what they'd like benefit from lying and things like that as well. I've
Yeah,
seen some
but
posts because that was asked earlier on. I've seen some posts about it, but
yeah, so again, that's like a secondary question, right? So regardless of what they benefit from it, the fact that they have lied is what matters. So look into it, look at the evidence that we present, the facts, and actual reality of them lying, and then go on to ask the question of what's the benefit? Why would they lie?
Yeah, because all of that would just be speculation. We can't read their minds. We're not psychic, and we know that they're lying. That's already been established. So even if they came out and told us, we couldn't trust them because they're liars.
yeah, like I understand. Like obviously governments lie. It's just how do you keep one going for so long?
Well, you control the narrative. You control the information. You control the minds of men. It's
But,
fairly
like a lot of
easy
government
at this
lies
point.
usually come out in the end. Like all like the war stuff, like war crimes, they all come out. So
Yeah, but and what Radwin posted, TV is actually a great tool, and which has been used in the past, in recent years. They've used that as a great tool to mass indoctrinate, and it's easier to brainwash people with the television than like 300 years ago, when people didn't really have any access to information, as readily as they do now. And when you control that source of information, then you can literally tell anybody anything and they will believe it, which is what we're seeing nowadays. So it's easier actually for people to be fooled in these days than back in the days.
Yeah. I think the only thing that I don't believe right now is the moon landing. Just because someone posted a GIF of a shuttle taking off the moon, and it was hilarious.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I don't know how anybody could believe in the moon.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of tinfoil or something.
Yeah, it is. So.
Here, I'm gonna post something for you to take a look at.
Okay.
You know, and then if you have questions, you can ask later or whatever. But that because we do have some other people in here. If you have any more questions after that, that's cool. But
Oh no, that's it. Thanks for your time as well.
yeah, no problem.
Actually, before we move on, Barker, I just wanted to ask you, like, if you can find us anybody that has measured the curvature throughout any history of the Earth and the spin, if anybody has measured the spin, and you can just post the link and just tag one of us.
Okay, I'll have a look.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Let's see. Rollo left, so I guess we can go on to Sagittarius. Sagittarius, you're unmuted. Welcome to the server. How did you find us, and how much of the topic have you looked into? Okay, next is... Oh, and they know that I'm getting ready to unmute them. They all did.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, 3 of them left.
So, Barker, I guess if you have any more questions, now's a great time to ask. Everyone else took off. So...
Oh, TF is still here as well. Okay. Yeah, either one of you, if you have any questions.
And Sagittarius, you're still unmuted. If you want to speak up, feel free to. So do you understand anything any better, TF?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you understand now that you didn't understand before?
I can't word it right. I'm sorry, but I can't word it right, but I understand it. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I mean, if you just say it, I'm sure I'll get what you're saying.
So that if there is nobody that has actually measured the curvature, that means there is no curvature, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, if you measure the Earth and do long distance observations, and if it doesn't curve, then what would it have to be? What else can it be? If it's not curving upwards, it's not curving downwards, what is it?
I guess that's a hard question.
I know, right? When it's like they don't want to say. There's only one answer,
Oh.
so yeah.
I'm
If
sorry.
it's not
I thought-
curving, what is it?
I thought you didn't want. I thought that was a rhetorical question. My bad.
Well, it kind of is, but still, I mean, that's the whole point. So can you tell me with that? Can you just tell me if it's not curving, what is it?
Straight.
Straight.
Yeah, I guess.
Is
Close
it that
enough.
hard to say? Is it really that hard to say, man? You're not going to melt away if you say the word flat. I promise.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the answer was straight.
Maybe Barker could answer this. Give her a hand, Barker. What's the answer? No?
Free snacks in the back for the first person that can answer the question. If it's not curving, what is it? Yeah, we're not going to get anything. So. Why is it that hard to say? What the hell, man?
It's like when that girl wants the boy to say "I love you." This is the pause.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you say it, that it doesn't mean that you are saying, okay, I know the earth is flat. It's just a question. Okay, let's say that it doesn't even apply to the earth. If you measure a table and it's not curving upwards and it's not curving downwards, what is it?
It's
Oh my god. Oh,
I
geez.
say A for efforts. That's it. Oh man, then there was a new person that left. I guess we're gonna keep asking that question until you answer it.
The earth is flat.
Maybe she's terrified because I was terrified when I first found out. I was terrified.
I don't know, Lou. There's no other new people. So, and all the other ones when dipped, and ASIC up there is deafened. Barker, do you have any more questions? TF, do you have any more questions?
I don't have any more questions.
What about answers?
Okay, I've got one more.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be a certain height to view the Earth's curve if there was one, correct?
To see it, yeah.
Yeah. So, have any of you guys got proof of like being at that height to show the Earth's flat?
Let me ask you this question first. Do you know at what height you need to be to see the curvature?
No, I just know it was a certain height. Well, a specific height, sorry.
Okay, so then, I mean, I could tell you that I've been at 10 feet, haven't seen curvature. I've been at I've been at 38,000 feet, haven't seen the curvature. There's been balloon launches at 120,000 feet with a straight flat horizon, no curvature. And I think, I don't know if that's as high as that I'm aware of.
Well, here's the thing: they say it's curving, but then they claim that you're never going to see it. You can't see it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't detect it. It's there, but you can't see it. But here, okay, so there's the curvature rate. Now, according to I don't know. Do you want to go over the black swan with him? I think he's already he's been through it, hasn't he?
I have no idea. Have you been
I'm
through
new
the
here,
black
but
swan?
I'm like completely new here.
Well, okay. So look at this curvature chart. Even if you don't do the black swan, like for any observation that you do on your own, there is, like, according to your height, there is a certain distance away from you that the Earth must begin curving away. It must start dropping away from you in all directions. If it never does that, then it's not curving. It's pretty simple. That's about as simple as it gets. But if you look at what Sonny posted, can you tell me where you see the horizon in that photo?
Not really.
You can't see the horizon? Do you understand what the horizon is?
Yeah, like the end. Like I don't know how to like articulate it. Sorry.
It's where the Earth appears to meet the sky.
Yeah.
Okay, where does the Earth appear to meet the sky? Well, in this case, the water. In this photo, where is that definitive line where the sky starts?
Well, there's the two measurements. I'm looking like way further back.
Are you looking at the?
Yeah. So where is the horizon?
Oh, so the 9.4 mile one. Is that the image I'm looking at?
Yeah, that. Okay, so in that photo, where do you see the horizon at?
Yeah, next to those oil rigs or whatever they are.
What do you mean next to? In front of? In between? Behind?
Yeah,
the oil rig?
behind this
Okay.
thing.
Okay, so you see the horizon behind the oil rig, so we can conservatively and safely say that at very minimum 10 miles out, even though it's further than 10 miles. And there's other photos that where you can actually see the land masses behind it, which are like 30 plus miles out. So, but in this photo, let's just stick with this one. We can conservatively say that, 10 miles. Would you agree that 10 miles out, if that last oil rig is 9.41 miles, would you agree that we can safely say that the horizon is at bare minimum 10 miles out?
Yeah, or a little further.
Okay. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, this photo was taken 1 foot with 1 foot observer height.
Okay.
So if it is a sphere of 3,959 miles and you're 1 foot off the ground, according to their calculations, then you should not be able to see the horizon must be no further than 1.225 miles. Because that's the rate at which they claim that it's curving away from you, times the square root of the observer height in feet. And we're at 1 foot. So 1.225 should be the limitation. That should be the limit to how far out the horizon can be. It can be shorter, but it can never be further. So at any point, if you see the horizon, 1 foot observer height, further than 1.225 miles, it's not curving. It's not a sphere the size they claim it is.
Do you have one of flat land that's not like water? I know that's like quite a far distance for, but yeah. Like just
Why
flat
would
earth.
why would that make a difference?
Because water's like it levels out, doesn't it? So
Exactly, which is a better way to tell whether something is flat or not.
If you're going to
The
try to
Earth is
measure
molten.
if you're going to try to measure over land, you're going to have issues with unless you, I mean, because you've got topography, and it's hard to, like, well, unless you're a surveyor. I don't even know. So we know that water is flat and level, and if the Earth is a sphere, then over water, the water would need to curve around that sphere. So if the Earth is curving, you should be able to measure it over water. You can take topography out of, you You can eliminate that variable by doing it over water. Because you're going to have issues with, hills and mountains and. However, there are places where you can where you can still see. I mean, even over land, you can see much further. But how is someone going to say, well, it's because there's a mountain there and it looks like there. Anyway, you got to do it over water.
Yeah, it's so basically it's best when you're doing long distance to water because water always sits level. So if you see it like 10 miles away, it's not because the ground is rising due to like a hill or something like that. Do you get that?
Yeah. Let's say I have a boat and I'm driving this boat out to sea or sailing. At what point should I stop seeing the boat?
Depends on your height. Now, if you get right next to the water, to where you're just 1 foot off the water, you shouldn't be able to see it any further than 1.225 miles. It should start going down over the horizon, going down over the curvature. And a lot of people claim that when the boats disappear, that they're disappearing because they're going over curvature. Yet you can zoom in on them and bring them back into view. So they're obviously not going over any curvature.
Yeah, I know. It also depends on the atmospheric condition. If you're sometimes you might see the boat disappear like 10 feet from you, and sometimes it will be on a clear day, it will be 10 miles out, and you'll still be able to see it. So a lot of people mistakenly say, oh, it's the curvature, when in actuality it's just perspective and atmospheric conditions that hide things. It's not the curvature.
Okay. And before I go, do you guys have like documents where I can learn more about this in the channel?
Oh yeah. If you scroll all the way down, you're gonna find pretty much almost any topic that you can think of. It will be downstairs, and you can search it up.
Yeah, there's just so many.
Scroll all the way to the bottom where you see additional information. There'll be rooms below it labeled A through Z. So whatever you're looking for, find out what room it should be in alphabetically and just find it there. What kind of documents in particular are you looking for? In reference to what? Measurement?
Just trying
Like
to get like a basic understanding, really.
There's like flat earth beginner stuff there too, right?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Beginner's references.
Yeah, introduction videos. I mean, let me see. There was, just go through each one, and you'll see there's like beginner stuff.
Were you grabbing the things that I was posting in the live stream voice text?
Yeah, I've got them opened up in my browser.
The FE core and the wiki links?
Yeah, measuring curvature over water surface and stuff like that. Experiment
Alright.
goals, motivation. Yeah.
Do you live near a large body of water, like lake, ocean, or anything like that?
I'm right in the middle of Scotland, so it's just hills, really. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if you do ever get the chance, you can do your own observation and experiments about long distance observations, and just test these things out for yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna chill now and try and learn. But thanks for your time, guys.
No problem.
Yeah, if you have any more questions, just ask.
I wanted to tell him that Wiki and Google lies, so to check the source. If you YouTube it, you'll get all the debunking videos, so it's not really going to be a good source either.
What I would like to hear is that you go out, sometime in the near future and do your own observation, and you come back and, let us know what you found. Do people
So
dip when they know that you're gonna unmute them?
yeah, they're not ready.
I mean, it's sneezy. They're easy conversations, actually. But okay. Oh well. Well, I don't know, Lou. What do you think? You want to end ladies' night? We don't have anyone else.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Unless TF has any more questions, we can call it a night. Okay. I'm guessing no questions. um,
So TF, before we go, I do want to know, because you were having a hard time explaining it, and I don't think you actually did. So is there anything that you understand better now than what you did before?
Yeah, some things.
Such as?
Such as the sun and moon are supposedly almost the same size, I guess, and how seasons and time zones work, I guess.
Did you hear when we were telling Barker about the additional information at the bottom of the server?
Additional information at the bottom. Yeah.
Scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you'll find an area labeled additional information. That's where you'll find plenty of resources down there. Did you grab the FE Core laser test and the wiki links that I posted? The Flat Earth Wiki.
Okay.
There was okay. No, I said, did you grab those links?
Yeah.
Half listening.
I know.
I'll just post it again for you. How about that? Here you go. I'll tag you. Boom. There you go. Save that and read it when you have a chance.
Okay.
It's one of the proofs of flat Earth.
Okay.
So the thing that you guys need to be looking for, you need to be looking for and see if you can find where anyone has ever measured for curvature, because they're claiming we're on a spherical Earth. Surely they've measured it, right? That's what you need to look for. Look for measurement of curvature, measurement of movement, and then it's like once you won't even get that far because you won't find either one of them. But look for those things, see if you can find them, and then maybe demonstrate gas pressure without a container. So other than that, Lou, I guess we can end ladies' night.
Yeah, for sure. This has been a great night. Another. Sorry.
It's that 4 more hours. 4 more hours.
We will love
I
to do
think you
that.
ladies should I think you ladies should go as long as you can. Make it a marathon. Why not? If there are people still here talking, why not? Go over a little bit.
But yeah, I mean, if the people would unmute and talk to us, but it's like when you let them know that you're getting ready to unmute them, they run.
Mm-hmm.
We had 5 of them in here, and then I started to unmute one and looked, and they were all gone. So I'm like, whatever.
Yeah,
we're not hard to talk to. I don't think.
I don't think so. I think we've been pleasant so far. But anyway, yeah, we maybe another so present. But thank you for that. For the encouragement there, Elijah.
You should let those people know you can't run from the flat Earth.
You can run on the flat Earth, though.
Yeah, you can run on the flat Earth.
Anyway, I'll end it. I guess Helio, if you're listening, I'll end it with this song. and have a great rest of the night. I mean, I'm gonna still be here, but here we go.
Debate, flat earth debate. Is there anyone who would debate me? Debate, flat earth debate. Where is the one who could debate me? Who has the science acumen? Where is the intestinal fortitude? Where can I meet you in debate? But Baltar, Space Monkey, you can't say I never tried. Baltar, where are ya? Get your ass in the arena. Baltar, pretender clown, it's time to meet me in debate. I'm gonna shatter all your dreams. I'm gonna smash that friggin' globe. Baller's tears, they taste sweet. Baltar, pretender clown, where can I meet up and eviscerate you? Oh, Baltar, don't you wish to see your spinning ball in Cogdis?
All right, can we get back to
Ain't
the
it time you said goodbye? But Baltar,
we have a legit sunstroker here.
Yeah, sorry to end the song. I know you guys love that song, but needs to talk to TF here.
TF, have you? Are you drunk or high? Which is it?
I don't drink.
Oh, you don't
or
drink?
smoke.
Okay. So I was going to try and give you a way out by saying you are either drunk or high. So you're just stupid.
I guess.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, that is true. Because let's say I draw a circle on the floor. Does that mean the entire floor is that circle?
No, I never.
No, it doesn't. So why are you strawmanning us? Why are you strawmanning us?
What does that mean?
I don't
That
think
means you're taking our argument and twisting it into something that it isn't, and then attacking that.
No, I was just asking questions.
You were asking a question about an argument that we have never made, and then claiming that the Earth is a disk, and that somehow we are claiming that the Earth is a disk.
No, because in the model I said it looked like a disc
That's
almost.
in your
So I
head.
was
you
because
don't
that
have a
is
model. How many
you are
times do you have to hear that?
I mean,
You're trying to conceive it that way. You are trying to conceive it that way because people like you are unable to think outside of models.
But
you have to be
you guys
you
are
have to be
showing
told
me a
what to think.
meme.
Yeah, people like you have to be told what to think. You can't just think about things in an abstract way. You have to be directly told things. Here's what it looks like, picture book style, right?
No, because you guys showed me a meme, and I'm trying to process what
No,
the
okay.
Earth looks like in that meme,
It
and
is
I said it
just
looks like this.
a concept to help you unwrap your mind from something else. It's not to put you in a new box. Okay? We're not trying to take you out of a box and put you into another box. Just get out of the box you're in and stop thinking in terms of models. I don't know how the sun works. I don't know how the moon works. I don't know how the stars work. I do know that nothing I am told from the heliocentric model that I came from makes any sense. And I used to watch every NASA launch. I have every NASA model. My grandfather worked on Apollo 17 and was Air Force. My dad was Special Forces. I come from the kind of family who loves this stuff. I grew up on Star Trek and Star Wars. I loved NASA. All right. I knew my model. I knew everything about it. I accepted all the stuff that didn't make sense because I just believed it and it was fun. All right. So I know what's wrong with it and I know how it doesn't work, and it's held together with chicken wire and spit. And that doesn't even hold it together. So it's easier to abandon things that don't work. And just because you don't have an alternative explanation doesn't mean you can't abandon those things.
I'm just confused. That's what makes this whole thing confusing. Because I don't really.
You're confused because what you're looking for is, without a replacement belief, you're still going to believe something that doesn't make sense.
No, I'm just confused because I don't really got a vision up now. Because I'm confused on how you guys view the Earth. Because like
I don't view the Earth as an object. It is an environment, a realm. I have no idea what it is.
So
now that you say it that way, see, I've been like, hating this object thing, but yes, I don't have an idea of the Earth in its entirety as an object. I have no fucking idea. That is a good way of putting it.
Yeah, I have no clue what the Earth looks like. I only know that the area that we live in measures flat, which automatically makes the asserted reality false, just on its face. I don't need an alternative explanation.
That's what makes everything confusing because nobody knows what it is, but everybody.
But listen to me. If somebody doesn't have an answer, what does that mean?
It doesn't mean they're wrong, but it makes everything confusing.
Well, it's only confusing because you think it's something that has to be known.
No, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be known. It's just without me, I can't create a vision of it. So it makes
that's what I just said.
No, I mean like I can't see what you're seeing or understand what you're trying to understand.
I don't see the Earth. When I imagine the Earth, I imagine my family. I imagine farmland. I imagine experiences. I do not imagine an object.
So you just imagine it, just not like a planet, but like experiences. I guess like things.
Earth is a realm that we exist in. You cannot qualify it. You cannot measure across it. You cannot get to its end. You cannot get out. You can't get out to look back and see what it looks like. Who knows? Maybe the Earth is all there is. Maybe there's nothing even outside of it. Maybe it's the end of reality. Maybe there's no reality outside of that. After all, that's what the heliocentric model says too. Outside of the heliocentric model, there is no reality. It's expanding into non-reality.
Okay, so you don't vision Earth as an object, but a realm that you guys are living in?
Yes, this is a realm that we live in. And the realm, the part of it that we have explored, measures flat. And we can measure to a central point. So it's like tying a rope to a tree, right? If you pull on that rope, you're going to end up walking in a circle around that tree, right? If you try and go left or right. You have a limit. And we're limited to this area of survival, because if you go beyond that, it's too cold to exist. Like when you get to Antarctica, there are places that freeze diesel fuel, that freeze gasoline. So far as we're told, the most important thing is to stop thinking in terms of, I have to be inside this box to think about this, because that's like the employee mindset, right? You have to learn to think for yourself. I don't believe in models because I'm trying to figure things out. And the moment you adopt a model, you immediately throw away future knowledge to accept something that may not be true, only because it satisfies the desire to be told what to believe. And I find that unacceptable. Do you want to be told what to believe, or do you actually want to discover it yourself?
I'd rather be told than be curious about the world.
Oh,
You'd rather be told?
wow.
Yeah, because I'd
That's
rather not
honest. I mean,
get
that's
myself to something.
Okay,
That's
we're
honest,
telling
I
you
guess.
it's measurably flat. That's what we're telling you. So
And no one's going to be able to tell
Except
you the complete size, the complete shape of the Earth, because the deepest they've ever been is a little over 7 miles. So anyone who claims that they know and they tell you, then they're lying, because they don't know. No one knows. So if that's what you're waiting for, you're never going to get it.
Yeah.
So I know I said this before, but I was gonna repeat it again. Like, so you guys think Earth is not you don't vision Earth as a planet, but like a realm. Like
It
a
is the
realm full of
realm we exist
experiences.
in, and what it is an unknown. It's unknown to everybody.
And there's no
People who
reason.
say they know what it is, they don't know what it is. They're just
There's
making up a story to explain how the sky works, and they're inviting you to join in on the story. They're inviting you to share in their narrative. That's all they're doing.
There's no reason for us to think or even to speculate that the Earth is a planet, because planet is a wandering star. There's nothing about the Earth that says it's a star.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and
I'm sorry, go ahead.
just wanted to say that that meme that I posted that you didn't understand is to show you that that's not what we believe. We don't believe it's a disc at all, and I don't know how you got to the disc, but it's to show you exactly the opposite of that. So hopefully, just get the disc out of your head.
Imagine this.
I'm trying.
Imagine this. Let's say you're an ant, and you live on a little island in a great big pond. All right, and all your life, all the other ants have always just believed that there's nothing beyond, right? Is that all there is? Would all the ants just believe they live on a disk of water in an island in the middle?
Was that rhetorical or?
No, I'm just asking you.
Oh,
Let me ask you a non-rhetorical question. What would happen tomorrow if all the astrophysicists, the famous ones, came on TV and said, "By the way, we're admitting it, the Earth is flat"? What would you think tomorrow if they did that?
Well, I would first have to think are they real astrophysicists?
Let's say it's Neil deGrasse Tyson, Stephen Hawking rises from his grave, and Bill Nye. And they all get on TV, and they all together in the microphone all at the same time say it. What would you say? And the head of NASA.
Well,
what would you say if they said that tomorrow?
I would probably be shocked, I guess.
You'd be shocked. What would it mean for you, though?
Not much.
Not much?
So, no.
So the fact that they had been lying for a century wouldn't mean anything to you?
Not really.
Not really. Huh. I don't think the problem is in the information or in the facts. I think the problem is in the mirror.
Exactly. Because that's a lie. That's a lie straight up.
Yeah.
Because you've never actually thought about it.
Yeah.
Because you don't know how much the globe is in your face because you take it for granted. So let's just just assume, right? So NASA came out yesterday. I mean, NASA came out tomorrow and said that it was flat, and everybody else said, yeah, it's flat. It is what it is, right? But they don't change anything. So now you know that the Earth is flat, but when you go to school, they show you a globe. When you turn on Netflix and watch your favorite anime, the first thing they do is zoom in from the cosmos on the globe to where you are. And this is all you ever see day in, day out. And everything you ever do is going to have the presupposition that what you're doing is on a globe. Even though they've told you that that's not the case. You don't think it would matter then?
I mean, if they'd lied for so long, and we've been all doing this on a realm, I suppose, then them saying that it's
I mean,
not
you
a
just turn on the TV and you decide, well, I don't have any school. It's summertime. I'm just going to chill out and binge watch my favorite shows. And all of those shows show you that you live on all of those shows have a globe in the introductory song or whatever it is. Wouldn't that be bothersome?
I wouldn't make such a big deal out of it, I guess, if that happened.
I didn't ask you what you would make a big deal out of. I asked you, wouldn't it bother you?
No, not really.
Let me try a different approach, Elijah. Let me try a different approach. You know the Iraq War?
The what?
The Iraq War, the war that we've been in for like 20 years.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
How come I ask kids about the war that we've been in for 20 years and they don't know about it? Okay. So the United States went to war with Iraq.
Wait, let me just, the government teaches you that you live on a globe, but somehow you're not privy to a war that the government has been in for 20 years.
That I've lost several relatives to. That's weird. That is weird.
I got one up on that, guys. Like, yeah, on Brandon's, how Kandahar fell yesterday.
Oh, I know.
I raised the issue. I'm like, you guys realize what's really going on in the world? Like, Kandahar has fallen. The globalist Bioduel said, no, it didn't. Cool story, bro.
Yeah, it really did.
Yeah, so I started linking articles like in real time. It's like an hour ago. Here's 3 hours ago, right? Like, is under Taliban control for the first time in 20 years. What do you have to say for that?
Hold on a second.
It didn't happen.
Can I respond to this for a second? Just
there's a point. There's a point, and that is this. Let's say everyone knows the United States lied to get into war. Everybody knows that. Everyone knows the intelligence was false. Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with 9/11. Everyone knows there was no weapons of mass destruction. The whole pretext of the war was a lie, and everybody knows it. So if friends of yours and relatives of yours got killed in a war that was a lie, what would it mean to you?
I guess it would hurt me.
It would hurt you. It would mean something to you, right? What if everyone adopted a worldview that was maniacal, in which nobody cared about each other, and everyone was just in an uncaring, cold universe that would ultimately suffer a heat death, and you're all just worm food? If you're taught that your entire life, and then you find out none of that's true, you don't think that would affect you?
Well, it would just be a big lie that would...
wouldn't just be a big lie.
A big heartbreak.
That would, look, if it was tomorrow that they did that, it would be chaos.
I guess.
But what would happen if half the world had their worldview just turned off and changed and said, by the way, we've been lying to you, you're not worm food. And the universe
Well, I'll
is
tell
not
you what,
that.
man. There would be guillotines all over the NASA headquarters. There'd be guillotines all over the physicist headquarters.
That we killed off numerous thousands of your own past generations, your family were killed off for no reason.
I'd be the rebirth of Vlad the Impaler.
Who wants
Yeah.
Who wants to carve sticks for me?
But like
that, Sonny. I think is it
TF,
based on what we anyway.
TF,
Go
what's
ahead.
the implications? What's the implications of an Earth that sits on the ground, that is the ground, that has no edge, and that fundamentally, in its existence, had to have been created? What is the fundamental reality that would follow from that?
I don't know.
That would mean a lot of people would start fighting.
Just think about it.
It would
If
validate.
something is created, there has to be a what?
Creator.
Come on.
Creator?
A creator.
She said it.
Correct.
Jose, don't you go nowhere.
That's right.
So here's the thing, TF. We know
Dude, I've
that
been
the
here all
Earth is
day.
flat. We say that we know that the Earth is flat, measurably so. It's motionless, and it's contained. So welcome to Flat Earth.
It was created this way.
Yeah,
Duh.
no, if you want to argue about what that creator or that force or whatever it was, there's a religion room down there, that's fine. And I think that's an actual real substantial argument humans can have with each other. But
you know what? What's great? Well, never mind. Let me think about what I'm saying is just way off base first, because I think it is. Because I want to talk about how right now you can prove to yourself that the entire media brought to you by the government is lying. But I don't. I mean, that's probably for a more mature audience. But well, do you guys want to hear it?
Fuck yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so remember when they said that the killer thing that's everywhere was created in a lab over in the East. You guys heard that, right? That was a conspiracy theory?
Yeah, now it's true. Most likely.
On its face, that's a category error. How is that a conspiracy? Or they utilized the term in the CIA documents that said, hey, let's utilize this term to discredit people going against the narrative, right? This same term is used categorically incorrectly to shoot down people who are saying, hey, this thing might have been created, which I mean, that's another story. I don't know if that's true or not. But the point that every news pundit came out to call people who thought that conspiracy theorists, well, in order to be a conspiracy, people would have to be conspiring. Something escaping from a lab is not a conspiracy. So they lied just right to your face. Something that's insignificant. They could have just said it was false information, but they utilized the propaganda technique instead.
Fauci owns the patents.
why build a new bridge when you've already got a bridge standing, Elijah?
Since 2003, those patents, by the way.
Yup.
Boy, you would think that they would have, as soon as this came out, they would have said, hey, you've had the patents on this. You got a cure or a vaccine ready to go? But we waited all this time. Why?
I'll send you the whole thing, the dates on the patents, the Supreme Court rulings, everything, if you want it.
That's super. You know, it doesn't surprise me at all.
But look, none of that even matters because that you're too slow. Well, that I mean, you could think about it and care about it and devise your argument how you see fit. That's fine. But I guess what I'm saying here is that this is based on the speculation that there actually is a thing flying around, adhering to surfaces and getting in people's lungs and doing damage, causing what they call, well, we know what they call it, but there's a thing that's the cause. Now, what do they use to establish or to tell people, hey, you have this, which is causing this sickness? The PCR test. Well,
Sorry,
then
Mike is
you have
blasting out at the high
my
end.
bad.
It's okay.
Okay, but then you have the creator of the PCR test on video, and I can post that on video, saying that Fauci is an idiot. All of the people up top don't really know anything, and there's no, you cannot use his test to isolate a virus. But that's exactly what they're telling you they're doing. To
I'd
tell you
love to
that
ask
you have
him.
to be
I'd love to
quarantined
ask
for
him
two
about it, but he's
weeks.
dead.
Well, he said it on video. So anybody who's saying he didn't say it, well,
Gotcha.
it's too late. I got the video for you if you want.
Everybody should
I
see
mean,
it. This is the
not only
guy
that,
who
but you can
made the
look into
test.
the. My bad. Go ahead.
I was just saying everybody should see that because it's the guy who invented the test. Anybody else using it should default to him as to its validity and effectiveness. He's the one who made it. He's the one who designed it, knows how it works. And then we go to ask him about it. Turns out he's dead now. Weeks or months before all this started.
My bad, not to laugh, but that's your point. Yeah, right. Oh, shock horror. He decries the government for all the BS that's going on, and lo and behold, he's dead. Another coincidence for the bucket.
A very wise individual told me there's no such thing as a coincidence in life. That individual is actually MJ. And I used to think coincidences. I used to be coincidence theorist, even recently, and he snapped me out of it.
Honey, could you play this over the airway? Well, can you play this for the Discord? This is the portion where we mute the live for about 2 minutes. So anybody who's on YouTube that actually wants to engage, sometimes we do this. And if you'd like to be privy to the information that YouTube censors us from sharing, you should join the Discord. But right now, I apologize. We're going to have to mute for just 2 minutes, so just stand by.
Yeah, we can do that.
And before you do that, I want to say one thing while we're talking about dead people, right? You know, the guy that the PCR test, now he's dead. I want to say rest in peace, Timothy Cunningham. I don't know if anyone remembers him, but he was the known whistleblower who got promoted to the CDC, to the head of the CDC, and he, like, it was a so-called suicide is what they claimed. He came up missing for 2 months, and then it was just before all this happened. So anyway, Timothy
I have a quick
Cunningham's
question.
research.
Carrie Mullis too. Carrie Mullis too.
Did you say that there are no coincidences?
No coincidences.
Zero.
That's right.
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
Everything on God's green earth happens for a reason.
Okay. Just an example.
Meaning if you... Oh, I was going to give an example.
Well,
if you trip and happen to fall into a pit of fire, it's because you tripped over your shoe or a stick or something. There is a cause. It's not a coincidence that you happen to trip into a fire pit.
Okay. So
Lack of foresight,
here's one.
inability to pay attention. Yeah.
This has happened to me many a time. I'm driving along at night, driving for hours, and maybe one car will pass me. And so I'm driving along for hours, one car passes, and I'm coming up on another car. And just as I get up to that car to pass, there's another car there to stop me from moving over. You tell me that wasn't coincidence?
No,
When
it's
there
flow
hasn't been a
traffic.
car in an hour?
The phenomenon.
It's not a coincidence. It's just unknown variables, aka you leaving your house at a specific time, being in traffic a specific time, the guy being in traffic a specific time, and you switching over to a lane that the guy happens
too many
to be in.
So what is the definition of
the traffic
coincidence? Hold on. maybe I don't have the right understanding of what is the definition of coincidence.
Are we gonna?
Oh,
We're
no,
gonna debate
he's
this
good. He's good.
coincidence.
We should go off of the definition. I agree with that. We could be
Well,
wrong
I
here.
just want to
Let's
understand.
investigate.
Well, I want to
Let's
also say
investigate.
that there are synchronicities and there's divine intervention, which you're not going to be able to pinpoint. So that's why we say there's no coincidences. It's either
Yeah. How would you separate the two of those?
Is it a coincidence when things don't happen? So, like all the times you drove and somebody wasn't in the side of you? Did you
Oh,
count
that's
all
a
them?
good point. That's a good Indio for the win.
Yeah, really.
So you want to define coincidence colloquially? A remarkable concurrence of events or circumstance without apparent cause or connection.
Well, that would actually, what I just described would be a coincidence.
Yeah,
Hang
you
on,
want to
what
hear a
was
really
the
funny
odds?
coincidence?
In your
What's the
opinion,
odds of a
yes.
car coming by just then?
I don't find the flow of traffic at night a coincidence.
Hold on,
Maybe
y'all.
sporadic, maybe not continuous, but not a coincidence.
Allow me to
Just-
interject for just a moment here. It actually says, let's read it carefully. I like to do this. It says, or circumstances without apparent causal connection. So it would
Yeah.
have to be events that have no apparent cause. Everything, which really, nothing can actually be described as coincidence by its own definition, because all things
Right.
have causal connection.
Causes you getting in your car and getting in traffic.
Yeah. The cause was you got on the road, and so you were going to meet
So
incidents.
it's apparent, right? If it's apparent that it's not a coincidence.
Gotcha.
One too many people riding that train high on cocaine.
I got one.
So look, wait. So that right there. So what Meme just said about the definition. Now the problem is with the definition, and that damn. How was I gonna do myself off?
Coincidence appears to be a lie.
The problem is with the definition. So whoever's used, like for instance, if I notice an occurrence, guess what? Who comes out to tell me that that's just a coincidence? And
Big Daddy
conversely,
government.
to tell me, oh, that's just a coincidence. You're a conspiracy theorist. Two-prong attack.
What's interesting about this definition too is that it's almost a definition that has the wink and the nudge. That coincidence. Look at the second definition: correspondence in nature or in time of occurrence. The coincidence of interest between the mining companies and certain politicians. There's a wink and a nudge even in its definition. That are these really coincidences? It's just a coincidence, bro.
Right. They use the
You
clearly
think what
non-coincidental action to give the example of a coincidence.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Yeah. So it does seem to be a more ambiguous term that you're using when I think there has to be intention for coincidence to actually work. Because it says apparent, which means not real.
Gotcha.
Artificial.
All right, awesome. Sonny, I sent you that video. So whenever you're ready. And please don't forget to mute the live for 2 minutes.
Yeah, I have it queued already, so right on. I was just
So
waiting.
was there a geometric coincidence?
No.
I'll play the whole thing? Is that the idea? Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's only 2 minutes. It's only 2 minutes.
You're talking about the same one we watched, right?
No, the one I did.
Oh, the other one. Okay.
Hopefully, people who are still talking crap goes and looks that up.
No problem. I mean, I don't care what anybody says. You can't. There's nothing you can say to that.
Straight from the horse's mouth.
Censorship is pathetic. It really sucks.
So you know you know what this means? There's a lot of older people that aren't here right now because of the falsehoods that are out there. And all they can talk about is what we're talking about, which is simply asking for verification for the for just doing this. That's the justification. It's absurd. 29.
Yeah, I knew a lot of this a long time ago, and I dove deep before a lot of it got swept under the rug, and told a lot of people very early on a lot of things that were going to transpire. And as all those dominoes continue to fall, I'm still crazy in their eyes. It's kind of funny.
I can relate to that one.
But why does it matter if they lie? Just let them do what they do. It's no big deal. No skin off my back.
Why would they lie, though, man? Why would any of them lie?
Yo, Mongolian meerkat termination for real? That's hilarious, by the way. Whoever made that.
Oh, here's another tidbit. Go into the comments, and in the comments he pins at the top the link to the actual video. So it's like a 18-minute video or something like that. Hold on to your hats, because it's a doozy.
Yeah, he was very outspoken in the 90s regarding other situations. I'll just leave it at that.
Right.
Syndromes.
Yes, sir.
How do they take this man's stuff? How could it? Oh man, the fact that you listen. If you're not upset, it's because you're a slave. Right? No. Well, we're all slaves, but the fact that you're not upset means that you're mentally not capable of doing anything about it. So when people say, "Oh, if I was a slave back then, I'd do something about it," no, the fuck you would, because you're not doing anything right now.
Tax slave. Just keep paying your taxes, Goyam.
I'm more like a catcher Freeman than a slave. I can see the system around me, but I don't really let it get me.
If you're a citizen, you're a property. And that's that.
Listen, I only claimed to be a citizen one time, and that was prior to joining the Marine Corps. Prove to me that I can't revoke that at any given time.
I didn't
Citizen.
say you couldn't revoke it. You just have to have it in the proper platform in writing.
Oh, that sounds like an additional step added to me for no reason. Well, because I'm the ultimate
Wasn't
arbiter of
added
that,
to
am I
you.
not? I'm the ultimate arbiter of whether I'm a citizen or not.
Yeah, but by free will and choice, you continue to adhere to a corrupt system. Well, then you agree with it. So that's by free
Yeah.
will you've made that choice. Your
Silence is
actions are
consent.
arbiters also. That's what it is. Compliance, agreements, these are all arbiters of a contract. If you complied with a contract, well then I can hold you to it legally.
What kind of sandwich you eating? Sounds delicious.
It's a freedom sandwich, goddamn.
Turkey and Swiss, baby. Turkey and Swiss.
Oh, with bacon?
No,
A
no
freedom
bacon.
sandwich
I
with
would have made it with
liberty and
bacon
justice
and a
on
grilled.
top.
I would have made it with bacon and a grilled bun.
How single of a girl are you, and how can I get where you're at?
It is so sad. We have so much distance between us. Just because you're my
Bacon.
brother, I'd make you a sandwich.
Bacon is the bridge, damn it. Bacon's the bridge.
Meat candy. Yum.
I got two funny coincidences. Like one with Truth brought up today. So Rand Paul has a conflict with a neighbor. 10 years later, they get into a fist fight over yard waste, right? At the same time, he's running for president against Trump.
How is either one of them a coincidence?
Yeah, I know it's like sarcastic. Sorry, I read that. Flipped like sarcastic.
Oh.
And here's a second one too. When
I
when
was
Bush,
lost.
yeah, it's supposed to be like like duh, right? Like the cause and effect relationship there, you know.
As Wissett says, you're a coincidence theorist, huh?
Yeah. Or like the second one, when Bush was running for office, he put Dick Cheney in charge of the fact-finding operation to find who should be the vice president. And Dick Cheney reports back, "It's me, Dick Cheney." And Bush is like, "What a coincidence!" I never would have thought that would have happened.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, my 16-year-old daughter made that sandwich for me. She'll be back in 10 minutes to check my plate and make sure it's clean, because I used to do that to her when she was younger. Karma. Ain't it a bitch?
You training your daughter to make sandwiches?
Oh my goodness.
No, bro. I went downstairs and I got a bag of chips, and I never eat just chips. And she said, "Well, what are you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm getting a snack." And she said, "Oh, you can't just eat just chips." And I said, "Yeah, I'm gonna." And I headed back upstairs, and she come up with the turkey and Swiss. I was like, "Well, rock on."
It's spoiled, man.
Yeah. I'm wondering what
like,
she's
yeah.
about to.
She's probably
We
gonna hit you
should
up for
admit
something, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Thank you,
tomorrow she'll wake
Dad.
me up early. She'll say, "Dad, can I have a sleepover party? Only 10 girls, Dad, and 2 boys. Guaranteed." Then I have to leave an unloaded pistol laying out all night just so
I
they
was
can
gonna
see it.
say.
Right?
2 boys. They better be a pool house somewhere they're staying.
Oh, they get the room next to mine, bro.
Oh, there you go. I dare you to try and sneak past, you little shit.
At a given time, too. Oh yeah, my dog tells on him. I just leave the doors cracked. He'll bark. "Dad, they're moving."
So I'm in here lurking, and I heard someone say that they decide when they're a citizen. That is exactly right. But, like Mike said, take the benefit. Can't just say I don't want to be a citizen right now. Don't take the money. Gotta act like you're not a citizen. You can't just like be it
contract-
sometimes.
The contract has been fulfilled, though. That was my enlistment, right? That's at the end of my enlistment. That's the end of the contract.
Nah, it's a continuing thing, man. Like you like
It
the
is.
stop.
It's a social agreement, and when you have to prove that agreement became unjust or unbalanced,
like you got
that you no longer receive benefit from it.
Passport. Did you make any declaration saying you're a U.S. citizen, and then you're using that piece of paper for that benefit, something like that, like a passport? You a U.S. citizen? Yeah, you check that box, then you go run around using the passport, or you check the box and you fill out your Social Security and use your Social Security number. So,
well, my parents checked that box. I'm of an age where that number was assigned to me. I didn't have anything to do with it.
you can fill out an SS5 form and get rid of that shit.
Bro, you do it on. Listen, do you file taxes?
No, I don't, Mike, at all. I haven't in 10 years.
Well, you have, though, and you probably checked that box, yes, I am a U.S. citizen. You probably checked it when you applied for employment.
Yeah, probably. Well, most recently, I left it blank. I waited to see, as a matter of fact, when I went to work for the state at the school.
I don't
was
even
like,
check that shit.
Yeah, I didn't check it. I was like, I wonder if they're going to say anything. They didn't say shit. So I was like, all right, whatever.
I got 5 guys I suspect should have a green card, but I don't really care. They gave me a Social Security number. They work good.
I think it's only a $600 fine. Like,
yeah, it's not that. I think it was 6 a minute ago. I was expecting it to be a little more now, but hey, they're liberal. Maybe it's less.
You know that I-9 form for employment that you got to fill out to quote unquote prove your right to work? That is not a requirement of the employee. It's a requirement of the employer. It's nothing to do with the employee. You can't do anything if you don't fill it out, like if you're the so-called employee. It's the employer that gets in trouble, and it's a $600 fine.
Oh, so even if the fine comes, it's not for me, it's for my work? I'm never filling out shit
You're damn
again.
right. Read the back of the form. It's the employer that's on the hook for that shit. He's like, okay, I don't want to fill out that form. Here's $600. Keep it in escrow. If I find you,
That's what I was
take it out.
thinking.
Yeah, that's it. Employment eligibility verification. Yeah. I don't really worry about that shit. Honestly, I don't care. From a different era. If you're willing to work and support yourself, well, I'm cool with that. I'd buy you a coffee before work. If you show up every day.
And I hope nobody listening doesn't think that means I don't want to be an American. That's not at all. It's the fucking games that they play with you. I serve this country for a reason. I love my country and the people that live in it. It's my government I can't stand.
Being a citizen is a legal status. So, you know, I
is.
can understand why you don't want to be one. I'm not one. I'll never claim I'm a citizen. That's like just strapping a ball and chain around your ankle. I want to renegotiate that contract.
And it's a great reset, right? Let's reset that fucking contract. It's unjust, unbalanced. There's no longer benefit to being a citizen. Where in the government, the system benefits, but the citizen does not.
Well, the sovereign citizen relationship is supposed to be a duty of protection in exchange for a duty of obedience. They want me to obey, but, you know, when I sue the police for not protecting me, they say they have no duty to protect me. So what the fuck are they talking about?
Right. And that can be seen as, you know, a breach of the contract or the
breach of
social
trust,
agreement.
man. That's a breach of trust. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, because the social agreement is a trust, wherein two men, you know, decide to come into agreement for the benefit of all. That means all should benefit. I give up some of my natural rights, you give up some of yours, and we all benefit from it. But when only one side benefits, it can be considered unjust and invalid. You scrap it right there by natural law. or Levitican law, or ecclesiastic law, or God's law, either way. But this is the higher law of the court. This is what law it's based on.
Well, what you have is the executors of the trust stealing the benefits from the beneficiaries.
Exactly.
Meaning us.
Which is breach of fiduciary duty and fraud and every other thing. But I was lurking. I also wanted to say, Elijah was saying, why would they lie? Dude, seriously? I've been in the lobby today for, I don't know, I was in the lobby channel for, I don't know, a couple hours. Left, came back, was in for a couple hours, left, came back. I think I banned 20 people for just like blatantly lying today. It's like an epidemic, man.
Damn.
Like I only ban people for like blatantly lying, like
Right.
just telling a complete falsehood.
Right.
Like, so we had this dude trying to tell him calculations are not measurements. It's like, yeah, they are. So he posts a definition of calculation that he literally just made up out of his head that had size and distance in it. So he could say, yes, calculations are measurements. So I go, okay, give me a citation from a dictionary. He tried to cite some website, wasn't even on there. Then he's like, okay, here, Merriam-Webster. It's not in there either. So that was just the last guy. But this is like an all-day thing that's been happening. I've never seen it like so bad.
Really?
Just telling blatant lies, dude. I don't get it, man. They say, why would they lie? I don't know. Like, why are all these people like in the lobby just
I
like
have a question.
lying to try
Are
and
they?
convince us of things? I don't get it, man.
Do you think they're Generation Z?
I feel
'Cause-
offended.
You
Oh
should
no,
be.
you're the
You little
exception.
zoomer.
Yeah, you're good, C.
If I'm a boomer,
Zoomer.
you're a zoomer.
I am.
But I'm being for real because it seems like, there's a handful of exceptions with that age group, but it just seems like they're a bunch of goofballs. I mean, they're goofball earthers.
Honestly, I think stupidity exists in all ages, and excellence
Oh.
exists in all ages as well.
Common Core is the reason.
But the question is,
Common
why are these
Core.
people lying? Because I've been asking myself the same question. My place of choice is on Facebook forums, and for me, I like it because it's easy to like these guys. The moderators know not to engage with me because if I can, it doesn't matter how many people are on that post. Like the moment I start screenshotting contradictions, people say they start
Right.
dropping off like flies. And the bottom line is they're consistently lying. And so an
Wow.
example of this is, like I say, well, celestial navigation makes the assumption that you're traveling over a plane. But the verification is that, well, when you get to your destination, you get to your destination. But for them, it's like, well, I'm going to tell you where Polaris is. And on a flat Earth, where Polaris is can't be determined. Well, guess what? Where Polaris is can't be validated, but where you are on the Earth based on navigation and how you can get to place that is valid. You can validate that by simply going somewhere. And then I give them documents showing them, well, hey, to achieve an angle, you obviously have to have two lines. And the surface of the Earth being curved isn't a line.
Okay, so.
So
go
they'll
ahead and
straight up,
finish.
they'll straight up say, you don't understand. Actually, you can navigate using the sphere and it only works on the sphere. After I provide you everything you need to pretty much understand that the opposite of what you're saying is true. You're a liar.
They give you a flat Earth proof, call it a globe proof, and then ask you to debunk it. Like, what's wrong with you, dude?
Okay, you know what it sounds like to me? All right, I'm going to put this in real simple terms. Kids, they emulate their parents, right? So, maybe Maybe it's just more prevalence of this happening that we're noticing it, but people are just following daddy government that lies all the fucking time. I mean, look at their example. Neil deGrasse Tyson, when asked about gravity, he says, "I don't know. Next question," is fucking laughing about it. You fucking bastard. That shit ain't fucking funny.
Well, remember ladies' night, the young lady said that her teacher presents to the class fallacious arguments. So if the earth were flat, it would do this. If it was a ball, it would do this. You guys decide.
They've already got that in the curriculum, and it's being taught in schools right now to debunk the flat earth. That didn't happen when I was in school.
No,
yeah, that's what I gleaned from what she said. If that's what they're doing, so obviously the teachers know that flat earth is a huge topic right now, right? So that being said, they have to address it because the kids are going to fucking troll the shit out of the teacher. So now that if they're doing that, what the girl described, they're inundating them with fallacious logic.
Well, they should record their teachers when it comes up with that topic. I would, oh my gosh, that would be so valuable to hear that. And then, we could go over it with them step by step to make sure they understood.
Well,
man, that would be epic.
So I actually thought of this solution because I've had teachers I had a geology teacher once who said exfoliation was caused by gravity, and I had a physics teacher who admitted and conceded that we can't see curvature on a photo. So the thing is, I actually thought of this, and I got threatened to not upload it or send it, or else they would suspend me. So they actually threatened students who do that.
Wow, man, that's crazy.
So
Okay,
here's
did
a
you
lie
say
someone.
Well,
Go
ahead.
I just want to here's another lie just came to my mind that someone said today, which is so ridiculous. Elijah's gonna like this one. So they said we can tell the Earth, the moon is reflecting sunlight from the sun because the spectrograph is the same, right? So if you look at them through a spectrograph, the light spectrum is exactly the same. And I said, I asked him, I said, okay, show us that. He said, well, they're close enough. They're nothing even remotely similar. I did, in 3 seconds, I just, sun spectrograph, moon spectrograph, just put them side by side. They're nothing even remotely similar. So this was he was trying to convince people in the lobby that, the heliocentric model because the moon is reflecting the sunlight, by just telling them it's just a blatant lie. Just I don't understand why these kids and their kids, why they would do this. Why are they trying to convince people?
Are they smoking more weed? I mean, or what? I mean,
No. I smoke a lot of weed. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, I smoked a lot of weed too. My dad smoked a lot of weed.
Don't blame
That's not
weed
you.
on their. Don't blame their weed on their stupidity. That's
I
it.
can say that. I can say that because I smoke weed. Thank you, very little and lots of it. So, but I'm really being sincere. I'm being sincere.
I think
the
point is that people come in here and ask us why would the government lie, and we can come up with plausible reasons on why they would lie. But why does a 17-year-old high school kid come in here and lie when there's no conceivable benefit for them to do that? I don't get it. To prove a flat earther wrong? I mean, is that you get an award? You get a trophy? Is that a new thing or something? You get an achievement in Xbox or something?
Maybe
if you prove a flat earther wrong?
Maybe it could be a new thing on TikTok. You never know what the younger ones are doing. That's why I was asking if it was Gen Z.
Now that I think about it, not that I think it's pot, but it could be that they're on different drugs, right? How many of these kids are on ADHD medication or some kind of a blocker for fucking their depression or some kind of, I mean, holy shit. Every kid I know is on something. That's probably what it is.
Well, this is the This is the Tide Pod generation.
Yeah, I was going to say you would be surprised at what kids will do based on the influencers on TikTok and Instagram. I literally have a friend whose daughter went to college. She's been there for 3 weeks and sent a TikTok to her mother as the reason why she is going to get the jab because of a TikTok influencer.
Damn.
And also, the COVID has doubled the depression.
Hey guys,
whatever the depression
no,
was, the COVID has doubled it.
Yeah, well, let's before we even get into that, which I don't plan on doing that, but I've been listening to you guys. It's not the question. Why would they lie? They don't even know who they are, and to be honest, we don't know who they are necessarily anyway. This is a well, I mean, well, some of us claim to know who they are. Hold on.
Who's the publisher for the information in the PDF and in these other textbooks that we live on a sphere, and based on the sphere of that size, this is where the horizon is. Those people. I don't give a fuck how much.
Sure, man, but it depends on which question you're answering. You know, because we get so many questions thrown at us all the time. You know, whether the shape of the Earth or the vaccine, all this kind of shit. You know, I mean, we're kind of in a situation where people. It's like, hey, why don't you believe what they say on the news? What's wrong with you? You know, it's kind of a crazy situation that we're kind of put in.
It's duty like, to believe ABC.
Oh yeah, you're supposed to believe it. I mean, it's like, what's wrong with you? Why don't you just believe everything that they say on the news?
Where are they?
Well, I didn't. That's what I'm saying.
People that aren't me.
Like, yeah, people that. Exactly, Indio. Yeah, I'm not trying to put everybody out or anything. It's just like if it's like that's kind of like the people that say why would they lie are the ones that believe almost everything they say on the news.
That goes back to Indio's point. Why are these kids lying? So when
their parents, the kids aren't lying. The kids believe their parents.
Go ahead.
This is beyond that, yo-yo.
Introduces an argument, right? They introduce the argument. They take ownership of that argument. And when it's pointed out to them that there's a flaw in the argument, and they continue anyway, they become the liar. I don't care, because for all I know, machines are running everything. So until I know the actual person who's punning all this stuff, the person who's trying to convince me that the contradiction that I found is not a contradiction is the liar. I don't care about anybody else.
I'll tell you what, though, Elijah, we have hundreds of young people that come through here all the time, and they trust their parents more than they trust us, of course, right? And their parents believe what they're seeing on the news. So why would they trust us over their parents? And that's fine. You know, I mean, shit, I trust my mother and father. You know, well, I didn't have a father.
I'm talking about very specific incidents.
Go ahead, Indio. I'm sorry, but I just wanted to point that out.
Motorcycle. I'm just talking about very specific incidents. This kid's parents didn't tell him that the moon and sun spectra are the same. Okay, he just made it up. He's like, I'm going to try and convince these people that the sun and the moon are the same. And by extension, I proved the heliocentric model that the sun is a ball out there and that space exists, yada, yada, yada. So I'll just tell this fabrication.
Yeah, and I think
I hope people believe it. Like, think about it. He's
Indio, I think we talked about
shit.
I think we talked about this a few days ago. Me and, you know, I brought that subject up. It's just like,
it's like an epidemic.
Doesn't matter what the flat earthers say. I can make anything up. I'm right because most people are right about the globe. I can just make something up because the flat earthers are obviously wrong. So it doesn't matter what I say.
They think we don't know the difference. They think that, like, if they say something like spectrograph of the moon and sun are the same, we're so dumb that we don't know the difference. And we can't even figure out if they're lying. That's what burns my ass.
Yeah.
It literally took me 30
kids
seconds to find it.
They're so influenced by, you know, culture and media that they don't realize what our argument is. So they just like, you're obviously dumb because you think the earth is flat, and so whatever I say debunks your argument just because everybody else believes it. It's just argument.
Would you want
ad
someone to
populum,
adhere to
right?
your religion? Well, would you want someone to adhere to your religion? One, Christianity, Buddhism, Muslim, whatever, based upon you told them a lie about the religion? Right? So, like,
No, of
why
course
would you,
not.
like, of course not, right? This is what they're doing. Like, it's crazy to me. It is just so crazy to me.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe it's just me or something that.
Well, I mean, to be honest, like I was saying, I mean, we talk to young people mostly, because of the platform. We go through Discord, right? So we talk to a lot of younger people, and we're all, like double their age, right? So, I mean,
I think our days are numbered here too. So
I try my best to actually treat them with kid gloves, I guess, but at the same time, it's very frustrating when they feel so, when they have this what do they call it, like they're pompous or like a false attitude. Damn, I can't even think of the name of it right now. But anyway, they just think, well, I mean, it's at argumentum ad populum, I guess. It's like everybody believes this, so why don't you guys believe it? Basically. But they're just babies, when it comes to this kind of stuff. So
The fallacy of the week is appeal to a majority.
yeah, sure. Or argumentum ad populum, which is, just appeal to majority.
Yeah.
Popularity, but they're pretty much the same thing. Popularity and majority.
Yeah.
I would choose reification.
So many, like I said, we have to treat them with kid gloves, trying to introduce them to the argument, and then just move forward from there. And if they just misbehave, then it's just anyway. Just wanted to come in and say that.
I like the trifecta fallacy, right? The trifecta argument ad populum, credentials, and appeal to authority all sandwiched into one. All the elite PhDs in the world think the Earth is a ball, so it must be.
They also appeal to authority.
Can I get that with some hot sauce?
Every scientist in the world is lying. Yeah, all the geneticists. Yeah, they did gold tests, and they're all lying too. They know. They know.
Carmela Cush.
Yeah.
Carmela Cush, are you new? You want to join the conversation?
Hey, I gotta ask a question. I want everyone to answer this because this is kind of funny. What is the dumbest, okay, so we have all sorts of branches of science, like archaeology, if you want to call that a science. All these weird branches, biology, genetics, geology. What is the dumbest, seemingly unrelated science that they said proves the ball, right? So I think the weirdest one was someone said plants grow in a certain direction due to gravity. This person was like a botanist or something.
Yeah.
Trees
grow at,
yeah.
No, trees grow at, I remember that. Trees grow at different angles if they're on different sides of the equator. Leaning towards a spherical sun. That was, I don't think I could beat that one.
Yeah. I mean, that's the weirdest one I've heard.
Yeah.
Is it science only we're doing, or anything in general?
Well, it can be any other profession. It can be any other. It can be any profession, but it has to be unrelated. It's not earth science, astrophysics, physics.
Yeah, we're talking about
football.
We're talking
Just
about people
weird.
that are ignorant about this topic, really, and then they'll just make something up from their own mind about why they think the Earth is a globe, and they're completely ignorant about both sides of the argument. They're just they'll spend a couple of hours just making shit up out of the top of their head when they're not familiar with the topic or science necessarily at all. Or is that what you were talking about, India?
Like if I asked the guy why do sea turtles migrate, and they say because of the spin of the Earth.
I had a kid trying to explain sunsets to me on a ball Earth. I didn't understand the concept, right, of what a sunset is on the globe. He's really trying to explain it. He drew a diagram and everything. Dude, I understand the concept, okay? Jesus Christ.
It's like either the horizon is the curvature of the Earth, and the sun dips behind it, and it's 93 million miles away, or it's what we say perspective, and then it's too far away for us to see. It's either one or
that's
the
what
other.
I was doing. I was giving them all these videos on perspective, the boats disappearing, like all that stuff. All the stuff we present. And his bitch about that was, well, they should have used a better camera, or it was a wave, or like who knows what, man.
Yeah, I know. That's just weird. I mean, it's just like you can tell when they don't know the argument, and so they just start making shit up. Yeah.
You still get legitimate. Well, how do you explain boats going over the curve? Like for real, not somebody just, that
not
is
as much. Not
anti-flat earther.
Yeah, yeah. Well, not as much anymore. But to be honest, I mean, a lot of those people can't come in here because
they're banned.
Because they make the dumbest ass arguments, and then they're just trolling.
To answer, I don't need to. I've heard them say I don't need to see something to measure it.
I think Ruip, was it Ruip? No, it was Rumpus said that you don't have to be conscious to make an observation or something.
You utter moron. You utter moron.
To answer India's question, I think the one that I think is the dumbest is probably sociology. When people use sociology to prove it, like, I don't care. Is there curvature or not? Has anyone else seen people use sociology?
Well, yeah, like that's the why would they lie argument, or how could 900,000 fucking astrophysicists be wrong?
Just pointless
like
questions.
People are in fact. It just seems to me this past year, I'm hearing less and less really stupid arguments from people who are legitimately coming in to question why we think it is. Like they're like, yeah, well, people who've just never really thought it through. Smart people, they're indoctrinated, but they're not zealots. I don't hear those really stupid arguments coming from them. They're coming with more complicated shit from what I.
RC's over there at Brandon's talking about 16 terabytes of distances and directions. And I'm like, okay, if this is true, what does it mean, right? What does that mean? What are you going to talk about tomorrow? What are you going to do? What are you going to do with the rest of your life if this is finally you got proof of the globe? He said he's going to engineer something for the betterment of humanity. That was like 6 months ago. He's still working on it. And he's still talking about flat Earth and distances and directions. I go, you're like Pinky in the Brain, dude. Like every day you're trying to take over the world and you just fail.
Oh my god. That's funny.
He's about as successful too.
Yeah, it's like a full reset every day.
Was that an Animaniacs reference?
Yeah, totally.
That show's older than I am, but I still watched it. Good show.
So I was actually going to say something about that. The people that are banned for bringing up ships over the horizons because they're on an infinite loop, man. Like they'll come in here, they'll say refraction debunks your arguments, but ships over the horizon, all of a sudden refraction magically disappeared in that instance. And then we'll refute what they say. Then the next day they come back and start from the beginning, as if nobody said anything. That's why we got to get concessions, man. Real simple. Got to get it on record.
When you play them their own voice saying something, they'll deny it. I never said that. Well, here's you saying it. No, it's not what I'm saying at all. It's almost comical, but I'm really deeply infuriated. at the same time.
This other server I was on, this one dude just casually asking me some flat Earth questions, and I was just going through and answering them. And then, out of nowhere, this dude in the channel just thermonuclear meltdown. Went on this 10-minute profanity laced thing about, like religious people and science, and at the end of it, he basically said it was my fault. I'm like, dude, I have no control over what you're gonna do. You're gonna do you, right? You think I can reach through the internet, stick my hand up your butt, and make your mouth move like you're a sock puppet? Like, get real, dude. You did that. You did that thermonuclear melt because everyone in the room was telling the guy to shut up, and he just wouldn't shut up. And then he said, because I was trying to convince him the Earth is flat. I go, no, contraire. Matter of fact, that you don't get flat Earth is a huge bonus for me. If people like you started to get it, I'd have to question my worldview at that point.
The other day, I asked the guy, "Well, let's assume that I've been confused by all these crazy people, and they've got me trapped in their cult. What are you going to tell me to convince me to come back?" And he goes, "Well, it's simple. All you got to do is make these two huge assumptions, and then forget everything they're telling you." That's a great argument, but I have a hard time believing that you believe that. That's all you have to do for this to be real. And it didn't sound like he did. So I'm starting to think that, like, I keep hearing it, anti-flat earther is a real thing. It's not that they believe in a globe, it's that they want us to be wrong more than anything. Or they just want to win the argument. One of the
Yeah, what this really about, I think a lot of these other servers and stuff, is about atheism. They've been the third wave atheism. It's been so badly defeated all over the internet.
It makes no sense. You're okay, so you're an atheist whose worldview comes from Catholic priests, and you're okay with the year being 2021 AD. Sure. You're not taking issue with the people that are making you verify on letters and other things that it's 2021. Why don't you go with whatever scientist tells you it's the year 4 billion, whatever. Why not go with that?
I think there's Indian scientists that do say that, actually. That's like a billion years old. So, I mean, you can find examples. You should do that. Like, why wouldn't you believe this guy? If that's all you're gonna do is believe, what the fuck? What's the difference?
There's a quote from Newton that's almost verbatim that the only way this heliocentric model makes sense as if a Lord Almighty made it, because it's too grandiose to just be done by nature. They said that was a misread of Newton. I'm like, okay, sure. How was that a misread? What does he mean by that? And like, oh, he's talking about nature and he's talking about the Big Bang. I'm like, dude, any way you cut that, you're right back at God. So how can you sit there and say, that it's atheism that makes you a globe earther? Everything you'd use to defend that position comes directly from church and religion. What GE Platypus? You there, dude?
Yeah, but I haven't been home or drinking for very long, so bear with me.
No,
You're
I'm
the
just saying
guy.
about the
You're
map
the
thing.
guy. Save me from my fucking flat Earth psychos. Without assumptions this time.
I don't want to challenge you at all. Okay, I don't want to challenge your position. Do you understand what I'm putting down here? That did I cite enough maps for you here that there is a flat Earth map?
Okay, so you're talking about what you posted, not what you were
Yeah.
saying. Okay, hold on, because I just got back. I was not listening to what you were saying. I'll look at what you were posting. Hold on. Whatever that thing you posted at 9:47 is, it is not loading on my screen. Ah, okay. If I click on it, I can see it.
So a science communicator, a YouTube celebrity, and an atheist decide they want to pool their time and energy together to do something for science. They decide to do a fundraiser, showing some, things here and there. And at the end of it, they go, wow, we got quite a pool of money here. They said, well, how much do we keep? Because there's a lot of hard work that went into this. And how much do you give to science? The science communicator says, how about this? We'll just throw the money up in the air and we'll draw a circle on the ground, and whatever lands inside the circle we'll give to science, and whatever lands outside we'll keep. The YouTube celebrity says, that's a very good idea, but let's do this. Let's draw the circle smaller, throw the money up really high, and whatever lands inside the circle we'll give to science. The YouTube celebrity said, yeah, I mean, I did a lot of hard work on this, editing video and stuff, and I deserve compensation. The atheist says, I got a better idea. We'll just erase the circle altogether. We'll throw the money up as high as it can go. Like, just throw it up like with all your might, and science can keep whatever it wants. So it was that bad.
Gee, did you figure out gas pressure without that container yet?
Yeah, all you need is gravity.
There it was, guys.
Gravity.
Giggity. How many times do you use gravity in any of your work? Ever? Or compensate for it?
If I'm not careful, gravity will fucking kill me in my line of
Oh
work.
yeah. And how's that? I'm not talking about you are aware that things fall. I'm talking about specific gravity forces calculated in order to accomplish something. or prevent something.
Then I guess I'm just confused by your question.
So do you use? All right, you said you're like a die maker, right? Or no, an mold injector, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So when you are figuring out how the resins or whatever you're using is making its way to its nozzle, when you're designing the pathway, does gravity come into effect as an equation, or do you just assume that shit goes down?
Well, actually, the machine that I work on injects upward. So.
Well, so do you have to overcome gravity in any way other than to apply pressure to it to make it come out?
Not when I'm injecting it 13.5 MPa.
All right. Can you think of any time you would actually use gravity? Because I'm curious. You say gravity solves everything, but you don't seem to have to worry about it ever.
Don't put
Is it
words in my mouth.
possible that?
Yeah. Hold on. Don't put words in my mouth. The words "gravity solves everything" never came out of my mouth.
Yeah. Okay.
I heard it come out of his
Thought I
mouth
heard that. I
last week
thought I heard that, but maybe I
on the
didn't.
12th. I'm just messing with you, G.
Again, not to beat a fucking dead horse that's been dead for a really long time, but I'll never understand this. Never understand this downward force misconnection that we're having here.
Listen, you can't show gravity affecting gas at ground level. Why would it affect gas at the top of the atmosphere?
Okay, but hear me out here. So, you know I'm going to invoke gravity, but we both know things fall toward the surface of the Earth, right? Like, regardless of what you want to call it.
Some things. I know that some things do. I don't know that all things do because I watch the opposite happen when I let go of gases lighter than air.
I don't understand why in your system gas is somehow immune to this.
No, hold on. Because we can talk about, processes that were, man-made. Like, so for instance, now that I have this shoe that man-made and I drop it, okay, I can experience that going down, right? And then I have a helium balloon because a man put the helium in there, right? And I can experience it going up. But equally, naturally, I can experience the leaf falling off a tree and it going down, while I know that when water evaporates, it has to go up. So there is no universal downward acceleration experience anywhere. It's just things going up, things going down, things in a cyclical nature. That's it.
Yeah, the apple falls off the tree, lands on the ground, rots, and gases come off of that rotting fruit, which in turn go upwards. Do they not?
Upward, sure, depending on what
Well,
it
in
is.
all directions, but yeah.
Well, there are also times where gas goes down. It's just got to be heavier than
When it's heavier than the medium. Wow. See, you do understand it.
Okay,
Platypus.
Okay, here's the thing though. Like
Hey, platypus.
Hold on, Mike. Hold on. Because it's very rare that I get to talk to Indio.
I wasn't even paying attention to you.
Oh, who's talking?
Right.
It was you.
You're not talking to Indio.
It was Chris,
so
dude.
You do that. Listen.
Indio was lit green. My bad.
If you're talking to Indio, you're getting banned
Still
tonight.
thinking about, I'm still thinking about another dude lying in the lobby. Another one saying, "Oh, there's some flat earthers that think the Earth is a disc in space." Not on here, but they're on Twitter and Instagram and all that. I'm on Twitter and Instagram. None of them. So his argument was, "Well, you can't prove I'm lying, so I'm not."
So you run an injection motor like that, but you don't know where the extruder is or the screw machine portion of it.
Okay, so what you posted is a literal injection molding machine. The machines that I work on
It
are
is.
injection blow molding machines, which do their job vertically.
So they're impression molders. It's not an injection molder, an impression molder, man. You don't even know your own business.
I only work. You're trying to invoke a different kind of machine than I work on, dude.
That's what I just said. You don't use an injection motor. Stop saying
Which is
you
what
do.
you told
do,
us you did. Yeah, you told us you use an injection.
You do impression molding. I hope you're not the setup guy.
I am the setup guy, actually.
So you just read from a book and do the process as it's told you. You just change molds. You don't really know how it
You're an
works.
operator.
Negative Ghost
You're an
Rider.
operator.
Hey, Michael.
The process
Michael.
technician is a different.
Well, I'm the guy. Hold up. I'm the guy that could build that machine in my barn. That's all I'm going to say. The impression molder, the ram motor, the force motor, the injection motor, all of them.
Like, I used to operate a CNC lathe machine, but I sure as fuck didn't know how to do all the programming to it. I mean, come on, let's be honest.
I could build one of them too.
Not you, Michael. Not you, Michael. I wasn't
I also know Fanuc control commands. I can program it. I got a vertical. So I got a machining center, a Haas. I have two
So are you
manual
guys
lathes.
calling out platypus? I just can't believe that, you guys. I don't know. What are you doing, platypus?
I don't know if
Causing
I
trouble.
believe you anymore, Platypus, about a lot of stuff because you don't seem very consistent in your answers.
Well, Indio, you've heard of the term anti-flat earther, right? By now, do you think that?
Like it.
I love it. I love it because basically all of the flat earthers are even a smaller section of the population than the flat earthers, all of the anti-flat earthers. Now, the Globers are the majority that just haven't taken a look into the contradictions in their model. So my question is, which one is platypus?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what he is. He might have to be in a third category.
I don't know if there is a third category.
What are the two categories? Hold on, maybe I know which category. Then. What were the two categories?
I think it's just as likely, and this isn't a personal
Gay
attack,
for the
Platypus. You could be
stay,
a great
and there's
guy.
no.
Sorry, Indio. Didn't mean to step on you.
I'm just kidding. I was making a joke reading it.
Well, I'm sure you're
I
a nice
shouldn't
guy,
have said that.
Platypus. I don't know anything about you. All I know is about what I've heard you say. And all I can think is that it is just as likely that you have never been in the military and have walked onto a line operator position and really don't know what's going on, as likely as your claims because of what you've been saying. I'm just making that statement so that you understand why I have a problem, because you're really not speaking like somebody who, I mean, the number of contradictions I've heard you make about your own fucking job, that's my problem.
Okay, first of all, I don't know what Mike is on about because
not just tonight, dude. I'm talking about days of listening. I'm not going to be that guy to fucking check your stolen valor, but if I was, I have a feeling that you'd have a problem.
Hey, cocksucker, there's a very few things that I take seriously.
You can call me cocksucker all you want.
Okay.
I fucking serve, so you can blow it out your ass. But the things that every time somebody brings up,
he just got awarded the meritorious deaf and mute after that little statement. So.
Well, I mean, I still want to know.
Let him hear it.
I still want to know if he is a flat earth. Is it because the three categories are: you're a flat earther, you're an anti-flat earther, or you're a globe earther who's just ignorant to the model.
He falls in the category.
Maybe
Who's the
not
Dan
ignorant.
dude?
You're a globe earther.
Who's the Dan dude that used to come in here from Utah? He does like video games or something. Actually, civil most of the time. Something. You guys fucking.
I think I know who you're talking about.
I'm talking about. He's soft spoken. Usually comes in here late at night.
He hasn't been in here in a while though, right? A few months.
Yeah, it's been probably like a year. But he's like one of the guys that like they'll admit that they believe the Earth is a globe. They can't prove it. They kind of like just believe it because go along to get along, and it makes them feel better. Falls into one of them, minus the security blanket, Clover.
At first, I thought you were talking about me, India.
Yeah, we can allow people to have a globe Earth belief. Yo, listen to all the Globers out here.
Don't say
Listen.
it like that. I mean, allow them. Don't say that.
Oh, well, you can believe what you want. Eli's not going to bother you. You already have a world in which presents to you images of globes. You have a live stream where you can watch something that looks like Earth from the ISS. I mean, you guys have all of that. Go ahead and enjoy it. But you better not fucking ask me why I don't believe in the globe and then try to utilize any of that stuff as some kind of proof, because then we're going to have a problem. But go ahead and go believe what you want. I don't care.
It's Dan Fessler, by the way.
Yeah, Dan Fessler. What's up with Jin? Jin hasn't been around. Where the hell is Jin? Was he?
I don't know.
I'm his substitute. Do you guys want me to interrupt you guys?
Yeah, I'll be home in like 30 minutes. I just got it.
You got to give us the psychological barrage that he gives over at Gem Pandas.
Hey, Eli, do you have the moon visible tonight?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's one of those moments, I know.
At least one of Jin's accounts isn't banned, but I thought he was banned for doing something in the live stream with who was the other dude?
Laughing at
Demok.
Yeah.
We're going bananas over something.
No, my bad.
South Africa. They were laughing again about people being killed and white people being killed in South Africa. They're being degenerates.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it. I was typing it in your DMs.
Oh, yeah.
That doesn't surprise me because who's that? Remember Globus Trollins? Yeah, they got into it and he hurled like a slur at him, and I was like, ooh. But anyway, oh man, somebody unmute Platypus. I don't have nobody to talk to.
I thought he was in trouble. My bad. I wasn't gonna unmute him.
He can call me cocksucker all he wants. I don't give a shit.
Well, I think you guys should just depart from that discussion.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bring it up again. I said my piece.
Thank you.
And
I appreciate it. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I said
I unmuted
Elijah.
him.
Move on.
Elijah, diamond formation.
Yeah, 30 minutes, maybe less. I'm getting on the train.
Guys still flashbacking people in Call of Duty?
You know it.
Not really. We have a full squad now, flat earthers.
Bro, I be flashbacking people on Call of Duty all the time.
That's awesome, you guys.
I'm glad you guys are in that realm because I'm definitely not in that realm.
No, but look, the better we perform, because I keep my mic like the hearing portion on all, so that I can hear dudes curse me, the flat earther, out. Fucking stupid flat earther.
Man, I better charge my paddle.
India, you got to join us again. It's been a while. Even I've returned.
Yeah, I ain't played in a minute either.
You guys play Modern Warfare or
COD Mobile.
Mobile? Yeah.
Children's games. You children and your children FPSs. You don't know.
I'm on mobile.
And Space is a children's story. Oh, my bad. It's a grown-up child's story.
I also play on Warfare and oh,
Come
bruh.
at me in Counter Strike. I will dumpster you, kid.
Oh,
man. Come on, bro. I need to download. Do I need to re-download that? Oh man.
I don't think you can dumpster a bag of garbage, punk. What's
I
up?
will tell you who's that. Who's asking? Do I need to re-download that?
I
That was Master
said that. You couldn't dumpster a cupcake, princess.
I honestly have to make a new account, bro, and buy it and re-download it, dude. Because I can't
Buy it.
my
You've been out way
synthesizer.
too long. The
Huh?
game's been free to play for 3 years.
Haha.
It's the reason we.
Oh,
got a
that's
big
no. I
cheating
mean, like, I
problem
need
now.
to make a new account. Like, I seriously need to make a new account for and download it.
What game are you talking about?
Counter Strike.
Counter Strike I need to download my Steam. I need to make a new account on Steam. I can't get my Steam account back because that's a long story, man. Yeah, that
That sucks, dude. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it has to deal with my ex partner.
Oh yeah. No need to explain. I get it. All that. Yeah.
Yeah, let's not even go there.
Well, I was meaning like I was sorry he lost all that time playing that game and building up his character
Oh
that he
man,
can't play
yeah,
anymore.
trust
Like
me, I
shit.
was playing Diablo 3, and all those hours. Oh my god, oh my
Yeah,
god, all those hours.
That's the infuriating thing, but you should be able to catch up pretty fast. I've done that with the game before to create an alt account so I could do other stuff, you know. So hopefully it won't be too bad, tedious, I guess.
Yeah, just thinking about it, like my brain.
I've never played Call of Duty. I'm jealous, you guys. I wish I knew how to play.
Get some A50s, some Astro A50s, okay, and play on the PC, and
Yeah,
that shit
see,
is
I don't have a
fun.
PC right now. I'm totally
Or
technically
system,
challenged.
or on Xbox, or PC, for whatever you got. But the Astro A50s are the headphones, the headsets that you want to go with.
Yeah, maybe eventually.
Oh, look at these cute little gamers with their game consoles.
It's really funny when Discord's actually used for like 20 minutes of what it was actually intended for, and then it goes back to Flutter.
Yeah. It's a gaming site, guys. Don't get quiet.
Hey Jose, what's your favorite Flatter song?
Probably Why Would They Lie?
Nice.
Midi's
Anybody?
really good at mixing. I have to agree with Jose. Like either that or maybe one of ODD's songs. Like honestly, I really like ODD's cover of Breaking the Law. The ba na 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 ba na 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 na. Either that or Midi. Or yeah, ODD did a version of that. Either that or MIDI HC's Why Would They Lie. It's between those two.
There's this
All right, I'll
hilarious.
play.
Oh, go ahead.
Go
Zach.
ahead, man.
Oh, okay.
No, you
So
go
there's
ahead.
this.
Okay.
Ladies,
Go ahead, Crit.
okay, there. Brittany.
Rumpus.
Damn
I
it.
had to, man. I'm sorry.
All right, one more time.
All right, so there's this hilarious Britney Spears video, like "Oops, I Did It Again," where she was like, if you watch the music video, it's just hilarious. It's like she's on Mars. She's like a life form on Mars that the astronaut falls in love with. You know, it's like it's just hilarious. And she does like all these acrobatic stuff, and it's just like at some point they compare it to like he's gonna destroy the ship and not return to Earth because he's gonna sink with the Titanic, and it's just a complete clown thing. It's just like it's I mean, just check it out. It's funny. It's like what a lot of these globalists
All right,
actually
so
think.
I'm in.
Okay, go on.
I'm in total bird brain mode. So I'm gonna play Why Would They Lie? But is that what Jose said, or is that what somebody else said? I just went to whoever answered first. Isn't Jose AFK?
Yeah, dude, why would they lie? I'm cool with that. It's been a hot minute.
Uh-huh. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave to your die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here trying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform it to nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave, shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks well is that joker talking. Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store it. Entering your mind irrespective of a warrant. To say levels curve, we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron? It's not that important. Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo thoughts. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orbit. It's a circle, shirt, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the globe don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flat earth. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying blood, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth. Stop the coup, it's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. A cult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what matters. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking pastors. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 Oh gee. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help but bro second amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off the top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
All right, then.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do not care about your raps. I do not care about this track. I do not care. I guess I am rare. Yes, I hear the trash. They get out back. Oh, you can't hear it. You must have your ear to the cash. Itching, I'm itching a spaz. I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask. Snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick. Fuck around, yo, we mix it. We got you spinning it. Now you dizzy. You looking like Disney. Seeing sixes. All these agendas and all these false flags. How many times till it gets familiar? They've multiplied so many times. They form in a line to normalize the pedophilia. Half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone with one snap of my finger. Yeah, Thanos. Yeah, I see your eyes, your shit be shining. But how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds? Huh? Tell me. They wonder why they be living all so divided. With all those rooms in that big ass mansion with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrity's got blood on their hands, Marina Abramovic. Hillary Clinton, she's gonna send out a hit if you leaking those documents. If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your toss you secretly off a bridge. Exposing them, smash the internet. Cause we don't fuck with no fake shit. Nah, NASA images. Yeah, thanking your highnesses. Yeah, for paying the scientists. Yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn, yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name with a new tax and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxa text the new Dr. Moreau and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a diet woke. Lady Liberty screaming, covered up in that black burqa. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see him though. Matt Murdock, all these darker cultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is about you waking up. If you don't, you gon' get her, him, you need it. Letting 5G spread, and you gon' see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
Damn. Okay, I've heard that song before. I forgot that Jose really liked that song. And this is like, oh man, like over a year ago, I think. And I thought it was like too fast. And then, you know, everybody in here, like, you know, why would they lie? That's pretty damn fast.
Well, the FE.
So I don't know. I just kind of got into it more. I got into it more. It was great. Thanks for suggesting it.
The FE music movement has kind of been like on a down low lately. I'm hoping that changes soon. And because me and Mitty have been working on something for like several months since like February, but it's like there's been like complications, so it's taking a while. But I'm already working on a second album, and one of my songs will feature him. So I'm excited. I don't know when it's going to be released though. Quality over quantity.
Nice.
Honestly, fellow FE musicians, we should really start using the collab lab more. I think that would help a lot and bring inspiration, because it's what we need.
Have you guys dipped into country music?
Ew.
Come on, man, some steel guitar. So my truck
Maybe.
travel on the flattest world.
I will say where I come from, there's two types of music. There's country and there's western.
And western, yeah. What kind of music you play here? We got both kinds, country and western.
Man, I don't know what y'all
Twanging
talking about.
bangy.
If y'all are talking about that Tennessee country, man, that's garbage. But if you talk about that Texas outlaw country,
I go for that twangy Hank music.
Yes.
Not that Hank Jr. bullshit either.
No, Hank Sr.
Modern country.
Patsy Cline.
Modern country with auto-tune is so bad. Like, I'll listen to 90s country, really good, like Keith Whitley. Oh my gosh, he's so talented. I'm sad that he died.
like
Joe Diffie. Joe
But
Diffie died
prop
too.
me up beside the jukebox.
but modern country is just so awful.
Prop
Like,
me
like
by the jukebox when I die.
like they're adding rap drums to country. I like rap drums,
Lord,
but it
I
doesn't.
wanna go to
But
heaven.
but
Sorry,
it doesn't.
Z.
But you're fine. It doesn't belong in country though. It sounds weird. Like the whole like Old Town Road. You guys know what that song's
Yeah.
really about, right?
Yeah, the Old Town Road. I know that's what I was good.
Let's hear what you think it's about,
That's not a horror.
youngin.
Just like 50 Cent wasn't talking about a candy shop.
No. Nope.
That one took me. That one took me until I was 17 to realize.
Holy cow.
I lived in a bubble, but I'm grateful because you don't want to rush into adulthood.
Wait,
No,
what is
you
50?
do not.
What is 50 Cent talking about, Candy Shop? What do you mean?
Oh, same thing they was talking about when they said the Candyman can.
The Candyman can what?
Melt in your mouth and not in your hands.
they call me Dr. Feelgood.
When they talk about bringing the milkshakes to the yard, they ain't talking about milkshake.
What do you mean? What's a milkshake?
But when they say shake what your mama gave you, they really mean shake what she gave you.
My milkshakes bring all the boys to the yard. Damn right, they're better than yours.
Hey, okay, so funny story. I used to think they're talking about like the milkshakes you drink, not that milkshake. And I was like, oh.
You thought that the inner cities had a whole bunch of old-timey ice cream parlors where they're
Yes.
handing out milkshakes?
Yes, I did. I did.
Soda jerk and a paper hat. Here you go, Sonny.
That's what I was thinking. The soda jerk singing the song.
Fucking Chuck Norris.
You guys know what a soda jerk is? You youngins?
No, what's that?
I was gonna say, I
He's the
do.
guy who used to operate the tap to give you your beverage. They called him a soda jerk.
It was fun too because that was before flavored. You could say you could order a Coke with lime in it or whatever.
Well, yeah, because they actually mixed the syrup and the soda water,
like right
in
there.
front of you.
Yeah.
Good old days. Now you get the machine that kicks out mostly water no matter how many times you press the button.
Well,
Walgreens soda jerk.
I'm sure it was way better than like what they have now. It's called Soda Stream. I don't know if they have different versions of it, but I can't imagine the Soda Stream would be better than a soda jerk. That would have been
Honestly,
great to live in that time.
I don't mind like the modern Fanta machines now. And understand I'm young, but the lime Fanta or the lime Coke is pretty good. Like I don't know if it tasted different, but the one
Listen,
on the
nothing you drink today tastes anything like it did prior to 1990 when they started using corn syrup and everything. Prior to that,
Oh
sodas
my
did not
God.
taste like they do today at all.
the
Oh,
19
Okay. Oh, go ahead,
Why,
Steve.
why do you think? Why do you think? Why do you think a lot of Americans love the Mexican Coke so much?
Love that
Really?
shit.
The Mexican Coke
Cane
is
sugar,
like
baby.
a Coke
Cane
taste from
sugar.
You know, the 1990s were great. I didn't. It was before I existed.
Shit, I was.
Man, I'll
Jose,
I was
people
in the
remember
Marine
that.
Corps. I was about ready to get out.
What do you say, India?
Oh God.
The people like the Mexican Coke because it's fish scale. Fish scale. You don't know what that means, CI. Go back to bed.
Uh-huh. Wait, I don't know what that means.
Talking about cocaina.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll
you're,
take one.
You're not talking about Coke. You're talking about Coke. Right?
My dad always cracks
Jesus,
jokes like when we're getting dinner in Mexico somewhere. Every time we're out there, they'll be like, "¿Quieres una coca?" That means you want a coca. It's like, yeah, de la pura, the pure one. He always says that. It's funny.
Nice.
Give me that real shit, not that shit kids play with.
You know what
Aw.
tastes real different, man? Hostess chocolate cupcakes are
Yep.
nothing like they used to be when I was a kid. They like not even similar. They're dry and nasty.
Yeah.
Like they're
Even
so
the shitty
gross.
Hostess ones, you know, they like the
Tragic.
mass-produced ones. They were way better than anything.
Ho-hos and
All that
King
shit.
Dong.
Dongs.
My motherfucker. They done fucked with the ho-hos. I was surprised we didn't go to war when that shit happened. These motherfuckers done fucked up the Twinkies, ho-hos, and ding-dongs. Damn it.
That's what my siblings liked, like ho-hos, Twinkies, ding-dongs. Like, they like those stuffs, but I was like I barely missed the age range for that.
Isn't there more air in like the cake product now? That's the issue probably. Like they put more yeast in it, probably.
I think again, it's corn syrup that's making everything taste nasty.
Oh, I have to go out of my way to stay away from that shit, man. Like, especially like if I want to buy a jelly, it's all made with corn syrup. It's like,
Hey,
fuck, man.
I remember going to the soda fountain at Walgreens, the pharmacy,
Really?
and my mom would get me a hot fudge sundae for 20 cents.
Yeah.
And a cherry and a cherry Coke before cherry
Yeah.
Coke came out.
Or vanilla Coke. You get vanilla Coke.
Did you ride there on your dinosaur?
You get a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for 12 cents. My dinosaur, no, but my mom did have a Pinto.
That was like 45 years ago.
No.
Okay, so you were older than 5?
It was like, well, yeah, but when I was 5, it was 44 years ago. I'm not 50 yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Creeping on it.
he motherfuckers that there. He done. That's my addiction. I'll kick the shit out of 5 Guys for that donut. Who wants a competition for the donut? I'll take it. I'll fight for the Long John. Is it custard filled? That's the difference between just physical harm and deadly harm. You gotta have that
Custard's
custard.
the line. The custard.
So
Yeah.
I feel like this is gonna split the server in half, but I gotta know this question. Subway. Okay, I have 2 questions actually. My first one is Subway or Firehouse, and my second question is Zaxby's or Chick-fil-A.
None of the above.
Aw.
Right. I thought you was gonna say rare or medium rare.
Oh,
Bloody,
that
bitch.
easy.
Yeah, bloody or screaming.
Yeah, just sear that motherfucker and bring it to me. Scorch the outside of it.
I want to hear his death throes on the way to the table, please.
Right. Right. Make sure the potatoes are done though.
Also, to answer your question, Battle Mod, well done.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't do Fireplace or Subway.
Adelmod, I love donuts so much that was literally the dessert at our wedding was donuts. I'm that guy at the office when it's 9 o'clock at night and there's still boxes of donuts sitting there. I will literally just demolish all of them.
Dude, you're lucky. My old lady was well, we won't say that word, but my old lady made me hide my donuts in the car for after the wedding and the reception and all that crap.
Neither my wife
Literally
or
brought
I.
donuts to your own fucking wedding?
No, I
Didn't you cater
couldn't.
it? But yeah, but wasn't there like catered
yes.
expensive shit that you should have been eating?
Yeah, but I still wanted a donut.
Neither my wife nor I like cake, so we didn't have cake. The only thing she likes is cheesecake, so she had like a cheesecake there. And my dad and I, the morning of my wedding, drove an hour and a half to pick up donuts from the nearest donut shop and an hour and a half back to have fresh donuts.
Yeah, the place I get them, they've been making them since like 1912.
Nothing like the smell of that dough frying in the back in a place. It's not like Dunkin' Donuts anymore. Now they don't make anything. They just unfreeze and shit. But in a real donut shop, that smell is just, you can't beat it.
Okay, 1913. It's called Hinckley's Donuts. It's an old world recipe. They don't even sell the recipe for custard.
So to answer your question, Battle Mod, I would battle you to the death over a fucking donut, for sure.
Well, I agree. We can do that. That's what I'm saying. I'm down with that. We can fight to the death for that donut.
You're gonna have to set this
I
up.
got an idea. Or you guys could buy a second donut.
You're on. I'll go. Let's go.
I'll donate
Who wants it?
100 donuts.
I want it.
I'll
I
slap
want the
you with a
donut.
Krispy Kreme to get a Hinckley's. I can't do them Krispy Kremes. Them things are nasty. I gotta have a real donut. They're fucking. That's
too much
I like
sugar,
them
man.
jelly filled donuts.
corporate bull crap.
Yep.
I like that shit fresh out the oven, man. That's the way Hinckley's is. It's a little old brick building, man. They make them right there. They start making these donuts 2 o'clock, 2 a.m. the night before, and they're serving them by 5 a.m. the next morning. They're still warm. They make.
What is that, Private Pile? What? Jelly donut?
Sir Custard, sir.
What the fuck is that?
They're gonna pay
What
for it.
the fuck is that?
I hated that movie, dude.
Yeah, you're
No,
a good
man,
donut
I-
guy.
I loved it.
Because
I thought the best
I know
ending to
that
that
my mic is
movie.
like super annoying. If y'all just let me get it out, it'll all be over.
What's that?
I said you're a good donut man, Mike, because I thought I was the only one that hated Krispy Kremes even more than Dunkin' Donuts. That's how bad Krispy Kreme is.
Yeah. I
Krispy
wouldn't
Kreme.
touch a Dunkin' Donuts with 20 fucking Hinkley Donuts. I wouldn't build a pole out of Hinkley Donuts to touch a Dunkin', but Krispy Kremes, what the fuck is that crap?
I gotta agree with Elijah and Battlemod. Like, honestly, Krispy Kreme is trash. I prefer Tim Hortons.
Hey, my chocolate crescent's got to look like a pistol grip, baby. And the dough they use, their dough recipe, the oil they use, they make their own frostings, their own custard. I'm serious. There's people that come from other states to buy these by the box and freeze them. You literally, the store can open at 5 in the morning, and on a bad day, they're sold out by 6:30.
For all the other donut heads out there, I got a life hack for you. If you're ever craving a donut and it's late at night, pop into any gas station and they will literally give them to you for free. They're not the best. They're
Even if
not
it
the
was
best
for free, bro, I
donuts.
wouldn't take those donuts, dude. Those are disgusting. That's like eating paper plastic. I mean,
Look,
which
I
one do you
like-
want, paper or plastic?
I like these donuts so much they were talking about going out of business 2 years ago, and I made an offer on the business as soon as they said it.
I had a 7-Eleven donut.
I was
that was
buying
disgusting.
donuts. I was buying donuts, and I was like, shit, I'll buy it right now, all of it. I need the recipe and everything, but the old man don't want to sell the recipe. He wants his kids to keep it going. They don't want to. They'd rather split that money I offered. I'm hoping they change their mind. My daughter loved to have a little donut shop. I'll buy it too. I ain't bullshitting. I might sell some Polish food there too. Glumkies.
Ooh, you could sell kielbasa.
Yeah, we already got a place that does that here in town. Real
Kielbasa?
Polish sausage.
Kielbasa's delicious. I put
Not-
Worcestershire on it.
I get that real stuff, not that fake shit. This stuff will make you shit black for 3 days. Iron as it gets.
It's delicious.
Yeah, I only eat that once a month, once every 2 months.
I honestly, I tried like an AM PM, gas station or 7-Eleven donut, man. I honestly wanted, like, even when it was like when I was really hungry, I had one bite of it, I spit it right back out, man, and threw it in the trash.
Yeah, it's like bread with
Sorry.
frosting on it. That looks like a good custard donut, but I can see the bread. It's just regular old bread dough. It's not a
I don't know.
donut.
Maybe it's because I've done pastry. I've done it before, and like
Done it.
yeah.
It's a fucking custard sandwich.
I mean, I've baked bread before, and it's just when I was that bread, it looks disgusting. I just nasty.
It's supposed to
I'm
be
sorry.
fried dough,
Goddamn.
not bread.
Well,
Yes.
apple fritters. The apple fritters are pretty good, but you're right. Soon as you said that, supposed to be fried dough, not bread. I'm thinking about when I bite into it and how it does look exactly like bread. You're right. But the apple fritter from 7-Eleven, that it tastes that's kind of hidden. All you gotta do is tell them to put it in that little microwave. Tell them to click
Yeah,
one.
warmed up. I'm with you there.
Yeah.
That's my new snack, by the way. Yeah, I like that with a coffee on the road.
Now I'll grab one of
Way
those
better than McDonald's.
snickerdoodles though. Those snickerdoodles is good. Or a brownie.
All right, Jose. I've just gotten to the crib. I've gotten my weed, and I'm ready to rock and roll, baby.
Woo woo.
What do you play? COD?
Yeah, mobile. It's fire. I don't
Hell
know
yeah,
why
me and my
everybody
cousin
goes
about to
this
play in a
mobile.
bit too.
I
Hey.
ain't played in a minute.
I've actually
Everybody who's complaining. Sorry, see, I'll turn it over to you soon as it's
no.
everyone that says, "Oh, mobile is this, mobile is that," you have not experienced the mobile gaming experience of 2021. Yes, in 2016 it was trash. I don't know how it flipped. It
I
just
just
went
come
from
back to you guys
bad.
talking about mobile gaming.
Yes, it went from bad
Flatter.
to
Ban
good,
it.
and it's like a new way of doing things. Like if they were to make the controller have like some kind of gyro aspect where you can use the controller as like you use the phone gyro, and that would be great. Because right now I used to use my controller to I used to use the controller to play mobile, but I changed my mind and use the phone now because I can use the gyro.
Oh,
I would never do anything else.
you know that like Xbox like controller thing that came out a while ago where you put your phone in between it? It's like that controller. Kind of just like makes your phone look like a weird switch. I don't know if that has gyro on it though.
No, it uses your phone's gyro. That's why you dock your phone to it.
Oh yeah, my bad.
I was gonna say earlier is that I've been playing this whole time. I'm trying to get the Rytech AMR. That's all I was gonna say.
I'm not mad at the Rytech anymore. Because it's a little weird because when it kicks, it doesn't like reset, unlike all the other guns. But again, with the gyro, that's not really a problem.
I understand Jose said the same thing, but here's what you gotta understand. Yes, it has a large kick, but they rebalanced all the weapons. So all the other snipers, none of them have range anymore, none of them have damage anymore, none of them have accuracy anymore, none of them have any of that. The Rytech has all of that, but at the cost of having low fire rate and high recoil. So I think it's worth it. And it can light people on fire. I'm excited to get it. I love that gun.
Does Call of Duty account for the Coriolis effect?
About as much as a real sniper does.
Exactly. Thank. Coriolis was real, you'd have to account for different amounts of it, like say for long range ordnance, depending on how close you were to the equator or up towards the pole. It would make a huge difference on how your trajectory is, and there's no chart for that, no nothing.
like all hitch, you have to check with Don Corleones beforehand.
Well done, sir.
El Chapo.
Hey, do we have a new person in the VC?
Looks at no, that's in Cogdis. Cogdis VC. Gemsy's talking to somebody in Cogdis. Nobody's talked to Carmel Kush though.
Well, is he a member of the Broken Mike gang? I mean,
Doesn't say it on his profile.
But yeah, I was just gonna say that the Arctic is still good. See,
Oh, I was deafened for a while. I just got back. My brother came in.
yeah,
Sorry
the
about.
Arctic is still good.
Oh, the Arctic is. I would say the Arctic is the second best sniper in the game. Third best is
Yeah,
probably
see,
the Outlaw.
I'm talking to C right now. Oh, C, are you getting on? And
Um,
Truth is on. What's up with him?
I will join you guys later. I need to unlock the Rytech first.
True,
All right, he's trying to he's trying to unlock the right tech, so he's gonna join us later. What do you got to do to unlock the right tech?
A lot.
All right, you can just pick it up. They're like laying everywhere. All right, all right. I'll see you later.
If you want a right tech, you shoot a guy in the head with a right,
Huh?
and then you get his.
That it. Oh.
That's one way.
Does mobile have kits and stuff? I've never played it. Is it basically laid out like all the other ones, or
Armor kits.
yeah?
Yeah. Add-ons. I'm charging my stuff right now.
So you
They're all
customize
talking
your
about
shit,
it.
yeah.
Unlike Elijah, I still play with my paddle.
Paddle? I don't get it.
Paddle.
Is that what
My
you guys
paddle.
call it? Your pad?
that's funny. That's
A
funny.
Bluetooth paddle. Yes, it's a game
Oh,
paddle.
my bad, my bad.
Bluetooth to my phone. I even got one of them little magnifying screens. You set the phone on and it blows it up for you. I don't play that on PC. I play it on a
Hey,
phone.
I exclusively play on PC. I don't play any console games unless it's Nintendo. But even then, not too often. I like PC because you can do everything on it.
My favorite gaming system was the PlayStation Portable. Oof, that thing was so amazing.
My mom played Katamari on it, but you guys probably don't know what that game is. It's like this Japanese game where like you had to roll up stuff and then you got bigger and bigger and bigger and then you could roll up bigger stuff.
I've seen that game. Yeah. It's like what was that other shit called when you were like on the bike and you It's very
Paperboy?
minimalistic, right? The game you're talking about, where basically all you do is pick up whatever's in it's like a side scroller, 2D, right?
No, it's
No,
a
I'm thinking of a
3D
different game then.
The very first Katamari game was Katamari Damacy for the PlayStation 2. But it was also on the PSP.
Well, I'll be playing Papers, Please soon.
I've heard of that game, but I don't know what it is.
You play as a you run a checkpoint for basically a border, and you're trying to. It's a fascist game. It teaches you to be an asshole. I don't know. I watched somebody play it for 10 minutes. I laughed and then I had to turn it off because it was scary. How people were falling in love and making sure that they were being as fascist as possible.
I've never heard. So, I've heard of the game, but I've also heard of this thing called Artsoka, and people say glory to Artsoka, but I don't know what it is or what it means.
I believe that's the fictional government that you are working for or country. So that's like a thing that they say constantly throughout the game because, fashion. Is that the GE Platypus guy been coming in here a long time?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he been here a long time.
So what's his story then? Does he either A, not smart enough to figure it out, or B, it's full of shit?
The answer is C.
Oh, I didn't realize it was another one. What was the answer to C again?
I think I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think that he's an anti-flat earther.
I think that goes along with B as in being full of shit, but that's just me.
Maybe.
I feel like a lot of the people who just hang around after, like he's been here for a long time, he's heard all the arguments, he's still hanging around. It's not like he's got a question in his own head anymore, I don't think, at this point.
Yeah, it is a very odd to me as well. I
Spend that many
have a hard
hours around
time.
people you think you're.
Oh, sorry. I have a hard time conversing with people who can't seem to get it, and it takes them over a year. I have a big problem with that. I mean, sure, life gets in the way, work, family, but after if it's not that much of a concern for you for a however extended amount of time, then I don't care to spend my time conversing with you. That's kind of my new thought. Hopefully I said it good. But yeah, I have difficulty with that. And there's a handful of people that I've spoken with that go
Yeah, I
into
think
that
I'm making a
category.
list of people I don't want to waste time on anymore.
Right. They don't deserve anybody's time. It would be more advantageous, more productive to talk to somebody who maybe is new to the topic, maybe who's honest about being on the fence. I mean, I'd rather engage in conversation with somebody who's seeking answers for themselves, not wanting to be convinced. I don't want to be, I'm not out to convince people, so I don't know what to tell you, you know. It's on you, man. That's what I say. I should start saying, but like Eddie Bravo says, look into it, man. That's probably not how he says it. Probably not even remotely close.
That was a pretty good impression, actually.
Cool. Memory still serves me a little bit. So yeah, so is Platypus, is he gone, or just to be aware? I don't want to. I don't know. I guess I shouldn't have said his name. Now he'll come back. Nobody say it again.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like Beetlejuice or fucking
Beetlejuice,
Candyman.
Beetlejuice.
Gotta be careful. You can summon him into existence.
We don't want none of that. Ain't nobody got time for that. We had like two younger guys in here. That was quite the comedic occasion, I guess you'd say. I don't know if they've worn out their stay yet or not, but
Today or earlier?
no, over the last several days.
Yeah, I remember those kids. I like that one kid. I think he's smart. I think he's probably gonna figure it out one day if they don't get to him first. He's a smart ass, but I don't know. I see a
Yeah,
lot
it's
of
okay if
myself in
you
his
want to
attitude.
Yeah, I think we should expect some ridicule, but if you're just gonna be blatantly like a jerk, then we don't. Yeah, won't go well.
No, there was times though. I think especially when Mike was talking to, I think he respects Mike inherently, and he would settle down and be respectful and stuff. So I think he's capable, but I wouldn't expect too much out of a 14-year-old, long term, consistent.
All right, so it looks like it's all flat earthers in here, except for this Carmel Kush dude. Who did we talk to him already? He's unmuted.
Hello, Caramel Kush. Maybe he
We got
does know my.
whoever said something, I didn't hear you. Oh.
I said it. Mic check. My stuff is messing up right now. Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it was being a little wonky.
Yeah. I don't. Caramel, you got a mic? You want to talk?
All right, Breaking's got some stuff he's posted in voice text. What's going on, Breaking?
Yeah, hi Jenny. It was just for anybody that's watched that video where the Mage high altitude balloon that was launched by Mr. Sensible. There's just some images there. Obviously a grid against the images of his high altitude balloon, which he was saying showed curvature with his non-distortion lens. But as it turns out, the lens he used for no distortion has got some level of distortion, because the reviews on it show clearly it's distorted. So at the end of the day, he's got a video up there, and he's been sort of putting it out there about it shows curvature. It doesn't show any curvature at all. Just
Well,
to let anybody know.
the first screenshot you posted, that looks like a way higher altitude than like the split screen image you showed, that screenshot. I mean, if there's curvature down at sea level or close to it, and then you're up, who knows, 120,000 feet in the first one. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, on there was the same distortion on like 15,000 feet as well, as opposed to the max of what was it he took it up to. Let's have a look there.
Is this the video that Taboo Conspiracy posted of
No,
this
it's
guy doing this?
Mr. Sensible. Was Mage mission above the globe Earth. That's what he was
Right.
calling it. Yeah.
There was one that I thought Taboo Conspiracy posted it or whatever, but maybe, I don't know, maybe it had something to do with Jeranism, but they reviewed this guy's video, and I think that in this video there's a shot where, how he has that camera like above and the one going out like at a 90-degree angle. Well, you can see the sun in both of them at the same time at one point. So it's like, how is the sun way out over there and yet way up above at that height,
Yeah,
It's
I've not
thought-provoking.
seen that one.
I think it's this. I don't know. I'd have to watch this video, but I thought it looks like this same video.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I know we had 3 cameras. He had one. He had a fisheye lens watching the balloon to see what happens when it bursts. Then he had a fisheye lens that showed massive distortion, and then he had a camera. I'll just tell you the name of the other camera. 2 seconds. Where is it? Yeah, he had a Firefly 8 SE 90-degree angle cam. So that one was meant to be no distortion. But if you look at the reviews, there is the 170 the bottom picture with a grid on it. And you can see there's a bit more distortion. But even on the 90-degree lens, there is distortion there as well. So that if he's picked up any, obviously, curvature, it's only through the lens being distorted. That's where he's got it from. But in a lot of the images, if you look through the footage, it's uncut. And take away the light, just take away the light that shows the land, then you'll see that it's just perfectly flat. Yeah, it's perfectly flat horizon. So nothing new, guys. Just in case you ever come across somebody saying that video was proof of curvature, it absolutely is not.
I got a question about this video. You said the cameras, one was at 90 degrees, one was pointing directly straight up at 360 or directly above at the balloon, yes? So those
Yeah.
2 cameras are at 90 degrees to each other.
No,
How are we
no.
getting the... Oh,
No,
okay.
no, they're not at 90 degrees to each other. The camera that he's used. Hold on, I'll post the cameras that he used. I'm just talking about the angle lens. 2 seconds. I'll show you. Copy. Paste. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, what I'm posting here. It's the type of camera is used. It's called a 90-degree lens. Yeah.
Gotcha. Because I'm seeing the sun in both cameras at the same time. That would be pretty hard to do if the cameras weren't kind of pointed in the same direction. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay. 90-degree camera.
The earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, shit. The earth is flat!
since nobody's talking, I just posted a video. We're having a meetup in Fayetteville, Arkansas, September 5th, Sunday night, 6 p.m. Name of the place, Woodstone Craft Pizza. That's where it's going to be. So if you're anywhere near northwestern Arkansas, get your ass to the meetup. It's always a good time. Last time we met at this place, we had about 20 people there. And it was a really good time. Excellent food. All that stuff. I put that video up a couple hours ago, and then I've got a response. I've got, I always get the troll responses when I put a video up. It's like, oh, one response says, with a channel name says, a 15 degree per hour drift, and 15 degree per hour drift said, will Bob be there? Please tell him thanks if you see him. They're still on this 15 degree, with the fiber optic gyro thing. They're still on that.
You know what kind of Glober clings to that? The kind that doesn't have a damn thing valid to say. The one that doesn't have an education and can argue this if he could. He thinks he's going to win by saying Bob did something.
Those kind
Bob
of Globers
did something nobody else ever did.
Yeah, but Bob didn't even do it. That's not what I'm there.
I know Bob didn't do it, and he's not. Listen, he's not the only person that ever used a fiber optic gyro or the Sagnac effect. So these people, they couldn't even argue it to the foundation.
Well, they didn't design that gyroscope to figure anything about the curvature of the Earth at all. It had nothing to do with curvature of the Earth when they designed the fiber optic gyroscope.
No, it's just based on it's based on the Sagnac effect.
So I actually did reply to him.
Find what?
I actually did reply to him in the YouTube chat. And I said, "Thanks for the subscription. You're helping us reach more people with the truth." So, and he said, "What subscription?" So, I mean, well, if you're not subscribed to my channel, how did you find the video? So, maybe he's not subscribed, or maybe it just popped up in his YouTube feed because for some reason this is the name of the channel, a 15 degree per hour drift, as if he's not looking YouTube videos. So anyway, I mean, it's like, well, okay, so maybe you're not subscribed, but you found the video. So whatever, dipshits. Bob wasn't even involved in the initial test with the fiber optic gyro. And so I mean, it's just a silly thing. I mean, that's already been established a couple of years ago. Bob's talked about it dozens of times. It's just so stupid, man. People are just. What's wrong with people, Michael? They're just dumb. But anyway, there was someone that responded in the
a lot of people
in the comments on the chat said. There's one person that said, "I'll definitely be there. I live in Fayetteville," which I'm not sure who this is. I don't think, maybe I haven't met them before. So they live in the same town. So they found the video. So I was about to respond to them in the YouTube chat. So that's cool. I mean, not the YouTube chat, the video comments for that one I just posted. So Someone says they live in Fayetteville. I mean, there's a lot of flat earthers in Fayetteville. That's why we have meetups all the time, man. It's so fun. You just like, you never know if you're going to get 6 or 25 or 30. One time we had one, there was freaking 75 people, you know. So it's just crazy, man. There's flat earthers everywhere. So don't doubt yourself, man. You're not alone in this, you know.
Here. That's the best thing. You're not alone. They want you to think you're alone. That's what they do.
Dude,
They
I
try to
recommend
gaslight
everybody
you.
just, all you have to do is just set up a meetup somewhere at a restaurant. You flat smack the whole restaurant, all the customers. Like, hey, I want to get a 10 top, I want to reserve a 10 top, whatever. It could be 10 to 20 people show up. But anyway, it doesn't matter, because when all of you get together, everybody in the restaurant is going to be talking about flat earth. I promise. Don't reserve it for flat earth. Just reserve a table for flat earth people to come in, and the entire restaurant will be talking about flat earth. It's fun, man. It's so fun. Or you can do it in a public park sometimes too. I mean, if maybe you reserve a pavilion, you may have to pay $25 or whatever. You could do it there too. But anyway, it's fun. I've been to, I think in my town, I've been to six or seven so far. It's just every time we schedule it, and that people show up, and I meet somebody new every time. It's so fun. It's amazing. And it's like, what's really funny about it? It's like scheduling a meetup in this restaurant, and like the people that see the the link, like the video I showed, it's like showing up to this restaurant. You don't want to walk into it's like, hey, can I show you to a seat? Well, I'm here to meet people. But you don't want to say, hey, I'm with the flat earthers, when you first walk into the restaurant. So it's kind of like you try to you like look around a little bit. And it's like,
I would.
Yeah,
I'd be like, yo, Dig, where them plur sitting?
Yeah, I mean,
he's a big.
We might as
tip in
well
it for you, honey. I'm a
this
big
many
tipper.
after this many meetings, Michael. We might as well just like, hey, just walk in and tell the host or hostess that you're looking for the flat Earth table. He just walk in. Where's this flat Earth?
Where are them level grounders at?
So yeah,
them down to earth people.
Yeah, we had one last month, and it wasn't as big as expected, but I set that one up, and I'm not as good at it as my buddy Randy that lives he lives in Rogers, really close to Fayetteville. And so he's really excited about it. I just finished the video tonight, just posted it. And so I think we're probably gonna have at least 15 to 20 people there, like we did last time. We did a meetup at the same restaurant, and Nathan Thompson was there, but he was doing a debate on his laptop on the patio, which I don't know, I thought that was weird, but anyway, but everybody had a good time. So yeah, I think this one's going to be a pretty decent size one. I think that we're probably going to have at least 15 to 20 people there. We've had people come from like 3-4 hours away. When me and Randy's, he's just like, he knows some people, from different parts of the state. I mean, he just knows how to get people. But yeah, we've had people come from 3 or 4 hours away, book a hotel room, to just come and eat a meal with other flat earthers. It's freaking cool. Okay, I recommend everybody do this. I mean, it's like, oh, I can't. How can I meet people in my town? Just hey, if you want to set up a flat Earth meetup in your town, I'll help you. I'll make a freaking video. I mean, like Mark Sargent does. I already have a template, man. Just make a little video. I'll put it out on my channel, kind of like Mark does. Well, he usually does. I'm not sure if he's still doing it anymore because he didn't do it for our last meetup, but he's done it for a couple of our meetups. If anyone in the server wants to set up a meetup in their town, I'll help you promote it. Always a good time. I haven't met a single flat earther that went to a meetup and was like, oh, that meetup was bad. Every time you go meet flat earthers in public, that you've never met before, it's always turns out good. It's just like, this is cool, man. I'm not alone. Like, why are you guys hanging out? I mean, the energy from the rest of people, whether it's at a restaurant or in a public place or whatever, the energy just. Why are these guys? I don't know. It draws people, and especially if you have like flyers and display. Sometimes you'll have a display there, with flat Earth information. They always gravitate towards it, right? So it's always cool.
Zero.
Why is everyone so talkative?
Cat got
We're waiting on you to talk. Who the hell keeps jumping in and out? I'm gonna find you.
Where you at, Whitsit? We're
Headed to Salt Lake City.
Utah.
Yeah.
And then where from there?
Then going to Idaho Falls, Idaho.
They say the road ain't no place to start a family, bro.
Yeah, that's what they say. Duly noted.
Living the dream. A lot of these globalists will never even leave their house or like agoraphobic shut-ins. And here you are traveling about America, talking to people and doing
I
things.
like you with it. I like you with it. I gotta pick on you like you was my son. So I'm gonna ask you, why wasn't you hanging out where you was at?
I just had to, I just decided to chill for a week or so.
If you needed money to hang out, you could have asked Dad. What's up?
Yeah, I meant to ask you, man. I meant to ask you about that, bro. I need a raise in my allowance.
I'm a diehard romantic, bro.
So, guys, I was wondering,
You can
ever since I got my COVID vaccine, I haven't been able to feel my left foot, and I don't know what's going on. Do you guys know what's going on?
I got mine, and it like I can't even feel my testicles no more. I was like, oh my god.
But
I can't even feel my right nipple neither, bro.
That's
right. I mean, I know they're there, but I gotta look to see them.
Yeah, I thought AD was a myth.
That's funny shit. I'm trying to smoke a hooter here, dog. Oh my god.
I figure since the experimental date ends in 2023, that's probably when essentials will go away, don't you think?
I reckon that there's what they're implying. There might be a Delta variant, though. Hell.
Hell,
My
I'm just worried
testicles are
about a
hoping
Gamma
not.
variant.
Man, we can make a video on this and it'd just be funny as fuck.
Dude, I trolled Gamma's Panda server for like 30 minutes doing that, and I refused to stop the boys. They got so mad, bro.
They didn't ban you?
Nah, they can't ban me. They love me.
They mute me as soon as I get there.
Yeah, I don't know. They leave me alone for some reason. I guess it's they secretly love me, bro.
It'd be too much of a bitch move to talk about you 24 hours a day, except for when you show up, then mute you. It would be like the ultimate. Even they can't run from that level of bitch.
That's what they do to me. Listen, I left and they say, "Come back, Mike. We'll make sure you don't get muted again." I went in there. I started a topic. I got 2 sentences out. And then there was an argument over whether I was going to be muted or not muted. I was like, "Hey, whatever. Get back to me later." I'm out.
Battle Mod, your microphone must have taken that COVID vaccine, huh?
Yeah, it got stuck there at the pharmaceutical place. Well, I got a kid next to me playing fucking Nintendo Stitch. She's eating up my Wi-Fi.
I was telling them there's still some people out there think the Earth is flat, and then I told them, well, then I started thinking my Uncle Jimmy did fall off the face of the Earth, so maybe they're onto something.
I ain't been seen in a coon's age.
I tell you, I was talking to this one old girl the other day. She worked at Chipotle, and she was huge. And she told me I had to go outside. I'm just trying to exercise my rides, and they don't even exercise.
What are you driving the truck following Chris?
No.
Ever since I got my COVID vaccine, I just can't stop blinking.
Rock on.
It's got me into a lot of problems though, because a lot of these dudes think I'm winking at them.
Ever since my old lady, she got that COVID vaccine, she just menstruating everywhere.
That's what I call a Bloody Mary.
But they say it's safe and effective, so this must mean it's working. All right.
That's funny as.
Yeah, well, we're working on a routine, bro.
It sounds like it.
Just call it Sterile Harold and Sterile Carol.
Bonnie and Clyde.
And Uncle Fester.
So anything new with the Flat Earth Familia?
ED due to vaccination? There's a damn new topic.
It was ladies' night.
It gives a whole new meaning to the word Ed, or the name.
Ladies' night had it bopping in here. There's like 50 folks in here.
Yeah, it was full.
Yo, that's how we glitch the Matrix. We got to get a bunch of pretty females to start trends and get other females in on it. Then Flat Earth will explode.
Oh, we're using them to get new members. Don't think we ain't. That was the consensus. Half these guys I ain't never even talked to a girl. Hell, if we get just all women in here, they'll come a running.
For real though.
Yeah, because the best they got on Globe side is Brenda.
Oh, you can hear the excitement in their voice when them little tiddlywhackers come in here.
Yeah, they wait till ladies' night to show up. It's so funny, bro.
Then they don't have to deal with the alpha males. I can't help it. I'm alpha all the way, damn it.
I figured the reason I lost all the feeling in my right nipple was because it's Friday 13th.
It is Friday the 13th, almost over. At least here, I don't know what time it is there.
You must have forgot your lucky rabbit's foot. I was talking to them Globers last night. They was just running around like crazy. They can't keep their story straight. They was zigzagging more than a ferret in a corn maze.
My bad for everyone listening. I think you could hear me on the live stream, but I forgot to unmute my microphone. So with it, I actually have a question about how you are. What have you experienced so far traveling across through these different cities? I mean, we've seen your videos and stuff, but for some reason at Salt Lake City, is there something amiss there? Is there something? Are you in Salt Lake City now?
Tell them about that nipple.
Well, my nipple, man, it's been numb for like 3 days, but we're on the way to Salt Lake City right now. And well, I tell you what, Helio, just a bunch of zombies everywhere. I don't know what's going on. Looks like everybody lost their spirit or something.
Sure. I mean, and to be honest, I think that no. Well, never mind. Anyway, let's continue. So there's a bunch of zombies across America that you have you have some big balls, and at some point, I think in your journey, they actually took your projection. They took your balls when you had a microphone, and you could actually project. So they were like trying to take your balls from you when you were trying to project.
Yeah, they stole my speaker, Helio. They straight up stole it.
They fucking stole your goddamn speaker. God dang it.
And his nipple went numb like 10 minutes later.
They took your talkie box. They took your talkie box away.
Damn. So, all right. So let's take a step back. So, on the start of this tour, it's hard for me. Well, it's not hard for me to talk in the Southern accent because if I talk in my real voice, it's really a Southern accent anyway. But I can fake the entire Southern accent.
Well, I'll tell you what, Helio, check this out, bro. They ain't gonna stop me. I'm gonna buy another speaker. Ain't no way I'm gonna let the commie stop me, bro.
Well, hell, goddamn, yes. I mean, get that shit going on, man. Let's get that. What you doing in Salt Lake City, nigga? What you got?
Take advantage of that numb nipple and get your nipple ring. Shit.
Anyway,
I will pierce that some bitch right up.
All right, so I'm actually curious about. Oh shit, that's funny. I was actually talking to you guys when I had my mic muted, so that was me. That was on me because I thought.
Well, that's not even redneck. That's real redneck shit right there.
Yeah, that's a real redneck Arkansas bullshit, right? So anyway, so now
I
my
know
mic
by
is
God,
up.
I was talking for 10 minutes and nobody heard shit.
Yeah, well, it wasn't 10 minutes. It was about 3. So, all right. So, anyway, but I'm curious about what you're doing Austin, what are your plans? You say you're in Utah now, but you don't plan to go downtown Utah and do what you do. Salt Lake City, mainly is what I'm talking about. Salt Lake City, because that's you know what Salt Lake City is, friend.
Yeah, it's a whole bunch of Masonic Mormons.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I was just like, what would you do with that if you go there?
I go right in front of that damn Mormon temple and tell them piece of my mind, Helio.
I know, but I'm just saying you'd have to be there at a certain time when everybody's just like, yeah. So anyway, is that your plan, or are you just passing through? And I'm just wondering, since you're
yeah. Well, I just want to take a break. I got a couple federal citations. I got a federal court case coming up. I figured I'd take a few-day breather.
Yeah, might as well. And contact your be in constant contact with your lawyer, so that you know you're